member of the IUCN BirdLife WPA pheasant specialist. He's also very significantly contributed to the administration of his college, where he served for a long time. And I think that's in short a kind of a capsule introduction of this man of wildlife. Professor Satyanarayana, I bow down to you on this Panchami day. Greetings to all of you. We're celebrating the Ganesh festival in Goa, Maharashtra, I'm sure in many parts of the country. Ganesh, incidentally, is a very interesting combination of eco-theology. As zoologists, we relate to the elephant as also as a deity of wisdom and knowledge. We all worship Ganesh. So seeking the blessings of Lord Ganesh this morning, I invite Professor Satyanarayana MC to kindly open today's proceedings. So thank you, and let's all have a very blessed day. God bless. Professor, we cannot hear you. Professor, we cannot hear you. You are muted.
Yeah, sir.
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes.
So thank you very much, Manoj, for your just excellent introduction.
Thank
just
you.
I'll share my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is being shared. Yes. Yes, it is there.
Full screen? Full screen is visible?
It's good enough. You could probably take it on a full screen mode, but I think it's good enough, sir. It's good enough.
You can make it a full screen.
Yeah, that's what I made it, but you are not able to visualize now.
Sir, but this is good enough. It's pretty clear.
What if sometimes it is not compatible? So I tried full screen. If not come anyway, I'll just. No.
Okay, it's okay.
Really, thank you very much, Dr. Manoj, for having introduced me or just briefed about my life history. And also, really, I'm very proud and congratulate Professor Skand Mishra and his team, and also the special thank to principal for having continuously attempting to conduct the national webinar in a serious way. And really, I'm very proud of the government Madhav, Sadashivrao, Golvalkar College, Rewa, for having continuous attempts to have an academic interest. Really, should be. Really, I'm very proud of the government college for conducting such programs. Really, it's a very rare event, and he proved that the government college is no way inferior to the autonomous or the private or university system. Really, once again, I congratulate Professor Skand and his team, and also the entire management of the institute. And already you know that I served in the AVC College, Department of Wildlife Biology and Zoology in Mayiladuthurai, Tamil Nadu. Now today, I'm going to talk on the common moorhen, Gallinula chlorophytes. And it is actually a wetland bird. And now I'm going to touch upon the ecology, behavior, threats, and observation of this beautiful bird. What I used to request the zoologist, the field biologist, or the naturalist, wherever you go, if you're really interested in whether it's a bird or a mammal or a reptile, first give importance to the salient features. First know about you, external features. Know about your bird. Know about the bird's salient features. You can see how many of you see this common moorhen. It is available throughout India, but we zoologists or the field biologists not give much importance to this beautiful bird. Look at this salient feature. Head and neck is a black in color. Look at the blackish brown upper parts. Look at the upper parts and grayish black below. If you look at this grayish black below, look at the eye. The eye is red in color. One important character feature or salient feature of this species is that a distinct red frontal plate shield is present in the forehead. It's a very, very characteristic feature of this species. And if you look at this bill is yellow tipped bill, and the frontal shield is red in color, eyes are red in color. Look at the legs. There is a red ring, a bright yellowish green leg is there. And if the upper part of the leg, we have a ring-like structure, a red band is present. in the case of the common moorhen. And one important thing is you have to know that they do not have the webbed feet. No web is present for this bird, but however, there is a large feet, long toes are present. They live on the floating vegetation because their habitat is floating vegetation. They adapted, the legs are adapted in order to walk on this floating plant. That is why we have a long leg and we have very easily walk on this. They are very good swimmers. The common moorhen is a good swimmer. Look at the other salient features. The flanks of the adults edged with white. These are the flanks of a bird. The white. Wings entirely dark. Look at these wings entirely dark. The feathers underneath the tail is white in color. The tail is short and upturned. And there is no difference. There is no morphological difference between the male and the female. Both male and female appear similar in appearance. There is no sexual dimorphism. So that's why it is that all the field birds must look at the salient features of this bird or any species. Coming to the chicks. Chicks are entirely different from the salient external features of the adult. Chicks are colored black, a reddish head. Look at the head, it's a reddish in color. And we have a red bill, skin at base of the bill, bright red, white tip curly hairs on chin and throat. Look at curly hair. They have the downy feather. That means they have a soft feather. In all the most of the birds, if you look at these chicks, before right from the hatching, we have a soft feather that we say is a downy feather, except around the eye and bill. Look at this eye and bill. There is no soft downy feather. So that is why it is known as the downy chicks. What is the other adaptive feature of these chicks? They have the enormous feet. Look at this, the size or the length of this leg. And when compared to small body size, they allows them to follow the adults by walking on the dense aquatic plant. That's why I will tell you the structure and the function are related with your whatever the habitat or whatever their behavior. So that's what I always is that always the importance to study of the structure of a animal and also function of it. This is called functional morphology. So here we say that the structure, function, and environment are the ABC of the eternal triangle. ABC applied for eternal triangle. So we have to relate with the structure and function always, whatever the species you are going to study. One interesting feature of this species is that look at this bird or the chicks. Look at 30 days, we have a beak is red in color, and the next stage is the juvenile stage. What happens? The red color of this beak disappears. Very interesting in 30 days. So first 30 days they retain the red color, and after that there is a juvenile stage. Here look at this gray bill. There is no red color, and again in 50 days, once again the red appears. They become the subadult. So chicks. Then we have the juvenile and we have the subadult. So what about the subadult stage? Frontal sheet, light reddish color, and it becomes very dark. And another important thing is that during the subadult, I already told you there is a red band or a red ring and around the legs. Now here it is just developing, so we identify them as a subadult. Coming to the habitat, where it lives, which habitat they prefer? They prefer the wetlands. That's why we have to give importance for the wetlands. They prefer to live in the swamps, marshes, lakes, ponds, village tracts, ditches, shallow freshwater, and brackish mosses with dense emergent vegetation like this, and intercept with areas of open water. They prefer to have a open water like this. Coming to the behavioral aspects of this common moorhen, their social behavior, they live in singly or in pairs or in a small flock, mostly on the pairs and small flocks like this. Foraging behavior or the feeding behavior, they are omnivorous. They feed along the open waters, mostly on the open waters. They feed on the algae, mosses, seeds, grasses, rootlets, flowers, leaf of Iconium species, the snails, insects, flies, we have mayfly, bugs, lepidoptera, and small fish and frog. Now here always the Iconium because the common moorhen prefers to feed on the, I have observed the common moon feeding on the flowers of the Iconia. But unfortunately, people say that Iconia is invasive species or the unwanted, because for maybe you may be considered it's unwanted, the adjective you use. But these birds, look at this, how many birds are depending on Iconia? For this, not only for feeding, I'm going to touch upon the Iconia, important Iconia when you come for the nesting behavior. Flying behavior, they fly very well. Resting behavior, after the active morning hours, maybe after 10 o'clock, they go to the bushes like this. This is called the typha grass. We have the long typha grass where they go and take the rest during the hot. And preening behavior is very common. They used to maintain their body very well. They maintain their feathers very well. They will go on remove the ectoparasite, other dirty things. That is called the preening behavior is very common. Voice, loud, explosive, crook calling. Usually silent, but mostly silent, but occasionally loud, explosive, crook, crook, kurk, kurk, like advertising calls, cook, 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 kick, alarm calls they give, and the soft cook, 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 cook. That's called territorial calls. These are the communication behavior. What about during the breeding behavior or the breeding season? What happens? They have a form. They form a strong pair bond like this. They form a strong bond during the breeding season and displays, courtship displays. Like you see that how the male just displays and attracts the female. Yes, courtship and mounting occurs in this bird, and they mount like this. Male mounts on the female. It's called the courtship mounting behavior. Okay, they also maintain the territories. Territory behavior is very common behavior, and during this territory behavior, and then you can come across a conflict like this. So the other numbers of this species, they come and fight with this. Whenever they encroach their territory, the birds fight with each other. Very interesting aspect is that the nesting behavior. So when you look at the nesting behavior, I say this architectural abilities. I consider the common moorhen along with the other birds, they are really the greatest architect or an engineer, because they choose the building material, they plan for the nest planning and choosing the material for the building or the nest, and constructing, designing, excellent maintenance of this nest, excellent. That's why I consider them as the excellent architect with architectural abilities. Now look at this. I have just observed in the Kolattur, where I live in Chennai, very heart of the city, and we have fortunately where I live close by there is a very big Kolattur Haridas main pond, which has been our chief minister has spent when as MLA has spent 80 lakhs, and fortunately that pond is very well maintained. No encroachers approach this pond. And look at this. So this is the nesting material collection site, and this is the nest site in a pond. What they will do from this nesting site, they will just move to this. This is the typha grass, and people say the typha also unwanted, but grasses I consider typha is very good for this common moorhen, other bird. And look at this, the bird. I said architectural abilities. They choose a long dried grass species. You can see the grass blade. What is the size, length of this? It is 2 meters in length. So bird carries with the beak, and then how it carries. Very interesting. See this. See the 2 meter or 1 to 2 meter typha grass as for the nesting material collection. They collect like this. They cut the blade, dried blade, and then hold it like this, and then swim. See, from the, I told you what they prefer, nesting site here, they will swim like this. So without putting in the water, they carry this dried typha grass, bring it to the nesting site. So this is the nesting site. So nest material collection, they bring it here, and then above the water line, above the Iconia species, above the hyacinth species, they will just construct a floating nest. Look at this, a cup-shaped nest consisting of twigs lined with leaves, or they form mound by piling up aquatic plants like this. So what is the very characteristic feature of this type of grass? Most of you as a botanist, you'll be knowing and as well we have Professor Pondarangan, fortunately. And this type of grass very lengthy, and you can have it is very very what I can say that very if you look at this plant, the grass blade, we can coat when you dry it, you can coat. That is why they choose this plant material. So choosing the plant material very very important. And the type of grass. Another thing is you can also make it turn like this. Okay, that's what in Tamil we say that nanamo nanamo nanal. In Tamil, the grass species, the type is nanal. That means you can bend in any way. The grass blade can be bent in any way, in a circular way or cup shaped way. You can design it. So the bird, I really appreciate this bird, how intelligent they are in choosing type of grass in constructing their nests. This is actually the coating nest. Sometimes they also see these are the dried material. Sometimes they also choose the fresh type of grass, and you can see the eggs are there. 14 nest eggs are there. The here female lays 5 to 12 smooth, glossy, light yellowish brown to olive or buff colored eggs. You can see the eggs very clear. And this I have recorded for the 28th September 2017 at 12 noon. Brown spotted grayish white to green, white reddish brown or gray markings on this egg. These are the size of the eggs. And also I request all the field biologists or those who are studying on the animal, so please kindly to your camera record the date and time. You can authentically say that I have observed this at this time. This will speak on the season they lay the eggs, and it is called a very good recording system. In camera, don't forget whatever it may be your mobile. Record the date and time. Now incubation. After laying the eggs in this 40 nest, both the male and the female involves in incubation. This is we say that in the parental care, both male and invest. Okay. In incubation, they will sit like this. After laying the eggs, then what happens? How come they both will involve? Very excellent behavior, very good understanding, very good coordination between the male and female partner. They have a turn system, like a shift system. So I observe the continuation. Look at this, when you take the 50 minutes to 60 minutes, the bird goes out, the other bird incubates 60 minutes. They go and feed continuously for 45 to 60 minutes. Then you can see this changeover. So very clear, after 45 minutes, and they will have a shift. The male for 45 to 60 minutes, incubate, and again, male comes out, female goes like this, and then they will sit like this and they will incubate. After incubation, okay, maybe 20 to 25 days, what happens? Hatching results. From the egg, the chicks hatch out like this, and we say precoptial. What happens is soon after the hatching, the chicks can come out and they can feed independently, of course, with the help of the mother. That's called precoptial. Third, one interesting observation, only one I have observed. What happened? Suddenly, one, I don't know whether it's a male or female, just one bird carried or removed the cage eggshell from the nest site like this. Just they carried with the beak and they were swimming, carrying this eggshell to a certain distance from the nest site, and another partner joined with that, and both of them immerse they immerse in the water. And sometimes I also observed just eating some eggshell, remains of the eggshell. You know, what is the functional significance of this, the discarding of the eggshell? You know that when they retain this hatched eggshell in the nest, the predators may be attracted. So they will come and hunt the chicks. See how intelligent, how they take care in protecting their chicks. Wonderful parental care. So they will take care in just remove the eggshell from the nesting site to a certain distance and they embed so that they can avoid or they coming or attracted by the predators of the parental care. Parental illness, both male and female involves. This is called biparental care, like this. So this is both parents involved in this, and they bring the small fishes or whatever maybe animal matter, and they feed it to the chicks, and chicks wait for them. They follow very strictly their mother or father or both male and female, like this. I have seen six following this parents. So this is what parental care, how they take. So whenever there is any danger or anything that they hold under the wings during the hot sun also, they will just keep them under the wings. So this is wonderful parental care. Here, there is another behavior in this common moorhen is alloparental care. What happened here? Generally, both parents, male and female, involved in the taking care of the young ones or the chicks. But here we have some helpers. The juveniles involved in looking after the chicks. That's how we say that alloparental care. Care of hatcheries in addition to the parents. So juveniles involved in taking care of the young ones. Okay, they swim. I told you already, they are the good swimmers. Soon after hatching, the young one, the chicks, they will just come to the open water. They can swim and with their parents and keeping close to the concealing cover. Very close to the nesting site, they come out, and because whenever the predator comes, they will go to the nest. So that's what it's called the peacocks, and they come outside very easily. And now we can ask me why you are interested in this bird. See, as soon as after my AVC assignment from till 2010, and after that I moved to Chennai, and I settled Chennai in Kolattur, where we have this is called earlier called Kolattur. Kolattur means there is a number of ponds. This place is gifted with earlier 450 wetlands. Unfortunately, now we have only 25 wetlands. Now that's what I have chosen this, and whenever I go for this pond, fortunately, I used to study them. After my assignment, they gave me a very good, excellent assignment. Not only it demands on the housing, population demands on the housing. So what I will do, you include this is one of the best wetlands in the where we have the Calcutta highway from Coimbatore Central Bus Stand. We have highways, and left of the highways we have a very good wetland, but slowly just they encroach. Now what I see that this has been taken from 2010. Now I see that still there is no reach. Reach, we say that typha grass. Typha grass is gone. Icon has gone. Most of the buildings have come. This is the biggest problem. Encroaches. Real estate has come out. So now this is the biggest problem. So due to this encroachment or due to the pressure of the population, we have just enclosed the wetlands. We have made them as concrete building, and that's why in Tamil we say the Kalamal Pogum Neer Niraigal. So in Tamil wetlands called Neer Niraigal. So disappeared wetlands. And other earlier, see now across in that pond, earlier the corporate itself used to dump the sewage into this pond, and officially now it has all not done. See like this. Not only this sewage problem, we have a solid waste. The dwellers, they used to dump all the solid waste into this pond earlier. Now the scenario has been changed now. I'll talk to you later. What about the other threats? Do you have the predators? Yes. Mongoose you have, and you have the freshwater turtle, you have cats. And one interesting observation, you may not believe that, I could not believe my eyes. There is another one is the purple moorhen. The purple moorhen. One record of the sighting of the chicks of this common moorhen. I observed the purple moorhen hunted this chicks of the common moorhen. I could not believe it. Then I searched literature. I browsed the literature to my Google search, and I found 2 or 3 articles that they also recorded hunting of the chicks, not only the common moorhen, other chicks by these purple moorhen. The other threat is the predation by the crow. I always love to work with the crows. One has to study on the crows. Very interesting behavior. They are also very intelligent. Every aspect. They won't leave any habitat, not only wetland, all the habitat they prefer, and they do all sorts of things. And nest predation, see like this. So they come to the nest predation and they remove the nesting material. I observed they just damage the nest site of this bird, and nest material dropped on some other site like this. The crow is really the biggest problem for the common moorhen, other birds. Now now we can see we have seen the threats. We have to ask ourselves, I address to you, whether it becomes a wetland or a wasteland. Because you dump everything, not only solid waste, everything. You just pick it, whatever it may be, you dump everything wetland. So we have a habitat of that. Whenever we see a wetland or a pond of that, what happens? You used to dump everything. You urinate, you just on the banks, you just have a open defecating site. And I've seen the builders, whenever I go by field study, they put all sort of dump, they put all the remains of the vegetable matter, food matter, what waste, everything they dump in the pond. And in addition to that, the boys, whenever we buy, what happened? We used to throw the stones. So this is the behavior of a man or a child. What do you do? Even I did it. We did it. But what we'll do is we go to the pond and then you throw the stones. But we also want to try to dig the bird also. They don't know about the bird or conservation that we did. So they used to just throw some stone for fun. They don't have any information of that important the bird. So they just do for fun. And so that those I consider as whether it's a wetland or the wasteland. Now coming to conservation of these wetlands. This is called the restoration ecology or the ecological restoration. Where I was studying on this pond I showed you, this is called Haridas Main Road Pond. We have taken up a program like the local MLA, the constant MLA is our, then he was MLA, Mr. Stalin, now the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. He belongs to our constituency. He has spent 80 lakhs from his fund, MLA fund, and they started desilting or the dredging of this pond. They deepened this like this slowly, and now the pond looks like this. So there is no agriculture, all fence, up fence, and because this is, they have saved really so many hectares. Really, the 7,000 meters of this. We have a park here. We have a walkers park. We cannot contaminate. We cannot enter into this pond. But now what happened? You can also now I cannot see the vegetation there. In the restoration programs, we also the biologist or the field biologist or the wildlife biologist or the biodiversity conservationist feel very bad when you don't see any vegetation there at the neighborhood. But when I just inquired about this, they say that one of my students, Dr. Kalra, is the director of the river water restoration management program in Chennai, where I have the Adyar Eco Park. He says that the government policy is that first priority is the water. The provision of the water to the citizens, to the public is the priority of any government. That is why they say we give important for the provision of water, then the birds, then the animals. So that's what it's very clear, and the pond is very clear. Water is there even now. Even summer also we got this water. And what is the advantage of this protection of restoration ecology or saving our wetlands is that if you look at my maybe mine is maybe some 500 meters from that pond, you won't believe that my water table level is that up to 5 feet. You can just in 5 feet I get your water from the bore well. So that is one advantage of having a very big pond like this. That's why we have to save these ponds. Another thing is that they also taken up programs in Palikarnai. This also marshland. This has been declared as a reserve forest then, Tamil Nadu Forest Department. And again, one more thing is, I'm very proud to say that Palikarnai marshland has been just graded as one of the farm sites. And here, in addition to other bird sanctuary, Pichavaram and Karikal in Tamil Nadu, and this Pallikarna is one of the excellent wetland for all the wetland birds. Now, always say that when you want to have a conservation program, when you want to protect all these bird species, one thing is I always address how many are aware of legal protection of animals. It is very unfortunate that in our education system, we do not have a chapters, the lessons on the existing legal protection, not only animals, but other laws also. We have just ignored these laws. So there are a number of national laws and regulations and on animal experimentation. And I always tell to my zoology teacher friend and the students and other biodiversity people, ignorance of laws and regulation is not an excuse. Always remember, they cannot be ignored. It is, and one thing always is that all of us must remember, especially zoology, conservation must remember, this is the Constitution of India. Section 51AJ, you have to remember. As per the Section 51AJ, it requires from citizens as a fundamental duty. It shall be the duty of every citizen of India to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have a compassion or love for all living. So please kindly remember this Section 51AJ. If you remember only 51AJ name, you are one of the excellent conservationists. You will protect all the animals and also the plants. So there are a number of protection laws. We have Wetland Conservation Management Rules 2008, Environment Act EPA 1986, Management Conservation Rules 2008. Coastal wetlands are covered under the Coastal Regulation Zone. Wetlands rules, Government of India should enact the law. Wetland Act on the pattern of Forest Conservation Act 1980. So these are the various legal protection given to the public or to the wetlands. Now, always when you take up the education program or awareness program, I always put this slide. If you are thinking of 1 year ahead, just plant your paddy to get a rice. If you want to live for 10 years, raise saplings, plant trees. If you want to live for 100 years, educate the people. We have to educate the people. As I said, that common movement. We ignore though excellent word, even the zoologists. We never give importance to go for a field studies. That's one unfortunate thing in zoology curricular system, that we won't give much importance to the field-oriented programs. I always know when I was teaching, when I studied, nobody taught me what the meaning of the zoology. Zoology is the study of the, I underline, live animals, and also in their natural habitat, again under natural habitat. How many zoologists, how many zoology teachers teach? They taught zoology is the study of the live animal in the natural habitat. Now, when you talk about the educational awareness program, it is not only enough to just give awareness to the teachers, students, and other conservation. We have to plan to give professionals like engineers, apprentice, technician, decision makers, even you can take the administrative staff, development planners, designers, architects, town planners, health and legal, economic must also be trained in environmental awareness program or the protecting the wetlands, design the wetlands, how to protect them, because directly or indirectly their work can have a considerable impact on the environment. This is one of the pressure. They also respond for having a pressure on these wetlands. Now, I also taken for programs, and I also insist that you can start eco clubs, you can start nature clubs, you can organize the lectures and seminars, and you can distribute the pamphlets, must be displayed on the environmental play or games. You can also have it. So that's what I used to take my school children when I was just in ABC College, Mailadure, to the wetlands or the coastal area. And we also have a food chain. We can have a food chain. This is called games also. We have rallies. We can also organize seminars, rallies like this. And in the college campus, put just in the wherever you have the water drinking place, you can put the signboards like this. and like this. We can also have a field trip. First time we can get to the Pichawara mangroves, and this is called the Araval Pondicherry. I've taken the Araval, and we can also have the games like this. You expose the young students. These are the target group for our studies. You can just target them. This is the best age. Always field biologists must also plan for educating the school children, and also mass media. Excellent mass media, publish articles in the mass media, and whatever the thing is, think globally, act locally. The action of the local is very, very important. And thank you very much, Mishra, other participants, and also I take this opportunity to thank the chairman, Mishra, and also my good friend Dr. Pandurangan for having given an opportunity to share. I think if can I try some videos, Dr. Mishra? And hello.
Sir, if you permit, I think we should open this for
Maybe
few
one
questions.
Yes, sir.
one clip. One clipping. Just I will try with this. Video works. What?
Yes, sir.
No, just I want to just try with some video of these birds.
Yeah, please. Go ahead, sir. Satyanarayana, sir, please.
Okay. Just a chat. Video.
All right. So in that case, thank you very much for a very energetic, lucid, and animated presentation on several dimensions of Murray. Professor Satyanarayana, you never cease to amuse and surprise us with your energy levels and new information every time you choose to speak. So for now, let me take the initiative to open this session for a few questions, if any, please. Kindly feel free to pose your questions to Professor Satyanarayana, if there are any.
I will add one point. How to make
Yanji,
people
sir.
how to make people understand their fundamental duty. This is education. So each one teach one. I think that education is a must. Is my mind going?
No, it's not clear.
It's not going.
No, can I suggest others kindly switch off your mic. I think Ansari साहब आप फिर से पूछेगा आपको जो पूछना प्लीज पूछेगा. Others may please be keeping their mics off.
Yeah.
How to make people understand their fundamental duty? That is one thing. Is it that that each one teach one in education? We say think locally, act globally. So it is a fundamental right, but how to make it? That is, we have in constitution how to implement. Is it we have the education hardness is there. We have more in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, less in other places. So this is the reason for the decline of wetlands and flora and fauna. So we go for conservation, and also sewage treatment plants are not there in many areas. Yes. Yes, Professor.
Can anybody just repeat one word? I cannot got it. What is just addressing?
If I understand it correctly, he says, how do you reach out to the people and make them aware of their responsibility towards wildlife and environment very generally? Did I get that right, Ansari sir?
Yes. This is what.
Yeah. That's what we have to try with all the stakeholders. not only all the group, school children and then the policymaker, I told you, they have to be involved in that. Then we have a very good conservation program.
Any other question, please?
Hello, sir.
Yes, I think somebody wants to raise a question, please.
Yes, sir. So, not a
So
question.
kindly identify yourself. Kindly identify. Sunil Kumar ji. Haan ji, haan ji.
Yeah, my name is Sunil. I am calling you from Singapore.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So last 3 days I am just attending your webinar. It's a very wonderful. And Director noted, you noted that this think globally and act locally. It's a very wise quotation because in our state, because I am belongs to Kerala, so in our state we are studying environment and primary education at a classroom only. But you conduct a field investigation for the school level. It is a very good achievement. So we are also need to this type of primary education for the children. Since a person could not study after 10th or primary, he can understand what is environment for this policy. So this is a very nice presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Sunil Kumar ji. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Any more questions, please?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sadashivrao. It's very nice. You are very illustratively present how the birds adapted even within the metropolitan cities. Actually, within the city, find a suitable wetland and have a nest and then have their hatchlings. So they are also adapted to the changing environment very intelligently. That's very nice, and hope, as you pointed out, Pallikarna swamp in city is in Madras city is one of the best wetland now taken over by the forest department. Likewise, I think we have lost many good wetlands like a Valacheri lake. We have lost. There is no more lake in Valacheri. And as your experience, it is right. We should evaluate at least the present lake or whatever in different district wise, and we can recommend to the state government to protect and keep it for the posterity, because lakes always helps to recharge the water table. First one thing, and the community systems will come and it is having a great service to the productivity and increasing the product, particularly Vadamdangal, a small village where the bird sanctuary is sanctioned. The local people is actually taking care of the birds during the season, and in turn, their water is enriched with the nutrients and get a good harvest. So this is the way we should look how birds help in improving our agricultural productivity. So if you, as I generally say, if you take care of the birds, they will take care in our food system also. Thank you very much. And
Thank you, Pandurangan, sir. Thank you, Pandurangan. Are there any more questions? Any more questions, please?
Sir, I am Dr. Kandivan,
Yes,
Associate Professor, AP College of Arts and Culture. Professor Satyanarayana, a very good talk delivered to us. You explained all the details about the wetland bed, like morphology, habitat, adaptive features, functional morphology, the interesting features about the color change in 30 days, and also your social behavior, food and feeding habits, flying behavior, resting behavior, breeding behavior, nesting behavior, and also the architectural abilities, and the cup-shaped nest, floating net, and the parental care shift system is very, very interesting aspect in the wetland bed. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Very good, a wonderful presentation. It is very informative and innovative. It is very useful to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kandipan. And if there are no more questions, I think, are there any more questions, please? All right. So if there aren't any more questions, let me offer my comments. First of all, it has been a pleasure, a huge honor. And I thank Professor Skand Mishra to have given me this responsibility to chair this session of somebody as tall as Professor Satyanarayana in the field of wildlife biology. I think his passion and expertise reflects very well. His love for the field, of course, was profuse in the way he spoke, a very animated, energetic presentation. And I believe when I look at Professor Satyanarayana, the takeaway for me from him is that, well, teachers may retire, but they're never tired of the academic rigor. I think I remember very clearly what I learned from my teachers when I was a student, probably 35 years ago. I had a professor of wildlife biology who always told us 3 or 4 important things to be a good wildlife biologist. He said it doesn't take really a lot of instrumentations and the paraphernalia, but what one needs to be a good wildlife biologist, and let me quote my professor, he said, first of all, a keen eye for observation, huge patience and loads of perseverance because you don't get to see things immediately when you enter the field. Third important thing is a sharp interpretative mind, which I think Professor Satyanarayana very much has. And then he said, you don't stop at raising the questions and highlighting the problems, but you need to offer solutions. So I think another important thing for me, at least in the present times when there is a ban on use of live animals, I'm so glad and excited that Professor Satyanarayan has given us a very hard-hitting message that zoology is about life. It's not just about animations on the screen and digital dissections and all that kind of, I'm sorry to say, absolute nonsense, nonsensical policy of people who do not understand the essence of zoology. So I think I also use this opportunity to appeal to everybody. I need now to rethink on the whole, blanket ban on use of live animals in the teaching and studying and research of zoology. Thank you so much, Professor Satyanarayana. Once again, I remain extremely indebted to you. Always, you encourage all of us, and thank you, Professor Skand, for giving me this
Thank you,
opportunity.
sir.
Over to my co-chairperson, please. Kindly offer your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Co-chair,
Thank
sir.
you. Yes, sir. Kandipan, sir, already give his views,
Haji,
sir.
Haji. Perfectly. Thank you.
So, thank you, Professor Satyanarayana, sir, for giving even a nice talk in this webinar. And thank you, Dr. Manoj Borkar, sir, Dr. Kandipan, sir, for giving time and share and co-chair the session. Thank you, all of you. Okay. Now, next session. Our eminent speaker, Dr. Priyanka Agnotri, Principal Scientist, Plant Diversity Systematics and Herbarium Division, CSIR, NBRI, Lucknow. Chairperson, Dr. Tariq Hussain, Retired Scientist G and Head of Herbarium, CSIR, NBRI, Lucknow. And Co-Chairperson, Dr. Manas Bhaumik, Scientist E and Head of Department, BSI Industrial Section, Indian Museum, Kolkata. Welcome all of you, sir. And I am requesting to Dr. Tariq Hussain, sir, please chair the session, and Manas Bhaumik co-chair the session, and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Priyanka Agnotri.
Thank you, sir.
Hussain,
Yeah,
welcome.
thank you, sir. I can see, Sikharwar there, and then Dr. Anis Ahmad Ansari, I think he has left, and Dr. Pandurangan, and so many other people, all my students. Good morning to everybody. Now, today I'll be introducing my student. I'll be proud in introducing my student, Dr. Priyanka Agnihotri. And she is our speaker for today. Dr. Priyanka Agnihotri is among a few Indian taxonomists known internationally, associated with Field Museum of Natural History, Chicago, USA, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences in a number of collaborative research programs. And she has been doing these programs from several years now. And she has published around 125 research papers in SCI journals, and they have a huge impact also on the society, and they are all in very good journals, international and international journals. She is an expert in angiosperm taxonomy, evolutionary biology, and climate change studies, as evidence from her publications. She has disseminated the knowledge of angiosperm systematics to the universities and organizations under a number of biodiversity awareness programs, which have immensely helped in capacity building of taxonomists in the country. Now, she has, Dr. Agnihotri has completed taxonomic monographs of several. Thank you so much. Professor Ansari is there now. I can see him. Yeah, hello. Good morning. So, over to Dr. Priyanka. She can start with her presentation, and I wish her all luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for introducing me so nicely. And first of all, I am grateful to Professor Iskan Mishra, who has given me opportunity to speak before you all. And very good morning to Professor Pandurangan, Dr. Ansari, Dr. Sikarwar, Dr. Brijlal, and other distinguished listeners. The title of my talk this is my student to help me out in sharing my presentation with you all. The topic of my talk, is it visible to all of you? Kindly confirm.
No, ma'am, no.
It's not visible at all.
Sure.
Your screen is presented, but it's blank slide.
Yeah, blank.
Not yet?
Not as yet. मैम स्क्रीन दिख रही है लेकिन उस पर कुछ
हाँ वाइट स्क्रीन ओनली.
Okay.
अब आ गया मैम. हाँ जी.
So,
मैम sorry to interrupt. थोड़ा हाँ yes, now it's perfect. Sorry.
it's fine. Okay. The topic of my talk and title is Relevance of Herbarium in Plant Science Research. Traditionally, the primary importance of herbarium specimens was related to questions of taxonomy, the science that include identification, nomenclature, and classification of objects. Ideally, this would be done through the study of live plants, but when this is not in practical, referring to a collection of preserved or live plants is important. Beyond
your slides are being. No, your slides are not.
I'm just calling. इसको ऐसे रखो ना कि मुझे ये भी दिखाई दे इस मोड में रखो.
And please request him to have it full screen, please.
Full screen, yes.
मैम उसको full screen करिएगा. जी.
Is it better?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yes.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, then beyond their customary value to taxonomy, herbarium collections have become crucial for a wide array of studies, including such things as reconstruction of plant phylogeny, the spread and habitat preferences of invasive species, population trends of rare plants, identifying priority sites for conservation, pollination ecology, education, forensic science, ethnobotanical studies, and phenology studies, to name a few. The herbarium. Herbarium is a place where dried and pressed plants are arranged according to some known system of classification and are kept in the pigeonholes of steel or wooden cupboards specially prepared for the purpose. First of all, the term herbarium was coined by Linnaeus, the father of taxonomy. But before Linnaeus, it was Lugagini who who was the initiator of herbarium art and who collected plants, dried and affixed them on the paper in the form of herbarium specimens. And thereafter, in 17th century, Turnford was the scientist who referred herbarium in the form of a book of medicinal plants. He collected and dried the medicinal plants from the world and binded them in the form of herbarium specimens. Up to the time of Linnaeus, the same practice was continued, and it was Linnaeus who superseded the earlier term hortus siccus, which was given for the dry garden. And Linnaeus started the present form of herbarium and mounting them on the individual seeds and putting them one upon other on the horizontal order, which is known as today's herbarium. Historically, herbaria were also mostly private, and one of the important example of this act was done by J.F. Royle, who was in charge of Saharanpur Botanic Garden. What he did, he just carried away all the specimens he collected during that time and deposited in a private herbarium in UK. And it was not accessible to the general public. Even Hooker could not access it. And the result was that when it was discovered almost 100 years after his collection, it was destroyed. So it is better to keep the plants in some known herbarium. From time to time, herbarium has been described by different workers. Different definitions was given by the different botanists, and such a botanist was Fosberg, who was the expert of American flora and Caribbean island. He described herbarium as a great filing system of information about plants, both in the form of actual specimen and secondly in the form of published information, pictures and recorded notes. Thereafter, Radford, who was the author of the book on plant systematics, he described herbarium as a modern herbarium is a research, training and service institution that serves as a reference center, documentation facility and data storehouse. And besides actual specimens, it includes microfiches, microscopic slides, photographs, wood specimens, camera lucida drawings, field notebooks, and other unpublished reports. Now, what is the importance of herbarium? As all the taxonomists, in fact, I can say all the botanists, whether they belong to higher or lower plants research groups, they know how much herbaria are important for studying the plant sciences. Herbaria are vital resource of plant identification and provide a standard reference center for the verification of new plant material. They provide verifiable documentation of the past and present distribution and geographical range of plant sciences. Herbarium specimens can reveal valuable information about plant biology, including flowering time, habitat preferences, and associated species. They are the repository of type specimens, very valuable specimens, serves as a repository of chromosome, chemostatic, and experimental vouchers. And they are the repository of viable seeds also in the form of morphological collections. They provide long-term data sets on phenological and distributional observations. There are many full functions of herbarium besides just a platform for identification and verification of plant species. They have been a cornerstone of taxonomic research, but are only recently being recognized for their potential as a source of spatially and temporally extensive data on plants' functional traits also. A well-organized and managed herbarium serves manifold functions, and its role can be broadly divided into three groups. They are associated with basic research, other related research with the plant sciences, as well as education and training. For basic research, as I told you, they provide repository of voucher specimens and related data. They discover and confirm the identity of a plant or determine that is new to science and serves as a repository of new collections. They are the secure repository for type collections, the nomenclatural types, which is the most important specimen for any taxa. They provide material for making morphological measurements, provide data for floristic studies, revisions and monographs. They facilitate and promote the exchange of new material on the basis of loan and exchange also, provide locality data for planning field trips, allow for the documentation of flowering and fruiting times and juvenile forms of plants. They provide material for DNA analysis. Now it is possible to extract the DNA from the herbarium specimens. Doesn't matter how old this is. And in fact, it also doesn't matter whether it is poisoned or it is deep freezed. We can extract DNA from the herbarium specimens and many other things also. They provide information on rare, threatened, extirpated, or extinct species in the nature and provide label data and field notebooks that are necessary for the accurate databasing of the specimens. As I told you, historically, herbaria and other natural history collections were physical and intellectual spaces dominated by the taxonomist. Understandably, collections-based research still emphasizes describing biodiversity, describing new species, resolving taxonomic relationships, and compiling species checklists to document what organisms have lived, where, and when. The need for solid taxonomic research has only intensified in an era when the applied knowledge needed for effective biodiversity conservation is at an all-time high. The well-established conventional uses of herbaria can be placed into 5 non-mutually exclusive categories, such as we know, taxonomic and systematics. They are indispensable, as well as floristic and biogeographic studies also. Herbaria are indispensable, and this is the first and foremost act for studying if you are doing any monographic or revisionary work. Hello?
We can hear you.
Continue.
Okay. I thought I am disconnected.
No.
For species identification, if you have collected any plant material, whether it is new or it is already existing, so for verification and authentication, you have to consult the herbarium for scientific vouchers and as well as for education. How it is associated, how it is useful for the education? The long association of natural history collections with museum and universities has meant that since the inception of herbaria, many students, even in our herbarium, in open days, in technology days, and generally when the students from school, from colleges, and other researchers from different institutions, they visit, they look, they visit, and they study the herbarium specimens, how it is useful for their research and how they can plan their future if they are interested in studying the plant sciences. But besides these conventional uses, there are some other aspects where herbarium is also very useful. These are some newly perceived research. They have added more value to herbarium, bringing together functional ecology and natural history collections. Most of the foundational studies solidifying this functional trait perspective in plant ecology were possible only because of the compilation of many trait datasets collected from many sites and biome across the world. And this is a clear strength of herbaria. Although specimens have received much attention for their potential as vast source of genetic data. As I told you, many molecular systematic studies have been dependent upon the herbarium specimens. A focused synthesis of realized and potential uses of herbarium specimens in plant trait research is needed to effectively foster the development of these wide-ranging and impactful uses of herbarium specimens. The second is phenology. If we are studying the reproductive biology of any plant group, then we can get the phenological record, the phenological data sets from the herbarium specimens. It is now well established. With the identification purposes in mind, botanists have long focused on collecting specimens. They are already always collected in reproductive forms, whether flower or with fruit only. No vegetative specimens are accepted in the herbarium. A good practice is to collect in some reproductive forms. And when these data are collected in the reproductive forms, this is very useful for recording the phenological sets. Then another use is whole plant label. It is often unclear what trait will be important for taxonomic identification purposes. So we collect the specimens from, if it is herb, from root to apical shoots. If it is shrub, then complete twig at least representing the all kind of foliar, all kind of foliages and other parts such as flower and fruits. So this practice of collecting herbarium specimens as a complete specimen provide a very good opportunity to study the whole plant level. This aspect of collecting practice has made herbaria vast repository for whole plant level trait information. The next is leaf chemistry. A rising use of herbarium specimens in functional trait research includes sampling of leaf chemistry. Unlike whole plant traits, these traits require destructive sampling, although, because you have to pick out the small fragment of tissues for analysis. Even we have also done some such kind of study for from the herbarium specimens for a small plant group for the last 100 years. And we extracted the delta carbon isotope, that is stable carbon isotope, to check the water use efficiency during the course of time and in the era of climate change. The next is leaf and floral morphology. Morphological traits have been at the core of herbarium-based research for decades, most strongly in the context of taxonomic study. However, herbarium-based morphological measurements analyzed at the individual level in the context of functional trait theory have only recently come to the forefront. Recently, it came into force. However, morphological traits measured from specimens ranges from continuous to categorical traits and are measured at the level of leaves to reproductive structure. These morphometric studies include straightforward traits such as leaf size, or more complicated multivariate quantification of shapes such as geometric morphometrics. And given that herbarium specimens, they provide two-dimensional surface of the leaf, which is very important for morphometric analysis. Next is leaf stomata. We can utilize a small tissue sample, a small fragment of leaf sample for studying the stomatal structure. Herbarium specimens, this is in practice, herbarium specimens are affixed on the herbarium sheet so that few leaves are on adaxial surface and few are abaxial surface. And this practice provides spectacular opportunities for studying the stomatal count and stomatal structure from our past or earlier collected plant specimens. And it has been proved from some earlier studies made by Woodward. He measured the stomatal density of 7 woody species in Europe, reporting strong declines in stomatal numbers as a result of atmospheric CO2 increases, a phenomenon that has since been repeated across many studies. And these specimens were collected in early 1800s and in 1769. Such kind of studies we have also made, and our findings were published in Current Science almost 3-4 years back. Besides these studies, they are very much relevant for molecular studies also. New molecular methods such as next generation sequencing have made the extraction of genetic material from herbarium specimens possible, a developing field aptly named as museomics. It is named after the specimens used from the museum, from the herbarium. So this study has been named as museomics, as they provide an important source of DNA from rare and extinct species and from multiple populations for genetic and evolutionary studies. It is equivalently relevant for the conservation also, because one of the major challenges in ecosystem conservation is obtaining baseline data. Who will provide the baseline data? Today's data, present data we can gather from the field studies, but for comparison with the present and past data, we need baseline data. So herbarium are good source for providing baseline data for the comparison, for the whether it is for distributional record, whether it was for population studies. They are great source of data for the past distribution of specific plant groups or any threatened plant groups. How they are important? They provide essential baseline knowledge for conservation biology, and it is thus essential to ensure first the continued support of herbaria and their staff, so that biological specimens continue to be available into the future as new uses for them are found. Specimens continue being added to herbaria so that trends in space and time can be elucidated. Herbarium data are based accurately along with all the specimen associated field notes. Herbarium specimens are correctly named, and that names in databases are updated where necessary to reflect any changes in specimen identification. That way, conservationists will continue to gain from the rich resources available in herbaria. So it was all about how it is relevant for the plant sciences. I will touch. I think I am the only person who is speaking on the herbarium. So I'll touch some herbarium techniques and curation also, how it is important and what is the status of herbaria in the world. There are approximately 3,400 herbaria across the world. So first and foremost activity for establishment or for enrichment of any herbaria is the botanical collection. Now it depends what is the purpose of botanical collection. It may be whether for the establishment of new herbarium, for enrichment of existing herbarium, for studying a particular plant group, or for collecting plant material for introduction in the garden, or some genetic analysis or some bioprospection studies. So in the ethics of plant collection, we know what precautions and what measures should be taken. We should take the permits from prior to collection from the particular forest department or from the area or for a particular plant group. How we can find a specimen? It depends upon the localities. We should know the correct locality. We should have the prior information upon for finding a specimen in a particular locality. There should be a team, a sufficient numbers of the collectors should be there in the team, so that they can focus on different plant groups on the different habitats. Now what to collect? If we are collecting the common plants, then fewer number should be collected. If we are collecting rare plants, rare means here those specimens which are not well represented in your herbarium, then they should be collected in sufficient number, at least in triplicates. And if you are collecting a rare or new taxa, then also sufficient number should be collected for studying and for establishing a new species, a new taxa, and for making the sufficient number of type specimens. Then plants should be collected in different developmental stages. If once it is collected in flowering stage, then effort should be made to collect it again in the fruiting stage, so that all the reproductive stages may be represented for further and future studies. Field data. For each collection, field data is very important because they provide the baseline data for future studies. Every plant, every taxa, every individual specimen should be enriched with its location, habitat, GPS data, habit, and all other characters should be taken noted down right in the field. We should take the live photographs of the plants. And now, how to praise the specimens? Specimens pressing is very important. It should be praised like that. All the specimens, all the parts of the specimens are visible. If one leaf is visible on the dorsal side, others should be praised like that, so that we can see the ventral surface also. And it should be of a particular size, so that it is fitted inside the herbarium sheet. And if a big specimen is there, such as in case of grasses and other plants, they should be placed in either in the form of V shape or in N shape. Then arranging the plant parts. Plant parts should be arranged before drying to clearly show both surfaces of leaves and other reproductive structure. Then drying and sorting the specimens. We usually use the handmade blotting sheets for studying for drying the plant specimens. And nowadays blowers are also used for drying the specimens, and it is very conventional system, very easy, and in the overnight all the specimens are completely dried, and there is no effect of fungus and moisture. And this, so recently I found this when I was in a field trip with the Chinese people. So I saw this is very, very useful and very convenient. Then the other thing is mounting the specimens. Before mounting, we use to poison. Specimens are used to poison, but it is not recommended. It is carcinogenic. What we did, we were used to dip the plant specimens in mercury chloride in ethyl alcohol solution of and 5% solution of mercury chloride and ethyl alcohol. But now deep freezers are used for for disinfecting the specimens. And acid-free rack papers and permanent ink should be used for making the labels. And they are mounted on the herbarium sheet, which are handmade sheet of a particular size. This is a standard internationally recommended size, that is 16.5 into 11.5 inches. This you can see here, the different stages of mounting the specimens. We affix the plant specimen on the herbarium sheet with the help of glue, that is Fevicol, And after that, we stitch the plant specimens with the help of thread. These are mounted and stitched herbarium specimens. You can see over here. Then the other thing is the labeling of the specimens. The herbarium label size is also already defined. It should be 4 into 3 inches, and label data should include as specific as possible and applies to a range of collection number, because this is the information which is bounded or which is present with the specimens as long as that specimens is present in the herbarium. So this data should be rich enough. There should be very detailed information for the locality data, for the field notes, and especially for the habit, for the color of the flower, any hairs, and all those characters might be taken into consideration that might appear after drying of the specimens. These are the herbarium. This is the herbarium label, and these are the, you can see here, this is the vegetative specimen and this is reproductive specimen. So after that, handling the specimen, how to handle the specimens, and another process of herbarium curation is accessioning and incorporation in the herbarium. The vascular collections are arranged into the major plant groups and then phylogenetically by the families. All the recognized herbaria of the world are arranged according to some known system of classification, as all the Indian herbaria and Commonwealth countries herbaria, they are arranged according to Bentham and Hooker system of classification, and all the states herbaria are arranged according to Engler and Prandtl system of classification. But nowadays there is a pressure to link the herbarium with the LAPG system. We are also in the process of linking our specimens according to LAPG system. These are the compactors you must have seen. These are the specimens inside the herbarium, inside the cupboard, and these are carpological collections. Carpological collections are very important from conservation point of view, because sometimes fruits and seeds are kept apart from the original herbarium specimens. So they are important for conservation point of view, because sometimes viable seeds are very valuable. These are the spread collections which are kept in separate perspex trays and cells, and these are type specimens. A different a separate type section is there, are at least a logged and separate almirah is there to keep the type specimens. They are not kept with the general specimens inside the herbarium. And now every recognized herbaria of the world is given an acronym, that is a specific name. It is not exactly the abbreviation of the herbarium specimens, but it is a specific name that is used for the recognition of recognition for the recognized herbaria of the world. And it is given by the Index Herbariorum, that is a global directory of public herbaria and their staff. It was founded in 1935, and according to recent report of Index Herbariorum, that there are at least 3,240 herbaria in the world, and around more than 60 million specimens are found only in the USA herbarium. There are 3 types of herbaria in the world: international herbaria, national and regional herbaria. All the international herbaria, I'm just showing few of them. That is, the largest herbarium in the world is Natural History Museum, Paris. It was founded in 1635, and it has 8.9 million specimens. They are they have the representation from all over the world, from different continents. International herbaria are good represent. They have the good representation from the world, from different continents. The next herbarium, this is on the basis of the richness, how many specimens they have. There are 7.3 million specimens in the NYBG garden, Newark Botanical Garden Herbarium. It was founded in 1891. The third one is Kew Herbarium, Royal Botanic Garden, Kew. It was founded in 1835, and around 7 million specimens are there in the herbarium. And in Kew and British Museum, London, they have the good representation of Indian plant wealth. Then National Herbarium. The first one is CNH, Central National Herbarium, Kolkata. The abbreviation is CAL, acronym is CAL. It was founded by William Roxburgh in 1795, and around 2.5 million specimens are there, and they have good number of type specimens also. Around 12,000 type specimens are there in CNH. Then in Indian national level, third one is the DD, that is Herbarium of Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, Dehradun. They have around 340,000 specimens. And then the other number is Herbarium of National Botanical Research Institute, Lucknow. Then, this is a comparatively new establishment. When we compare with all other established herbaria, this was founded by founder director Professor K.N. Call, and it was established in 1953. This herbarium is arranged according to Bentham and Hooker system of classification, and total number of specimens present in this herbarium around 310,000. And I think very soon we will cross the herbarium of Dehradun, DD. These are the details of LWG herbarium. In angiosperms, around 109,751 specimens are there, and these are the numbers of different plant groups. We are very good. We have very good representation of lichens. I think we are the richest in the entire Southeast Asia. Lichens, we have 148,000 specimens of lichen. Our herbarium has been recognized as National Repository for Indian Flora under Biological Diversity Act 2002, and it was recognized in 2006. Then the next level is regional herbaria. These herbaria are associated with state, district, or a small area like a nature reserve. A particular, they are sometimes they are associated with a university or state or even a college, and they have the good representation of regional flora of that particular district or any national park or any World Heritage site even, or any protected area. They are very important. A small herbarium may be established in the colleges or at least at the university level, where the plants representing the floristic wealth of that region may be deposited. Under this program, the student of taxonomy may learn the herbarium techniques and will be aware with the regional flora and importance of plant diversity conservation. Then the next part of my presentation is the digitization of herbaria. As we know, this is the era of virtual herbarium. A virtual herbarium is a herbarium in a digitized form. That is, it concerns a collection of digital images of preserved plants or plant parts. Virtual herbaria often are established to improve availability of specimens to a wider audience. The motivating force behind most, if not all, of this new wave of herbarium use is the digitization of herbarium specimens. Although it started decades ago, specimens digitization had picked up steam with the past decade because of the birth of widespread nationally funded digitization initiative across the world, many of which are either ongoing or expanding in its scope. However, digitization is an ever ongoing process. As the herbarium enrichment of herbarium is continued, it is a dynamic process. So It is ever ongoing process, and the association of other metadata such as relevant field nodes is very much in its infancy. So what is the importance? Specimens digitization broadly includes transcribing specimen level information to searchable database, georeferencing, creating high resolution digital images of each specimen. Digitization makes specimens more findable. Second, high resolution images further facilitate access to physical specimens, and research uses for the digital images themselves. Yeah, for example, more than 85 million plant specimens are now digitally available through the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, that is GBIF alone, with roughly 40 million geo-referenced and nearly 33 million with images. There are some herbarium data management systems. There are wide range of database systems being developed and used in herbaria around the world. Yeah, these are the database system where we can use any of it according to our need and available and data available with us. There are some databases with text only. These are the world databases which represent only text, whereas the other databases, there are associated images also. Here you can see number of databases are there. Some online international herbarium databases, that is Natural History Museum. It is available online. You can search it after sitting right in your lab, and you can access. This is Q Herbarium. All the big herbarium are now digitized, and all the available information, if not all, but most of the specimens have been digitized and they are available on the web. This is New York Botanic Garden. This is Neotropical Herbarium data specimens, and some online herbarium databases are also there. This is NVIS. These are the NVIS Center on Medicinal Plants. And this is Janki Amal Herbarium. This is the Herbarium of Triple IM, Jammu. A small herbarium, but very successfully digitized. This is CNH. I think all the type specimens are already digitized, are in progress. And this is the digitized database of Herbarium of National Botanical Research Institute. This is our herbarium, and although it is at the moment it is not functional, there are some technical problem, but it is available online, and you can search what the specimens you want to see. These are the different. You can see zoom. Magnificent zoom, you can see the specimen, and you can zoom it up to 3200 times for more closer studies. And this is the way how you can search for NBRI herbarium. You can go to virtual herbarium, then you would have to create your account, then you will get a username and password. After that, you can access the specimens whichever is available on the web. I think this was all about the herbarium, the World Herbarium status, and the herbarium digital databases. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please. Dr. Ansari wants to ask a question.
Not question, around, it is around 2 dozen aspects he has described so extensively, elaborately, described everything. I am very happy to hear and to see that she has gained so much knowledge, and I congratulate. The one thing is, we are going to publish world monograph on pedicularis. So this is a very good news, and you are going to have a world-class monograph in India. I think after Sadashivrao by Dr. T.N. Khochu, I think am I audible?
Yeah.
Sadashivrao was revised by Dr. T.N. Khochu. That was a very good monograph. This will be the next, it seems. So Dr. Tariq Hussain as a guide, supervisor, and mentor. So I congratulate Dr. Agnihotri. I am very happy to hear and to know, and I think you have sufficiently uh, uh, I mean, elaborated the point and the importance, the modern techniques, modern approaches, of course, the digitization and the other things what you have told. And it is also for the youngsters who are attending this webinar to set up and to expand this. Say the taxonomy is not very classical. It is a very dynamic and it is timeless, fundamental, and timely application. So, district level taxonomy, herbarium was proposed as back as 1954 by Dr. Santapur and many others. So, I think with these few words, I once again the school of Dr. Tariq Hussain and all the taxonomy staff and with that I wish them all good luck and let them flourish and bring some good monograph and good revision. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ansari, for your good words. Yeah. So now, anybody else?
Yes, sir. If I may ask a question, please. This is
Yeah.
Manoj Borkar from Goa. Dr. Agnihotri, thank you so much for letting me reconnect with botany after almost around 38, 40 years. I am a student of zoology, but I did study botany as a student undergraduate course. Your presentation introduced me to the digital aspect of herbarium preparation. We were into a more conventional press and kind of prepare herbarium sheets way back. I have a question, which is about, are you aware of any floral taxa that has been overexploited because of live specimen collection to the point of no return, and how would this modern digital taxonomy help that out? I hope I'm clear in my question. Any floral taxa which has been overexploited, essentially because too many specimens or live specimens have been picked up. In maybe a decade ago, we had this apprehension with a lot of this specimen from the maybe the Valley of Flowers and.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, I mean, are you able to connect your expertise with that kind of anxiety?
Then Dactyloryza latifolia.
Even Berberis has been exploited in the field. Lot of I've seen myself truckloads of, because the roots are itself taken out, because the roots have that medicinal property. So the whole plant is disturbed from the habitat. So there are so many medicinal plants which are being exploited and they are being on the brink of extinction, or they have become rare. All these things are happening.
Hussain साहब, मैं commercial exploitation की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. I am categorically asking a question for the purpose of academics and research.
Okay.
Actually, during the course of our research and field studies, we have come across of many localities, such as once we had seen in Kashmir, what were there? Pinus valiciana, that is blue pine, very important plant, and it was luxuriantly growing in Gulmarg area. But before 2 years, we have seen it. It was number of individuals were there. A big population was there, and once we have visited over there, then all the plants were cut down, and big hotels were standing over there. So, on the base for the developmental activities, for commercialization, for many things, destruction of the habitats, and all other anthropogenic pressure, I think, are the main reason for disappearance of the plants. And even in you are talking about Valley of Flower, we have visited many times, almost in every year or alternate years, we visit to Valley of Flower. And we had seen many plants which we have collected, and they are not available over there. So this is not the only the exploitation for commercialization. There are some other reasons also. Some natural reasons are there. Some disruptive bottlenecks are there. Some you can say some not only man-made causes out there for disappearance of the specimens. Some other environmental effects are the main causal factors for disappearance of the plant specimens.
Thank you, ma'am.
And that's why before proceeding to any floristic studies or any monographical revisionary studies, first we study the herbarium study so that it can provide the baseline data for the past distribution and past wealth of that particular area if it is represented in any herbarium.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I think
One thing,
Professor Borkar and Anthosiras and Rixia were collected for the practical purposes for class. So some bryophytes were collected hugely, so they disappeared. Many have become. And the second is Nepenthes khasiana also collected from wild to show the picture plant. These plants are collected especially for the practical purposes in the BSc, MSc and other classes. So some of the bryophytes and some also pteridophytes also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
actually, I am retired Professor Satyanarayana from biology, ABC College, Tamil Nadu. Actually, excellent presentation, Priyanka. So I'm very happy to know that now we are approaching the digital technology, like digital herbarium, like what we are planning for the digital museum for the zoology laboratories. And actually, when we have digital technology, excellent digital technology, digital herbarium, why still you encourage the traditional herbarium, because we know that there are a lot of problems now getting permission in the forest department also very difficult to enter into the forest. Collection of the plant material also, so the students should be made aware of the existing digital technology, because now it's very difficult. Now the herbarium culture has gone because of due to the. We have one more thing is on the legal protection to the animals. Whatever the legal protection to animals, so because even when you process in the herbarium, the day will become prosecuted by the forest officials when you have the endangered plant material in your herbarium. That should be cautioned to all the herbarium people. That should be undertaken. Keep aware of the existing legal protection. Even plant materials are there in your herbarium. It will be subject to the legal prosecution. So what's your opinion today? And lastly, one more thing is seed. With this seed, is it very difficult to identify the species? Because I collected from the bird fecal matter, droppings of the bird, the seeds. When I went to lot of herbarium institutions, when they find the seeds, it's very difficult to identify a plant species. What's your opinion there?
So, as well as it is related with the digital herbarium. So, without actual herbarium, we cannot develop a virtual herbarium. The virtual herbarium is important and it is significant if we are studying the plant. If we study the plant in across the world, apart from the actual herbarium. But for making virtual herbarium also, we have to prepare the actual herbarium. Then only we can prepare the virtual herbarium. So the importance of the classical herbarium will never end. It is the basis for making the virtual herbarium. How we will prepare the virtual specimens? Somehow we have to prepare the actual herbarium, then we will digitize and it will be presented on the web. As well as for the other thing is concerned with the identification of a plant seed now. So yeah, then there are some organizations such as NIPGR is there, who have a well-established seed bank. Yeah, they can help out in identifying a particular plant seed. Otherwise, if it is, we can check the viability and we can grow in appropriate habitat, and after providing appropriate and significant supportive agro techniques, then we can identify the plant. Because we have seed. We don't have actually seed bank, although we have corpological collections, but NIPGR is very rich for seed bank.
I have one suggestion on that one. For identification of seeds, we can use the barcode facility available now in through molecular approach.
Yeah, for that
that is-
also you would have to develop the barcode for the
Yes.
that particular seed. Yeah.
So I could also see Dr. Brijlal on the screen. Yeah, hello, how are you?
Yes,
So,
sir.
Oh,
do you
namaskar, namaskar, namaskar,
yeah,
namaskar.
anything from your side?
Yeah, Dr. Ansari, namaskar. Dr. Tariq,
Yes.
it is always exciting to see NVRI colleagues on screen, and credit go to Dr. Professor Misra, single platform. So I must thankful to Misra ji first, and I must congratulate Dr. Priyanka for her exciting talk, and it was really very comprehensive. She touched upon all aspects, right
Thank
from
you so much, sir.
traditional approach to modern approach, and it is essential nowadays because nowadays they multi-dimensional approach to study any discipline in subject. So she really touched upon, and moreover, her presentation took me back to NVRI, just reflecting that NVRI building and her digitization that where I was working. Dr. Tariq, or Dr. Sikarwar, you are all colleagues there. So it is very thrilling for me, especially because I got so excited to see this presentation. Moreover, I feel proud that I am also a part. I have been a part of this bit contributing herbarium to this international herbarium of NVRI. So I got opportunity. I must thank to CSIR and NVRI and my colleagues working. And I wish you all the best, Priyanka. Go
Thank you
ahead
so much,
and
sir.
please do more and more better work recognition of the institute and you are honest and for the
Dr.
country.
Tariq Saab,
Yes.
एक चीज मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा, the camaraderie and connect between botanists is so heartwarming. I think we zoologists must learn a lot from you people. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I really love the way you kind of you feel so happy to reconnect and talk to one another. I think there's a lot for the fraternity of zoologists to learn from you. Thank you, sir. Very kind of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And one thing here, I just in relevance to Dr. Manoj's question, because he was talking about material is diminished due to of research purposes.
Exactly, sir.
What I understand. So what I feel that generally botanists are highly sensitive and they understand which is highly threatened, which is not, which to be picked up or not. So regarding Markensia rixia, these are very quick generating plants. So I don't think they are threat for such plant because they are seasonal, so they get easily. But yes, certainly in case of certain Nepenthes, others, many taxa, Pictorrhiza, Dacrorhiza, which are uprooted. So these are threat, and I think what I personal experience that people are generally sensitive, and even Dr. Priyanka likes to, those are working, Dr. Sikura, they should sensitize students just about this such things, how to pick them, what to pick and what not, very sensitively. So this is what I feel.
Thank you, sir. Very kind of you.
Dr. Tariq, please conclude, sir.
Yes, yes. Now, thank you for participating, and especially Dr. Anis Ansari, Dr. Skan Mishra. Yeah, he gave this opportunity for us to be on this platform. Dr. Brijlal, Dr. Sikharwar, all these people are there, and I really enjoyed also this session, chairing this session. And I thank Dr. Agnihotri for giving a very informative talk. Thank you so much. And I think hand over to. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka, for delivering an excellent lecture. And
given time in this webinar, and thank you both, sir. Okay. Yes,
some
sir.
people have criticized the herbarium. So Dr. Lara Rao published a paper in Current Science. Are herbaria redundant?
Yes, Dr. Arora.
Dr. Priyanka clearly explained what is the importance of the herbarium, old herbarium and virtual herbarium. So congratulations, Varsika, for Priyanka, for your excellent presentation, and I think it will be very useful to the users, particularly students or botanists.
Thank you, all of you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now, next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. C. Chandrakashan Shiv Peruman, Officer in charge cum scientist is Zoological Survey of India, Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar Island. Chairperson Dr. Ramakrishna, formerly Director, Zoological Survey of India, and co-chairperson Dr. Vivek Kumar Sahu, Assistant Professor of Zoology, JNRM, Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar. Oh, welcome all of you, sir. And I am request to Dr. Ramakrishna, sir. Please share the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Shiv Perumal. Sir, please unmute yourself. Dr. Ramakrishna, sir.
Okay. Is it audible?
Yes.
Is it audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Namaskar. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be with you all on a very important webinar session on various aspects of animal and plant science. As all of us know, India is a mega biodiversity country with more than 1 lakh to 3,200 species of animals, more than 56,000 species of plants in the country, thus making it a mega biodiversity country. Really, we are fortunate to live in such a country where our geographical area covers 4 important biodiversity hotspots. One, the Himalayan hotspot. The second in the Western Ghat hotspot. The third one is the Indo-Burmese hotspots. And the fourth one is the Sundaland hotspot. So these are very important areas of biologically rich areas wherein the human activities as well as the species diversities are interacting. I am really fortunate to introduce one of my eminent speaker, Dr. Shiva Perman. He is the officer in charge and the joint director in Zoological Survey of India at Port Blair. I have been asked to reduce his biodata because it runs about more than 3.5 pages. So I'll just give you a very essence of his work that has been carried out because it will take a very long time and reduce his speaking hours. Dr. Shiva Perman had his MSc from Bharathidasan University. He had his PhD from KFRI, especially on the birds scenario. As all of us know, we have about 1,364 species of birds are distributed in this mega biodiversity country of the world. So he has worked on the birds of the Indian subcontinent. Now he is associated with the birds of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which is an area with a 2 important hotspots, namely the Indo-Burmese hotspots as well as the Sundaland hotspots. So this is one of the important area where he is carrying out. Now, his research in his PhD is on Vembanad, birds of Vembanad, that is from Kerala. So you can imagine how much he has involved in the bird morphology, the bird taxonomy, and the bird distribution. So at present, he is working upon not only the birds, he is also working upon the coral reefs, he is working upon the forest ecosystem, he is working upon the mangrove ecosystem, he is also working upon the grassland ecosystem of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, as well as the sea grass and sea weeds. Now, he is extensively involved in the field studies. Dr. Shiva Perman is not only from Andaman and Nicobar or Kerala, Vembanad, he was working in the desert regional station at Jodhpur. He was at the Western Ghat. He was in the Eastern Ghat. He was in the main peninsular India. So he has worked on the many important aspects of the bird scenario in the country. Now, in addition to that one, he also worked upon the bird distribution, the bird biology at the Antarctica. So he was also one of the members of the 36th Antarctic expedition. So that is how he has come up as a man of birds, as continuing as a bird taxonomist and a bird distributional specialist. He has received a number of young scientist awards from the Department of Science and Technology. He has received an award from the Japanese International Cooperation Agency. He has received fellowships from the Andaman and Nicobar Science and Technology, and he has received many awards for his work in the mainland as well as in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So at present, he is also working upon, he has taken a number of projects, more than about 10 projects from the different, at present he has got on his hand, more than 10 projects from the Department of Science and Technology, from the Ministry of Environment and Forest, and from the Biotechnology, the Department of Biotechnology also. So he is one of the leading scientists of the country, working upon not only the birds, but the other groups of the animal kingdom also. He has delivered talks in various aspects, conducted national and international training courses. He has recently has completed one of the important training courses from the Department of Biotechnology as well as from the Department of the Science and Technology at Andaman, sitting at the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So in addition to that, to his credit, he has more than 40 books at the national and international level, and that too from Springers and from the academic press. So books are from academic press, books from Springers, and books from the Indian various publishers from the Indian government also. Recently with me, he has published a book on the history of zoology in India and the present status, which runs more than 900 pages. So that is his contribution as far as his is concerned. He has visited more than 50 labs. He has visited more than 50 labs to understand and to give a guidelines to the government for the how to develop the the laboratories in the various parts of them. He is a member of what is known as his scientifically he is a research guide for many universities, and he has already given 9 people for his research. That means to say that 9 people have already taken the PhD under him, and 5 more are working under him. So this is how Dr. Sivapraman has been working on various aspects of it, and he is also responsible for capitalizing or formation, conceptualizing the National Coral Reef Research Institute in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So as all of us know, Andaman and Nicobar is one of the prime area for the research. So he has done quite a good amount of research, including the post-tsunami research also. He has done quite a good work in the Coral Reef Research Institute at Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So because of his continuous involvement in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, recently, the Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah also visited Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and also he has inaugurated his research lab to the entire public, to the scenario. So that is his contribution. So I request Dr. Sivapraman to take up the stage and to give an overview of the bird distribution in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And I also request Dr. Vivek Sahu, my co-chairman, who is an eminent zoologist, to finally conclude and then to take up the question and answers. Since the subject is quite a huge one, my request to the question and answer may be reduced to 1 or 2, because we don't want to take up the others' time also. So with this one, I hand over to Dr. Sivapraman to take up on the bird distribution in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Thank you, Dr. Siva.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful introduction and appreciation of our work which you are doing in Andaman Nicobar Islands. I'll share my PPT. Is it visible, my PPT?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. The respected chairman, Dr. Ramakrishna, our former director, my co-chairman, Dr. Vivek Sahu, and organizer of this webinar, Dr. Mishra sir, and other senior officials and colleagues. I'll be taking you to Andaman Nicobar Islands to show the birds of Andaman Nicobar Islands. Before coming to the birds of Andaman Nicobar Islands, a few slides I would like to show what is Andaman, what are the important habitats are there, then important islands are there. So you know all might have seen map of Andaman Nicobar Islands. This Andaman Nicobar Islands is one of the submerged mountain in the Indian Ocean. Almost 100 million years ago, they had a connection with the Indian mainland and the South Asian countries. Due to tectonic movement, about 100 million years ago, it got detected. Now it is submerged islands in the Indian Ocean. There are 836 islet and rocky outcrops, which is extending almost 800 kilometers from south to north. As you mentioned by our chairman, so Andaman is very rich in biodiversity compared to any other ecosystem. And also due to isolation of this island, endemism more than any other ecosystem of our country. We have two group of islands. One is Andaman group of island, another Nicobar group of island. These two groups is separated by 10-degree channel. Of course, there are many channels in between small islands, but this is a major channels which is separating Andaman group and Nicobar group. We have major river, Kalpang River, Galatia River. We have our Andaman wood pigeon is a state bird, Andaman Padak is a state tree, and Duhong is a state animals. Andaman Payama is a state flower. There are many islands are there, as I said, 836 islands. Largest island, the Andaman group is a Middle Andaman group, and the smallest island is Karlu Island. And in Nicobar group, largest island, Great Nicobar, and the smallest in Pilomilo. We have several peaks, but not compared with the mainland. So our peak is very small. Our peak is only 732 meters, which is a saddle peak in North Andaman group, and 642 Mount Tulier is a Great Nicobar and Nicobar group. This is a saddle peak, North Andaman. Then Mount Tulier, aerial view of Mount Tulier, Great Nicobar. This is a side view of Mount Tulier. Then our coastal morphology, we have sandy beaches, rocky beaches, mangrove, sandy, all supported by beaches. Our extent of beach area is 1900 kilometer length. And our climate is a tropical climate. We are receiving 300 centimeter rain throughout the year. And our temperature also varying 23 to 31. We have volcanic island. One is Narcondam Island. Another one is Barren Island. Barren Island is still active, and Narcondam is extinct volcano. This is a Barren Island. This is a Narcondam Island. We have Narcondam. Then besides, we have mud volcano in North Andaman group and Middle Andaman group. This is a North Andaman group mud volcano. Then we have limestone cave. Actually, we have opened only one cave for tourism, but there are more than 500 caves in Middle Andaman, North Andaman group of islands, which normally we do go for survey. And we have tribes. We have 6 tribes in 4 in Andaman group of island and 2 in Nicobar group of island. In Nicobar group, we have Nicobaris. Of course, Nicobaris established throughout Andaman Nicobar Island and in mainland also. But we have one tribes that is called Sombans. They are living only in the Great Nicobar group of island. And besides, we have 4 tribes. One is Jarwa. They are living south and middle Andaman group of islands. Then Great Andaman is in State Island. Sentinels, which we don't know, still we could not able to make a contact. That is they are in North Sentinel Islands. And another tribes, Little Andaman as Wonkis. Then our distance is compared with the Indian mainland. We are so close with other countries than our Indian mainland. Then, as you know, all you have heard about the cellular jail. It was started in 1896 and completed in 1906. There are 696 cells, and the cell size is only 14.8 feet to 8.9 feet size. And there is no ventilation. Only one gate is the front gate, and they used more than 30 lakh bricks to construction of this cellular jail. The solitary cell, the named is a cellular jail, and there were 7 spoke. One cell, they can see that other spoke of backside, so nobody can have this face-to-face interaction in the cellular jail. Then another island called a very important island, formerly called Ross Island. Now it is named as Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Island. During a British period and also Japanese period, they used their administrative headquarters. And during Japanese period, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose came here in the year 1943, and he raised our Indian flag before independence. This is a view of Ross Island. And if you have 20 rupees note, you can take and see. There is the backside, you can see one small lighthouse. That lighthouse is in Andaman Nicobar Islands, which is in South Andaman. Then we have several beaches, but this is one of the beach called Radhanagar Beach, one of the Asia's best beach. And also we got blue flag certification. Before construction of cellular jail, this Ras Island, the Viper Island used as a jail purpose. We have sawmill, one of the oldest sawmill. This is Indra Point. It's our southernmost point of our country. Then this aerial view. Then we have southernmost airport, which is controlled by INS Boss, Indian Navy. Galathea River is the southernmost river. Besides, there are many rivers in the Great Nicobar Island. River Dakma, River Alexandra. Then this is the southernmost school in Great Nicobar Island. Our Indian southernmost school. Then this is the southernmost police station of our country. Then this is the southernmost Gurudwara, which is located in Campbell Bay, Great Nicobar Island. And then this is the northernmost island of our Andaman group, that is landfall. Then now I'll be moving to avifauna of Andaman Nicobar Islands. This avifaunal studies of Andaman Nicobar Islands, it is initiated during British period, especially by Blythe, Bevan, Hume, Edward, Blythe and Butler. But mainly they explored the avifauna of Andaman Nicobar Islands, most of the major islands and also some small islands. Then after the establishment of Bombay Natural Society, Dr. Abdul Ali, Dr. Humayun Hussain, also Salim Ali also visited Andaman Nicobar Islands to explore the avifaunal diversity of this island ecosystem. Then zoology, from Zoology Survey of India, also from mainland, also our Andaman Nicobar regional centers, they carried out during 70s and 80s, and mainly they explored, made a checklist of avifauna. Then during 90s, under the leadership of Dr. Ravi Shankaran from Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural Society, they landed. They mainly concentrate on endemic and endangered species. Then Dr. Lalitha Vijayan and his team also came, and Dr. Shivakumar, he made detailed ecological studies on Nicobar Megapod in Great Nicobar Island, and also Dr. V.S. Vijayan also visited. And mainly they concentrated endemic species, particularly few species they concentrated like Megapod, Andaman Crake, and also Andaman Teal. And then under the leadership of Dr. Priya Devidar, she also studied island-wise distribution of bird communities in particularly Andaman group of islands. Then since 2008, our team, we are doing survey. We have carried out survey from south to north, that is southernmost point of Indra Point, Great Nicobar Island to northernmost point of Landfall Island. We stayed in several interior islands during our stay, and we surveyed length and breadth of island. This project, some of project is our internal program sponsored by Ministry of Environment Forest. Besides, we got some external funded project also through our Environment Ministry, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, then Ministry of Defense also. We got a few project to study the bird hazard studies in the Naval Airport in Andaman Nicobar Islands. So as a result, now we have 377 species of birds, species and subspecies of birds in Andaman Nicobar Islands. These we can classify into resident, local migrant, winter migrant, passage migrant, summer migrant, like that we can classify. So among the birds, crab, we have only one species of little crab. This is normally found in the shallow water and small water bodies in South Andaman, also Little Andaman group of island. And we have frigate birds also. We have all three species of frigate bird, which we have in India. Normally during before onset of monsoon, these fellows used to come to island ecosystem. And we have pelican. Compared to India, we have 3 pelicans, but we have only one species of pelican. But it is a rare sighting. And egret, herons, we have good number of egrets and heron, 19 species of egrets. Normally they do find in the shallow water, mudflats, and also some grassland ecosystem, and interior wetland also we have. Among the egret and heron, only Chinese egret is a migratory birds, which we reported first time from island ecosystem and also South Asia during after 2013. Remaining all resident species. So these are some of the species of egrets. This is a Chinese egret. Normally this crust, normally you can see all the egrets during breeding season. But this fellow always they'll be having. And this look like our little egret. But there are some variations in the feet and beak. And we have Chinese Pandagaran. Normally we will be confusing with the Indian Pandagaran during breeding season. But this is a Chinese Pandagaran, which we have in island ecosystem. And the Pacific egret. This fellow normally associated with the coastal ecosystem. Beyond 100 meters from the coast, you cannot see. Wherever coastal and the rocky shore is there, you can see this fellow. And these are some of the egret, pictures of egrets. We have little green heron. Also, we have Nicobar little green heron, median egret, little egret, Chinese egret, Chinese Pandagaran, grey heron, reef Pacific egret, large egret, yellow bitten, purple heron, Chinese chestnut bitten, and cattle egret. Then we have these all are egrets, and I would like to show some Pandagaran, median egret, large egret, grey heron, purple heron. These all are not gregarious bird, but a solitary individual. Only small packet we can see. Cannot see all wetland, South Andaman, even some patches of Middle Andaman. Of course, Nicobar, Great Nicobar is very common. Then we have Pacific reef egret, then chestnut bitten, then Chinese Pandagaran. Then Andaman little heron, as you can see. Then we have little Great Nicobar little heron. You can see that lead color is red in color, and Andaman is greenish in color. Then we have open bill stork. Actually, these fellows during 30s it was introduced to control the African snail population, but it was vanished. They could not establish this population in island ecosystem. But what happened 2-3 years back? There was some fire effect in the Indonesia. So most of the species they flied and they reached to island ecosystem. Our Andaman, also Nicobar group of island. And since then, regularly we are spotting this fellow in both the island Andaman and also Nicobar group of islands. And ibis, this before 2015, this was not reported in the island ecosystem. We have reported first time from this island ecosystem. And ducks and teals, we got 12 ducks and teals. Andaman teal is a resident species, and then we have lesser whistling teal, cotton teal. These are the residents resident commonly found in the Andaman Nicobar Islands. And remaining species are migratory. During migratory season, we can have all the species, but not like a mainland. You can see gregarious, 1,000 individual or 500 individuals in single place. But like that, you cannot see in Andaman Island. These are all ducks and teals, which we have during migratory season. Knob-billed duck, mandarin duck also we do have, the northern pit-tail, Peruvian pochard. Then these are some of the pictures of ducks and teals. Then we have forest species. We have kites, we have eagles, we have harrier, we have sparrowhawk, we have buzzards. Total of we have 33 species. But this white-bellied sea eagle, very common fellow. Wherever you go to any beach areas, coastal area, you can see this fellow commonly. Then we Andaman serpent eagle, and we have Great Nicobar serpent eagle. So now the smallest eagle among the eagle, found only the Great Nicobar and Little Nicobar group of island. Besides, we have this subspecies, Andaman black-crested pasa, mainland also you can see. Then this Andaman serpent eagle, very common, commonly found in Andaman group of island. So now the endemic species. We have 30 pure endemic species, 20 in Andaman and 10 is Nicobar group of island. Then we have Andaman crested serpent eagle, Chinese sparrowhawk. Then megapod is one of the very important species of bird in this Andaman island, Andaman Nicobar group of island. There are 22 species of megapod found throughout the world. In Nicobar group, we have two species. One is Central Nicobar, another one is Great Nicobar and Little Nicobar group of island. Why it is called megapod? You see that mega means large, then pod. This is a leg, it's a large pod. Actually, this fellow, they do construct a mud nest in the ground. They're using more than 4 tons of soils they're using to construct the nest, and every year they will renovate that nest. Of course, they'll use the same mount, but they do some renovation activities in the mount. Also, after laying egg, they will not sit for brooding. They cover with leaf litter and berries, and that an egg will get a natural heat. Even our domestic chicken, what they'll do after hatching, they will get parental care. But this fellow, they will not get parental care also. Immediately after hatching, they will be separate from the parents. Then besides, we have other group rails, crake, moorgans, coots. Of course, coots, you can see plenty of individual in mainland, any freshwater ecosystem, wetland. But here, on minimum number of individual you can see. This also during 12-13 only we reported. We have Andaman crake, one of the endemic species. Then slaty breasted rail, white breasted waterhen. Then my shorebirds are waders. We have a good number of waders. Compared with the east coast, west coast, we are also equally supporting this island ecosystem, supporting for waders and shorebirds. These all are true migratory species. They are a small to medium-sized bird, which generally found in the shallow water and mudflat. Their size is normally 12 to 22 centimeter. They are true migratory species, which are generally coming from Central Asian countries. We have pheasantile jasana. This is, of course, this migratory species in island ecosystem. Then we have flyways. There are nine flyways, but out of 9 flyways, only 5 flyways are very, very important. But you can see the map. Most of our country covered by Central Asian Indian flyway, and the east coast and northeastern part of our country, and our Andaman Nicobar Islands covered by Central East Asian Australasian flyway. Let's see why these 2 flyways are very, very important for our country. The Central Asian Indian flyway is one of the smallest flyway, starting from northern hemisphere and ending in that Indian hemisphere. This is a map of Central Asian flyway. There are many migratory species of wetland birds, including some forest species also using this flyway. More than 300 plus species using this flyway. Some of the iconic species in this flyway are great knot, curlew sandpiper, little stint are some of the iconic species in this flyway. So these are some of the important bird areas identified by BirdLife International in the Central Asian Indian flyway. Then we have East Asian Australasian flyway. This is one of the largest flyway. There are 22 countries using this flyway. In this flyway, 50 million migratory birds found in this flyway, of which 8 million are shorebirds. Out of 8 million, 5 million shorebirds are taking migration every year. This, as I said, this is covering by 22 countries. In Andaman Nicobar Islands, we are getting migratory species from August end to September, and also they will be here up to March or April. So one of the very, very interesting species of migratory species which we have, one of the species called Bartle Godwit. This fellow normally fly 12,000 kilometers non-stop from Alaska to New Zealand. Besides, there are many species are there. This is a migratory route. This fellow starting from Alaska, taking single stroke to New Zealand. From return journey, they will break in a couple of places and reach Alaska. These are some of the important bird areas. And we have another very, very important long distance migratory birds, Arctic tern. This also flying from Arctic to Antarctic. This is the longest migratory species. Then these are some other common migratory species: common red shan, plover, golden plover, curlew, wimbrel, black-winged stit, common green shan, curlew sandpiper, then greater sandflower, then grey plover, long-toed stint, reddish turnstone, black-tailed godwit, whiskered tern. Then we have black-napped tern also. This is a resident species. Then these are some other glimpses of our shorebirds which we have in island ecosystem. Again, these are some other islands. Then we have pigeon and doves, 14 species pigeon and doves, all endemic, either species level or subspecies level. This is Andaman wood pigeon, our state bird. Then we have Nicobar wood pigeon and emerald dove. Then Nicobar pigeon. Actually, this fellow is very, very common in Nicobar group of island, but they have distribution in South Asian countries also. They are the only species found in the genus Colonus, and they are the close relatives of passenger pigeon and dodo. And we have, and normally in mainland, this bird we do call Pombodar green pigeon, but this separate species of Andaman green pigeon. Previously, we consider as a subspecies of Pombodar green pigeon, but it's a endemic species. and the Andaman wood pigeon, pied imperial pigeon. This we have throughout Andaman and Nicobar Island, but more maximum population you can see in Nicobar group of island. Then we have cuckoo dove, Andaman cuckoo dove and Nicobar cuckoo dove. Then there's pigeons, then emerald dove. Parakeets also we have 6 species of parakeet. Alexandrian parakeet we have, which is the largest parakeet among the parakeet. Then red-breasted parakeet, hanging parakeet, then Nicobar parakeet, then Andaman red-cheeked, Nicobar red-cheeked. Owls also we have only one barn owl. Then besides we have other species of owls. Andaman scope owl we have Andaman oriental scope owl, Nicobar scope owl. Then we have Hume scope owl, Andaman hawk owl. Then kingfisher also we have good number of species of kingfisher. We have 11 species of kingfisher. India only 12, but we have 11 maximum species. And we have oriental dwarf kingfisher. We have Andaman oriental dwarf kingfisher and the Nicobar oriental dwarf kingfisher also we have. So this fellow normally not associated with open wetland. You can see wherever wetland is there inside the water forest ecosystem. You can see this fellow. Then we have Rudy kingfisher. This is this fellow associated with the mangrove ecosystem. Yes, this is Rudy kingfisher. Then these are common. Stroke-billed kingfisher. Among the kingfisher, this is the largest one. Then Nicobar stroke-billed. Then blue-eared kingfisher, smallest one. Black-capped. This is a migratory species. Then this is oriental dwarf kingfisher. Both Andaman separate and Nicobar separate. Then another very, very important species, Narconda hornbill, found only in the Narconda group of island. This is first discovered by Evo Hume in the year 1873 and named after the island. Among the hornbill species, this is one of the smallest home range species, also size also very, very small. Ecological point of view is a very, very important species. And this found only in the Narconda island. Then we have woodpecker. We have 2 species of woodpecker. There is Andaman black woodpecker and the frickle-breasted woodpecker. Bulbul also we have endemic species and the Nicobar bulbul and Andaman bulbul. Then red-whiskered bulbul, wherever you go you can see. Then miners, we have a good number of species of miners. We have starlings, we have miners, we have orioles. Then drangos also we have a good number of species of drangos. We have 7 species of drangos. Then tree pie, only one tree pie we have, 2 species of crows we have, jungle crow and common crow. So these are some of the endemic species which we can have in Andaman group of island. And we have these are bird found only in the Great Nicobar group of island. Then I will be moving to some of the features of endemic species which exclusively found in Andaman or Nicobar group of islands. So this Andaman teal, this is found in the normally during summer month restricted in a particular pocket inside the water bodies in the forest ecosystem. During monsoon, they distributed across Andaman group of islands. So during month of summer, you can see plenty in South Andaman, but other season very rarely you can see in South Andaman. And another species is Andaman serpent eagle. It's a forest ecosystem species. Now, wherever you go to Andaman group of island, you can see this fellow. And wood pigeon, this also not gregarious bird, only solitary individual you can see 1 or 2, not like other green imperial pigeon, other pigeon, you can see group of individuals. And the green pigeon, this also solitary bird. Some packet you can see group of individuals. So, in both Andaman and Nicobar, we have variations. And Andaman cockle, mainland you will be having Centropus other species, but here Centropus sinensis. Then woodpecker, then we have starlings. You see, within Andaman and Nicobar we have variation. Andaman is a separate variation, Car Nicobar separate variation, and Kachal in Nicobar group of islands, there is a variation. So it's because of isolation of this island, we have variation. Then we have Andaman tree pie. Then Drango, you can see there is one island called the Table Island in North Andaman group of island. There is one separate subspecies, and Andaman group is a separate species. Then Nicobar scope, these are reported during 1998 only. And we have Andaman barn owl. This normally found in the old building or old trees. Then Nicobar sparrow found only in the Central Nicobar group of island. The Nicobar parakeet. Then we have Nicobar imperial pigeons. Then Narconda hornbill, as I told, is a very, very important species. The Nicobar bird also normally we do call thermometer bird also. Then owl, then black. These some of the subspecies which you can see either you can mainland or Southeast Asia or Northeast. See, you can see that Nicobar pigeon in the entire South Asian country. You can see that distribution. Collared kingfisher. You can see this Andaman collared kingfisher. Then you can see that eyebrow, yellow eyebrow. So Nicobar collared kingfisher. Like that, morphological there are variation is there. Then we have hill myna. There are 9 variations entire country. And the one red-cheeked parakeet we have. See, there's a red-breasted parakeet. How many variation normally in the South Asian countries, including Andaman Nicobar Islands. Then out of reported species, some of them critically endangered, some of them endangered, some of the vulnerable species, then the threatened species. These are some of the species I would like to show, which we reported first time from this island ecosystem, also India. We added a few species of bird list in that Indian checklist also. One of them, that Chinese secret. Then Javan Pandagaran also added to our Indian checklist. Then we have Hartsfield brown cuckoo and Sapi flycatcher. So these are the fellows we added in existing Indian checklist. Then besides, we got several new record to Andaman group of islands. This is a concrete, and there were a report from mainland, but there was no photographic evidence. But we got from Great Nicobar first. Later we got South Andaman also. So then besides, of course, these all are common in mainland, but here we reported first time common coot, percentage jasana, then bottle carpet. They all we reported first time from this island ecosystem. So IBs also reported first time. Because of extensive study which we carried out since 2008, we reported this Mandarin duck also first time we reported. Then we have tree sparrow. This recently we cited, and bunting also we reported from this Narcondam Island, and blue rock thrush, Siberian thrush. So these are some of the species. The South Asian species also we report in this island ecosystem. So with this, I'm ending my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sivaparman, for giving an excellent overview of the bird distribution in the Andaman Nicobar Islands. I wish to inform all the audience that Dr. Sivaparman is not only a morphotaxonomist, he has recently introduced molecular phylogenetics lab in his regional center, and that has taken up quite a good number of interesting and discovery of many new species, new records to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So this is how he has taken up the entire, from the last 2008 till today. Everyone wants to come out to the mainland, but he is the only man that I feel it, that he always likes to stay in the Andaman and Nicobar group of islands and to continue the same diversity, distribution, and all other biological aspects of the various faunal groups. So with this one, I open for the discussion, maybe 1 or 2 questions. And
may I Ramkrishna sir, may I ask the question? This is Manoj Borkar from Goa. Very good afternoon, Sivaparuman sir. Good afternoon from Goa.
Please,
sir, I have 2 questions. One is pertaining to the current status of Narcondam hornbill and the edible nest swiftlet, which was a program initiated by late Ravi Shankar ji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Recently, I happened to collaborate with Dr. Shirish Manchi, who has been a student of Dr. Ravi Shankar.
Sir.
And second question is, I was very curiously watching all your slides.
Sir.
Most of the bird species have a prefix Andaman or Nicobar.
Sir.
So is that suggestive of the endemic status or being a subspecies? And if the answer is yes,
sir,
then have you sir, resorted to molecular taxonomy, or is it based only on morphology and morphometry?
Sir, as of now, the described based on morphology, subspecies, and there are 30 pure endemic species, sir. And remaining 100 plus subspecies are there, sir. This is your second question. Regarding our first question, status of population of Narconda hornbill and swiftlet, we have good population, sir. We need not to worry.
Lovely. Good to hear that. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Dr. Sivaparuman, one of your former students from Port Blair, Dr. Preeti Perera, is also online.
Yes, yes, sir.
Any other question, please?
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you, Dr. Sivakurman. My
Hello,
question.
may I have just a query?
Yeah, please.
Sir, please.
Yeah, Dr. Sivaraman, it was very, very interesting talk, though it's not my area of research.
Sir.
But generally, everybody must be fond of bird watching and study of bird. So it was exciting. Have you found any endemic birds of this high altitude area or trans-Himalayan zone of Himalaya?
Yes, some species we do get during migratory season, sir.
Okay. So
we do get.
It was indeed really, because I was seeing your presentation and it was very, very thrilling, I should say. And
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Because once upon I just appeared for an interview in Secon, early 90. So it just reminded me, and I just simply because of this I get touched with you. Okay, thanks. Congrats. Very nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Co-chairman, please.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very nice presentation. As always, Dr. Sivakurman is very good at presentation, and some knowledge he has the vast experiences throughout the India and as well as from abroad. Actually, I have lost my network connection in between, so that is why. Okay, on any questions from other sides? I think all is well taken by the Sivakurman sir. Panduragan sir, I think want to say something. Panduragan sir.
Myself?
Panduragan sir. Okay.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, you want to say something?
Hello.
Oh, I think by mistake he unmuted. Yeah. Yes, sir. Panduragan sir.
Yes.
With this, we come to the end of our session on the bird migration, bird diversity, and bird distribution in Andaman and Nicobar Island, which has been excellently demonstrated by Dr. Sivakurman. Thank you, Dr. Sivakurman, and thank you all the for giving me the opportunity, and thanks the Rewa for giving me an opportunity to speak and to chair this session. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishna, sir, for chair the session, and Dr. Siv Peruman given a nice talk in this webinar. Dr. Vivek Shahu co-chair the session. All of you, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sivakurman.
Thank you also. Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
Now next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. Vineet Jistu, scientist, Himalayan Forest Research Institute, Shimla. Chairperson, Dr. Brijlal, formerly Chief Scientist and Head High Altitude Biology, CSIR, IHBT Palampur, Himachal Pradesh, and co-chairperson, Dr. Anita Jain, Head Botany Department, BVRI College, Udaipur, Rajasthan. So I am requested to Dr. Brijlal sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Bini. Sir, Dr. Bajlal, please unmute yourself, sir.
Oh, thank you, Professor Misra,
yes,
for giving me an opportunity to chair the session. And namaskar, Dr. Jisu, and other colleagues and audience. It's a really honor for me to introduce this session's speaker, Dr. Vineet Jistu. In fact, Dr. Vineet Jistu is a very good taxonomist and dynamic scientist. He's completed education from this Bishop Cotton School, Shimla, and is post-graduation from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, And basically he did his MSc in mycology, but he keen interest in biodiversity conservation, biodiversity studies. He switched upon this field botanist, and today is a very good taxonomist. And his area of interest is biodiversity conservation, exploration and conservation, and system utilization. Also, advertising importance of biodiversity among students and folk people, scientists, foresters, and among those who are really interested in biological diversity conservation. Dr. Jisu is currently working in the Institute of Himalayan Forest Research Institute, a constant organization of the Indian Council of Forest Research and Education, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India at Simla. And Dr. Vaneet has been associated many more over than 30 research consultancy and consultancy and collaborative projects funded by different R&D organizations and some private organizations also. And among them are this Hemis project in biodiversity in the Ladakh area. And here also associated with the project that the mapping of medicinal plants for of particularly used in Ashtavarga. So he's also associated in such medicinal aromatic plants also, and lot of many projects. Dr. Jisu is a committee member of and the panels of many expert committee of R&D organizations and institutions. Among them are this, I should say, because here is written, he has been fellow of the USDA project of cold desert afforestation program with USDA, and is the associated peer review member of many journals, member of this General Cumulative Environment Impact Assessment Committee, Government of HP. Besides being consultant person to the HP Forest Department, he is a World Wildlife Fund, IRDC, GTG, GTZ, GIC, Scott, academic staff. So many, there is huge list, including FRIT Bangalore. And he is basically presently focused in this high total temperate Himalayan region for this biodiversity studies, and recently has been awarded the best paper award on this Brandis Award for the excellent paper published in this Indian Forester, and he is rated among the 50 botanists, renowned scientists for Himalayan region. So I must congratulate Dr. Jisu. Moreover, he has around 100 publications to his credit, published that include books, book chapter, research article, popular article, brochures and pamphlets, and many papers that published in the Journal of International Repute, National International Repute. And one thing which I want personally share here, because generally it has been seen that many people are excellent in research and very, very few are in good in photography. But Dr. Vaneet Jistu is an excellent photographer, because what I observed during my visit to HFRI Simla many times, I saw number of pictures in gallery, displayed in the gallery that are taken by Dr. Jisu. So you can imagine that he's not only botanist, taxonomist, and he's in fact he's a complete naturalist. And what I've got, I will also ask some photograph Dr. Jisu in near future, because he has such a wonderful collection. And if you people get opportunity to this HFRI, and I should say that one must visit once a while, because this is a wonderful organization working excellent work in Himalayan zone. And I'll not take much more time. And I also welcome our co-chair, Dr. Anita. She's not just appearing on screen. I don't know whether she's present or not. So I'll not take much more time because you are already running short of time. So I switch over to Dr. Jisu. Please deliver your talk.
Very good afternoon, sir, and thank you so much, Doctor, for saying so many kind words about me. I hope I live up to your expectation. First and foremost, I'm really grateful and highly indebted to the organizers. So my slide is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's visible. It's visible.
Yeah, visible.
So first and foremost, I'm greatly indebted to the organizers of the national webinar, the Department of Botany, Government MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, and more personally to Professor S.K. Mishra, who considered me worthy of this elite group, which is, presenting for so many days. It's an honor for me, sir. It has provided me with an opportunity to showcase the efforts being put in towards the conservation of native plants in the Northwest Himalaya. Well, sir, the earlier presentations in the past days in this web series on botanical gardens and arboreta were on very well-established and reputed gardens like the Lords in Darjeeling and the renowned establishment of the FLHT presented by Dr. Nurisma yesterday. Well, today we're going to have a talk by Dr. Ahmed Ansari ji, a renowned personality of the BSI on botanical gardens of Central and Regional Circle Botanical Survey India. Considering all this, my arboretum is a tiny island in this big botanical garden ocean. So this talk is on a new initiative, a novel initiative that the Forest Department of Himachal Pradesh, in collaboration, is being done up in this part of the country, the northwest part, which is not, it is, I would say, it is nearby a small but famous town of Simla. And this arboretum, I'll just give you the title. What I put up here is the role of the Western Himalayan Temperate Arboretum in contributing towards the Sustainable Development Goals through its ex situ collections, a case study from the Northwest Himalaya, India. Well, I've already been introduced that I belong to the ICFRI and the institute which is situated in Simla, the Himalayan Forest Research Institute. I'll give a little background about the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, with its goals were developed to succeed the Millennium Development Goals adopted in 2015 by the international community, the United Nations, what I mean here. The Sustainable Development Goal Framework demonstrates the fundamental importance of plants to the planet, and more importantly, if plant conservation is not achieved, then the achievement of these goals is put at risk itself, suggesting that the integration and mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation and plant protection in particular are of fundamental importance to the achievement of the sustainability of the planet. The presentation will highlight the contribution that plant conservation can make to achieve these goals. Now, coming to these plant conservation and the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, it has 17 goals and 169 targets. The SDGs recognize the interrelationship between human development and the environmental, economic, social, and political context in which it occurs. They are expected to shape the actions taken by governments in the future. Target 2.5. Target 2.5 is a crucial entry point for botanical garden and arboreta to contribute to the SDGs through their ex situ collections. And possible plant conservation action towards SDG 2 will include to complete a review of the status of ex situ plant collections and the distribution of seed banks around the world. Further research on the conservation of genetic diversity of species, linking plant conservation, agriculture, and forestry. And work towards the achievement of the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation. I will be referring it to as GSPC, especially targets 8 and 9. Now, the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation, it is a cross-cutting program of the CBD with 16 global targets, which are aimed to halt the continuing loss of plant diversity and to secure a positive, sustainable future. It provides a framework for all of us to work together at all levels to understand, conserve, and use sustainably the world's immense wealth of plant diversity, while at the same time promoting awareness. The 16 targets adopted at the global level provide guidance for setting up national plant conservation targets. If we look at target 8, it says at least 75% of threatened plant species to be in ex situ collections, preferably in the country of origin, and at least 20% available for recovery and restoration programs. The targets 7 as well as 8 are aimed at species level conservation, while target 9 addresses the conservation of plant genetic diversity. GSPC is also relevant to a number of other international agreements like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. And any action we take towards achieving targets of the GSPC, it provides opportunities for developing synergies with other international and regional agreements. Now coming to the ex situ conservation, where the role of botanical gardens and arboreta come. Ex situ conservation of plant diversity addressed through the GSPC targets 8 and 9. The botanical gardens, the main institution involved in ex situ conservation of wild plant diversity, and many have adopted target 8 either at an individual institution level or as a national network target. The botanical gardens and arboreta also act in most of the other targets of the GSPC. Now coming to the region, the Northwest Himalayan region. Due to its elevation variability from almost 300 meters above sea level in the lower Shivaliks to the 6,000 meters above the Trans-Himalaya, it gives a sort of a subtropical, subtemperate, temperate, moist temperate, alpines, and even the ranges, the Shivaliks, the lower Himalaya, the main Himalayas, the Trans-Himalaya. So this region becomes botanically unique, which sustains unique flora and diverse habitats from subtropical, subtemperate, temperate to alpine in the high arid mountains, which also includes the cold deserts. This has given rise to the various forest types in the state. We have 8 type groups, which are further divided into 39 forest types. If you see the group 12, the Himalayan moist temperate forest accounts for almost 40% of the entire forest types. And when we see the forest types below, the 5 forest type, 12C1D, 15C3, 5B C2, 12C1C, 9C1A, they account for almost 62% of the state. So what I mean to say is that the elevation range has given a lot of diversity in this region. The region is also home to a unique biodiversity where you get the elusive snow leopard, the very beautiful manal and the western tragopan. So, and lots of medicinal plants which are threatened today. The region is also a major supplier of numerous crude drugs. You can have the genus Dactylorhiza, Rheum, Arnebia, Picoriza, Gentiana, Sosauria, Podophyllum, Meconopsis, Aconitum, Berberis, Rhodiola, Pistacia, Taxus, Xanthoxylum. Most of them are, some are critically endangered and some are endangered. The study by Gorai et al. In 2016, which I was also part of, we came out with that 242 plant species are recorded in very high annual trade. Of them, 114 species come from the forest and 1/3 from the Himalayan forest. So this gives more importance to the region. Coming to the location of the arboretum, the Western Himalayan Temperate Arboretum, well, we are located in the northern part of the country, and we are nearby the town of Simla, the tourist town of Simla, which was the capital during the British also, and it is the capital of the state today also. Nearby, it's 125 kilometers from Chandigarh airport and around 350 kilometers from New Delhi. Nearby, we have the advanced studies, the Viceroy Lodge, which is also a tourist attraction. It's not just around 2 kilometers away from the arboretum. Then we have the very famous Chadwick Falls around the same distance in the other direction. And we also have the Himachal Pradesh University just within walking distance, which is very important for the students, especially the MSc students who frequent this arboretum for their practical work. So it's located in a very congenial manner. The concept, how it came out, the environment management plans of hydroelectric projects necessitates the provision of ex situ conservation for contributing towards recovery and rehabilitation of threatened species, and also for the reintroduction into natural habitats. The wildlife wing of the State Forest Department consequent upon diversion of some forest land due to the Parvati State Hydroelectric Project, had stipulated both in situ and ex situ conservation projects for the state in consultation with the Wildlife Institute of India. The ex situ component of the project included exploring a prospect for setting up a temperate arboretum botanical garden, which is now renamed as the Western Himalayan Temperate Arboretum, for display, education, and propagation of native plants, including the lesser known tree species, and their subsequent reintroduction into the wild. Now, coming to the need and significance in the region. See, presently there are over 100 botanical gardens in India. We have the big ones like Sippur, Ooty, Lords, Defarai, NBRI. But if you see, not just majority, in fact, the entire lot is located in the tropical and subtropical regions. There are non-existent ex situ plant conservation facilities in the northwest and western Himalaya. Considering Himachal Pradesh, we have very little small, like in the UHF, Noni, or the Palampur University. We have a small one in Manali, which is totally mainly of exotic species. Then we have one in Punjab University. But if you see, to be in the near northwest Himalaya, we literally have nothing to show as a botanical garden or as a arboretum. The ones we have in Srinagar were they are basically leisure gardens by the Mughals. So this arboretum will serve as an important center of germplasm collection from the region and facilitate promoting conservation education among all sections of society. It will also serve as an aesthetic value, the green space which is required now by people living in towns and cities, besides educating them through a network of activities like nature trails, theme gardens, nature talks, etc., which we are doing on a regular basis. The major objectives were to establish a living repository of native northwestern and western Himalayan native flora, establish facility for ex situ conservation of rare, endangered, and threatened plant taxa and the lesser known tree species, to promote conservation education, to exchange plant propagules within the region and also outside, research, recreation, and aesthetics, creation of a database, and to establish international and national affiliation for further research and curation. The major highlights here is that we have targeted the flora semblances for the species. The flora semblances has around 139 trees, and we have included another 11 which the British brought with them as a field home syndrome and now have naturalized for over 100 years. So we'll be targeting 103 species, of which we already have 128 trees in the arboretum. We have tried to make blocks like Acer, Gymnosperm, Juglans, Fodder, Rosaceae, Rhododendron, Taxus. But the problem which we have in the hills is that some members of the family like moist niches and some like dry niches. It is very difficult to get them in one block. So we've tried to accommodate according to that habitat.
I think Bhanu Vermaji, your mic has to be switched off, please.
And then we have a threatened medicinal plant section, a terrestrial orchids, and we have one which is naturalized here. We have included that as, so we have 5 hill bamboos with us. We have a fern section. The flora semblances has 124 ferns. Of that, we have so far collected germplasm of 39 of them. It is a late activity which we started. And we have a shrubbery of recent, we have 2 years back, we started a shrubbery. Now we have 55 shrubs with us from the 250 shrubs and flora semblances. These are some of the, flora we have at the arboretum. Then our arboretum is just in the infancy stage. We're just 10 years old, you could say. And the collections and accessions in the form of seedlings, propagules from different areas falling in the temperate region of the northwest Himalaya. We have also started doing landscaping now with gazebos, pergolas, bridges, pathways, and an amphitheater. And we're trying to make it as natural as possible, using as much possible natural products. Now we come to the tree section. We have some very interesting, we have the Pittosporum Eriocarpum, which is not very common in the Himachal part of, it's in the Uttarakhand, we have got from Uttarakhand. Then we have the Parascia jacomontaya, that is from the Pangi area of chamba. Then we have Engelharditas spicata. It is an eastern Himalayan species. Basically, we don't get it in this side of the, but we do have some pockets here. So we got that. We have Eugenia eugenensis. They're little, below similar species, but since they've been, we're trying to collect some flowering species, so we included that also. It's doing very well at the Arboretum. Then we have a very rare Griffithieria lanata, which was earlier Sorbus lanata. This is going, very few populations in the wild. Then we have the Rus punjabensis and the Simplacus paniculata. In the gymnosperm block, we have almost the entire gymnosperms of the state with us. We have the Citrus deodara. We have 3 pines, the Pinus gerardiana, the Pinus wallichiana, the Pinus roxburghiae. We have the Picia and 2 ABs, AB spindro and AB spectabilis. We have Texas contorta, Cupressus turulosa. We have Juniperus polycarpus, the tree species. Then we have the shrubs Cumanis, indica, and also squamata. On the others, we have included Thuja orientalis, Cryptomeria japonica. They were brought by the British when they came along with them. The Podocarpus, the Agathes, the Ginkgo biloba, the Canninghamia lancellata, Oroqueria orocana, and Cupressus semperum. This we kept in a very small section, which we call the exotic section. We just for the students, who come, they want to see these plants. So we have kept a very small collection of the exotics with us. Then the Acer group. We have all the Acers in the region with us. And among them, the cesium is the, the threatened genera here. And we also have a very interesting Acer pentapomicum, which is highly endemic to the Kinnaur region of the state and the very little population. The next is the Quercus group. We have all the Quercus in the state with us, and one Quercus, which is, people call it Quercus ilex. I call it Quercus balut. There's always a debate with taxonomists. So I prefer it to be Quercus balut, but people have been writing it as Quercus ilex. The lesser known tree species, we have Sorbus microphylla, Periociopsis jacumontana, Fraxinus floribunda, Syringa immodi, Ilex diaporina, Berberis napoleonsis, Betula elnoides, Carpinus viminia, Buxus wallichiana, Crataegus rhipidophila, Malus baccata, Prunus cerosoides, Neulitsia palens, Quercus balut, and Acer pentamomicum. These are the lesser known tree species and very little populations in the wild. We have a bambusitum because the temperate region is home to hill bamboos or the Ringal group of bamboos. So we have Drepanostachium falcatum and Thamnocalamus spathiflorus from Himachal, whereas from Uttarakhand we have Himalaya-calamus falconeri, Eugenia anceps, and besides this we have Philostachys aurea with us, which is the golden bamboo, the fishpole bamboo, which was introduced in Simla around over a century ago, the British, and is found along the boundaries of the government accommodations. It is now totally naturalized in Simla. A few years back, we started the temperate shrubbery, and every year we adding the native shrubs into it, and we have a good collection of shrubs. Like we have the rhododendron lepidotum, we have the Viburnum grandiflorum, an Abelia triflora, and a number of Berberis species. So I'll just give you we have 8 rubus with us, 6 lonicera, 2 buddleia, 4 rosa, 5 clematis, 3 jasminum, 4 viburnum, 8 berberis, 2 alegnis, 2 ribes, Principia vitis, and Staphylia. And every year we are trying to add more and more to this shrubbery because the shrubbery is just around 4 years old right now. So we're just adding up to that. Then we have a threatened medicinal plants because some of these plants, which are especially from the alpine regions, we are trying to bring them together for students and visitors to see them at one place. So we have the gentiana, the podophyllum, the cypripediums, the dactylrhiza, the gymnodenia, a number of aconites, and the arnibias. And we have full collection of the actual Astoverga group of plants with us. The aconite group is very rare, and we have 5 aconites with us, of which 2 are critically endangered. Violation is vulnerable, and we do not have any data on Aconitum leve because it's very rare in this state of ours. In the orchid section, so far we have 20 out of the 39. We have 22 orchids with us. We are waiting for some funding, to put up an orchidarium so that we can, have a proper orchidarium with us. Above all, we are having a very good outreach program for school children, for kisans, for the community plantations, rural workshops. We hold capacity building for the State Forest Department. The print electronic media, we bring them very regularly to the Arboretum for, highlighting the Arboretum and giving a little wider coverage. And we have national and international institutes, visiting it, like the every year the IGNFA trainees, the IFS probationer, they visit in 2 batches. Then all the state institutes which are give training to forest guards and rangers from J&K, Uttarakhand, even as far down south in Hyderabad, they come and visit this arboretum. It serves as a consolidated open classroom for temperate native flora of the region. We also are organizing international days and events. In very last year, due to the COVID, we could not do much, but towards the end, we had the International Mountain Day, which we celebrated with students of the local college, the Himachal Pradesh University students, scientists and staff from JICA and HFRI, and from the ecotourism unit. So it's a big success with us. What we do is now the role of this Western Himalayan is when it contributes to the SDGs. There are other SDGs too, which it contributes, like there's SDG 11, which it says make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Then there's SDG 13, which says take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Then we have SDG 15, which states that protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystem, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, and halt and reverse land degradation and halt biodiversity loss. Now you see how the importance of SDG 11 and the Arboretum. SDG 11 says, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. We know the world that more than half of the world's inhabitants live in cities, and this migration trend is expected to continue. The World Bank says that by 2050, more than 2/3 of the world will be urban dwellers. The reason why Sustainable Development Goal SDG 11 is so very important. Target 11.7 says that by 2030, provide universal access to safe, inclusive, and accessible green and public spaces, in particular for women and children, elder persons, and persons with disabilities. With respect to target 11.7, the botanical gardens and arboreta provide green and public spaces for residents in many of the world's major cities. And we need to increase this activity, even take it to the next level. The future priorities of the Arboretum, as well as providing green public space, the Arboretum at Simla can promote and advise on tree planting and tree health for Simla and nearby developing towns, conservation of urban biodiversity, ecological restoration with native species, aggressive public awareness, germplasm bank for the lesser known tree species, and urban forestry plantations, gardening, etc. Safeguarding the components of biodiversity, ex situ, like in the Arboreta here, will play a great role in ensuring that this biodiversity remains available not only to support present day and future use, but also that such native plant diversity be available for restoration and management purposes too. I end with this note that mountain ecosystems, they are hotspots for plant conservation efforts. They hold high overall plant diversity as communities replace each other along altitude and climatic gradients, besides a large number of endemic species. This developing arboretum will contribute and enhance the understanding of native trees and mountain ecosystems with special reference to the Northwest and Western Himalaya, local and regional plant conservation strategy and priority. Although encouraging progress is being made in some areas towards conserving and sustainably use native plants, these efforts are not enough. It is essential that CBD with government organizations further engage with partner organizations to make the best use of available expertise and find ways to fully involve such efforts to enhance native plant conservation to aid the sustainable development goals. In the end, I'll give two, poetic lines, one by John Burnside, which says, "A modern arboretum brings us that ancient forest, and with it, a changed apprehension of time, a renewed appreciation of the elegance of natural form, and a renewed sense of wonder at the variety of the world we inhabit." The next is the very famous line by Robert Frost. This is for the Arboretum, that it is a long way to go. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I sleep. I share this pamphlet with you people. When you visit Simla, I invite all of you to come and visit the Arboretum. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jistu, for an elaborative talk and an exciting talk, because flora and flora diversity of Himalayan region is always fascinating. And perhaps there is no anybody who not be interested in flora or medicinal plant, aromatic plants of Western Himalayan region. And you have covered a wide range of area, right from international approach and different agencies, their goal, and then about your arboretum activities aligned with this international goal. I think nothing can be done better than this. Now I switch over to Dr. Anita Jain. She is now here. Dr. Anita Jain, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. सबसे पहले तो मिश्रा जी को
Yeah, please can close your screen, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Dr. Jistu, can you minimize your this screen?
I've done it.
Actually, close the presentation.
Yeah.
सबसे पहले तो मैं मिश्रा जी का थैंक यू कहना चाहूँगी कि उन्होंने मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी कि इस सेशन को मैं को चेयर कर सकूँ। एंड जितने भी साइंस फैकल्टी के सारे साइंटिस्ट को मैं मेरा नमस्कार। जिस्तु से कि नीट सर की सबसे अच्छी बात मुझे जो लगी, उनका सीवी पढ़ के मुझे ऐसा लगा कि उन्होंने लिखा है कि वो ग्रीन सोल्जर की एक पूरी की पूरी विंग तैयार करते, बिकॉज कि इन द फ्यूचर विल बी इन द हैंड ऑफ द चिल्ड्रंस एंड दे आर एंड ही इज डूइंग वेरी गुड वर्क टू क्रिएट अ सोल्जर ऑफ द ग्रीन फॉर द ग्रीन स्पेस, कि हु लव्स द ग्रीन, प्लांट्स को लव करे, प्लांट के बारे में एजुकेशन ले, नेटिव फ्लोरा के बारे में जाने, दैट इज मच मोर इम्पोर्टेंट, बिकॉज कि आई थिंक कि दिस इज द हाई टाइम वेयर the student should be educated for all these aspects of biodiversity. Otherwise हम biodiversity के conservation की goal को कभी achieve नहीं कर सकते। और विनीत सर ने इसको बहुत अच्छे से करा और बहुत अच्छे से अपनी presentation के अंदर भी highlight किया। सर ने किस तरह से SDG के different goals को cover करते हुए आर्बोरेटम का क्या रोल है SDG के different goals को achieve करने के लिए, इसके बारे में बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट भी किया। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने प्रैक्टिकली करके भी बताया कि हाउ वन आर्बोरेटा कैन बी डेवलप्ड टू अचीव ऑल दीज गोल्स। सिमिलरली सर का चूंकि थ्रेटेड मेडिसिनल प्लांट के कंजर्वेशन पे काफी ज्यादा रोल रहा है, वही चीज इस प्रेजेंटेशन में भी हाईलाइट हुई है। आर्बोरेटम में ऑलमोस्ट सारे एस्पेक्ट बायोडायवर्सिटी के कवर किए उन्होंने। थ्रेटेड मेडिसिनल प्लांट की कंजर्वेशन के लिए, देन ऑर्किड कंजर्वेशन, बैम्बूटेरियम, फर्न का सेक्शन, जिम्नोस्पर्म का सेक्शन, शर्बरी एक्सेट्रा को बहुत अच्छे पिक्टोरियल फॉर्मेट में।
Can you mute your mic, please?
Work on the arboretum. Thank you very much.
Yes. Any questions from the audience, please?
Yes.
Golvalkar here from Gold. First of all, I would like to, appreciate and congratulate Dr. Jistu. आपके नाम ही में तो वन है, वनित हो आप। So I think it reflects very well in your presentation. Sir, I must say it's been a very erudite, articulate, and comprehensive presentation loaded with facts and figures and photographs. I have just one simple question, Jishtuji.
Yes.
Normally in India, we refer to the British flora, right? I mean, that's a kind of a compendium of the work that serves as a baseline data. Now that you have updated your inventory over the last number of decades, do you really think climate change has been affecting the floristic composition of the Trans-Himalayan belt?
Okay, thank you, sir. First of all, thank you. Actually, this question of yours, sir, I'd love to answer it because, I'm working on a long-term monitoring project on global warming in the Alpines. I've been working there for the last 12 years now. It's a long-term project, and I have my sites across all the timberline across the state. We have 5 sites. One is in Sach Pass, Chamba. One is Kinnar Kailash. One is Chaka Kanda Top Kalpa. One is below Nardu Glacier in Chitkul. And one is in the Great Himalayan National Park. So what we have been observing, the results are very, interesting, which are going to come out, sir. We have data loggers. Besides that, we also monitoring the phenology, the flowering, the fruiting of species. And like people say that there's a shift in the tree line, and it's something I cannot comment right now, but it's very interesting data which we're getting there, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, any more, please?
Yeah, I just congratulate for your good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
It's very nice. One thing, do you have really tropical dry deciduous in your area?
Sir, the forest types which are given to us are
No, I have visited your center in, I think, Kulu and Manali, even Shimla. I think this organization, Mr. Samant was heading the same organization.
So not audible.
No, I have visited. That is Dr. Samant was heading that. He is heading now that organization.
He's retired now, so he's retired.
Okay. So I have visited your base area, so particularly your area and Kulu and Manali. But Kulu, I didn't see any tropical dry deciduous.
Sir,
but it is very interesting. You have shown. That's why I'm asking.
So this is bordering, so this is bordering the Shivaliks.
Yeah. So probably dry deciduous does exist around 300 meter sea level.
Yes, sir. Because the forest. Actually, I'm doing a project also on the forest genetic resources.
Yes.
So in that we are supposed to follow the Forest Survey of India, classification. So the classification of the Forest Survey of India, we have almost less than 1% is this moist deciduous. They show.
Moist deciduous must be there. I accept. I have my doubt whether it is really dry deciduous is there.
Yes, dry deciduous is there, sir. Dry is there. When you go towards more area.
Okay.
Dr. Panduragan, in relevant to your question, because the Shivalik range, which is lower Shivalik range, is totally dry belt. Okay. And it constitutes this Soria robusta, Tecton grandis, and other dry for elements. So this area comes under this zone. Not much more, but this is the belt across this Shivalik range. Even you will cross this Dehradun area, lower belt, you'll find these elements.
We have sal there, sir. We have a little portion of sal there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, any question? Dr. Ansari, you are interested?
Are you counting the woody species of the area?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That individual species or trees and other woody plants.
In fact, sir, we're working on a book which by next year should become on the arboreal flora of Himachal Pradesh.
Then individual counting, individual species, how many numbers are there?
So some species is possible. The lesser known tree species possible, but other species, their numbers are very large, sir.
Dr. Ansari, in fact, may I answer this query? Dr. Ansari, you are talking about the counting of species of plants.
Yeah.
In fact, they use this quadrant system.
coordinate land transaction.
Random coordinate system. So only through that method we can study this such type of. Otherwise, it is not possible to count each and every plants on a huge landscape area.
What is the area of the arboretum? How much area it covers?
Sir, this arboretum actually, the area is very large, but we are slowly moving about. It's 2.5 square kilometer. But because it's forested in between, so in the hills, it's very difficult to get, a plain area where we can start from scratch and, plan accordingly. So the arboretum here, it is actually, we are just, I'm a consultant with the forest department, working with them. But the area is theirs, the forest department.
Yeah, anybody want?
I think I do, Dr. Pandangan. Shivalik may not have dry. One thing. Shivalik, I have also visited area.
Yes.
This Shoria is also a component of this dry, moist forest, not deciduous. So in Shivalik, it is not that we have a dry deciduous forest. That is, it was very lower area. So it is not.
Yeah, it's a very low area, but I have already mentioned it is not a huge area under this.
Part of arboretum.
It's very small, less than
Very
1%.
small area because they are containing very anogenesis and other this acacia species which are component of dry areas.
Since Dr. Ansari myself worked actually real dry deciduous in the south actually. That's why
Central India, I mean Central India also.
Deccan Plateau.
Yes. Dr. Panduragan, I work in the Trans Himalaya and the High Himalayas basically. My specialization is Trans Himalaya.
This arboretum must be above that.
Yeah, it's good.
It's in Simla.
No, here power has gone, so I just came in the mobile.
Anybody is interested to? Yes, Dr. Jisu, you have really opened a lot of food for thoughts because people are exciting to and they have a lot of queries. So in fact, we cannot satisfy everybody here at this limited time. So I am very much inquisitive to know a lot of things from this your talk. And I only simply wish that I meet sometime in you at HFRI or I can interact a long time with you because this is a very interesting talk.
So I give an invitation to visit to the arboretum, especially in the month of April, May, when the flowers are in full bloom of the rhododendrons.
Sure. One thing before concluding that, Dr. Jisu, have you any interaction or kind of academic collaboration with the institution like IQAC, UHF Solan, HPU Simla, and your GV Pant Kullu? So there are R&D in that area, and IT Mandi also. People are working in this area. So if you will do something jointly, I think that is much more meaningful or beneficial.
Sir, they all are part of the advisory committee. In fact, tomorrow I'm having a meeting. I have to give my progress in front of them. So we have an advisory committee where all these institutes are part of it.
Okay, thank you. That's my. Okay, Dr. Mishra, should I conclude then? It's okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bajlal sir, and Anita madam, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Vineet, for giving a nice talk in this webinar series, and Dr. Bajlal and Anita Jain, madam, chair and co-chair the session. Thank you, all of you, sir. Thank you. Now, next session, important session for historian and some others, sir. Our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Susmita Sen, Head Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, MS University of Vadodara, Gujarat. Our chairperson, Dr. S.B. Ota, former Joint Director General, Archaeological Survey of India, and co-chairperson, Dr. C.M. Shukla, formerly Professor, Government Maharaja College, Chhatarpur, Madhya Pradesh. So, Dr. Ota, एक्चुअली मैडम डॉक्टर ओटा का अभी फोन आया था, वो थोड़ी देर से जुड़ेंगे, तब वो आपको इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे. मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि मैडम जो है बड़ोदरा यूनिवर्सिटी एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री एंड आर्कियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में प्रोफेसर एंड हेड हैं। और मैडम आप अपना लेक्चर शुरू करें और इसके बाद ओटा साहब जुड़ेंगे तो वो इंट्रोडक्शन करेंगे। प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ, अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ मैडम। मैडम सुष्मिता सेन, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ।
Okay, good afternoon everybody and thank you sir, thank you Professor Mishra जी जिन्होंने मुझे इनवाइट किया ये इधर एक टॉक देने में। एटलीस्ट यहाँ पे तो सारे साइंटिस्ट ही हैं और मैं अकेली एक स्कल्पचर एंड आर्किटेक्चर के ऊपर मैं इधर देने वाली हूँ। आपने मुझे एक अलग ग्रुप में डाल दिया है सर, सो कोई बात नहीं। आई होप एवरीबॉडी विल एंजॉय दिस।
एक टाक है अभी आगे जो है अभी है एक्चुअली डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया है दो टाक में, 2 जूलॉजी, 2 बॉटनी, 2 एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री।
ओके ओके सर, ओके सर, ओके सर।
हाँ प्लीज प्रोसीड।
सर ये इसमें गया है क्या, पूरा कवर हुआ है क्या, स्लाइड शेयर में गया है क्या सर?
हाँ स्लाइड शेयर है मैडम,
स्क्रीन दिख रहा है मैम।
ओके थैंक यू सर।
उसे फुल स्क्रीन करिएगा,
फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए।
सर मेरे इधर फुल स्क्रीन है बट आपके वहाँ पे नहीं दिख रहा है, क्या कर सकते हैं?
वेरी क्लियर दिख रहा है मैम, वेरी
क्लियर है। चलिए
फुल स्क्रीन है सर?
स्क्रीन नहीं है मैम लेकिन इट्स वेरी क्लियर।
फुल स्क्रीन नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है।
In fact, there will be a problem.
Madam, go for the slideshow.
Slideshow.
Go for the slideshow.
ओके डॉक्टर ओटा सर आ गए हैं। मैं पहले चाहूंगा कि इंट्रोड्यूस करें हमारे इमिनेंट स्पीकर मैडम सेन को।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम आई एम मीटिंग यू।
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning.
सर ये पूरा नहीं खुल रहा है, लाइक
ठीक है मैडम,
आप उसी में कर दीजिए, आप फुल स्क्रीन में मत जाइए फिलहाल। कभी कभी ये गूगल मीट में प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है।
ओके सर, थैंक यू। So my topic is today is Solankis of Gujarat and their Maru Gurjara style. I'll be talking about the temples, torans, and their stepwells. And what was happening, if you see before the rise of the Guptas, after the Guptas, there was a degradation in the field of architecture. But as the Rajput dynasty came into being, there was a extravagant, beautiful, astounding.
Madam, you have gone to the third slide. आप third slide पर गई हैं already. Second दिखाइए.
Okay, okay. Wait, sir. Then I have to. There's again glitch. I will again share, sir. I will put into not because. 1 minute, sir. वही problem.
Madam, you don't go for the full screen. और आप स्लाइड चेंज के लिए बेस्ट थिंग इज लेफ्ट साइड में जो इंसर्ट आ रहा है ना, यू क्लिक ऑन दैट, ऑटोमेटिकली इट विल कम, अदरवाइज समटाइम्स इट डजंट चेंज।
हैज इट कम नाउ?
यस, ये यू आर ऑन इंट्रोडक्शन।
ओके सर, ओके सर।
जी मैम, क्लियर है अभी।
हाँ, ओके सर, थैंक यू। So what I was telling that during the time of the Guptas, there was a big development in the architecture. But as after the Guptas, there was there was no degradation in the architectural styles. And after when the Rajput dynasties came into being, there developed a very extravagant, astounding architecture, with lots of exasperating creations and repetitions and over elaboration. So it was the final fruition and culmination of the architectural and experimental in the architecture epochs. So during the Solankis who ruled in Gujarat, their architecture, which we can see a maturity and a very fineness in the monuments of India. So who are these Chalukyas or Solankis? So if we say the background, the Gujarat was under many principalities like Chapotakas, Sandhavas, Vaghilas, and in the central India we see the tripartite war which was happening between the Rashtrakutas, the Palas, and the Pratihars. And the Rashtrakutas emerged very strong, and slowly in these tripartite war, there was economic loss for all the three dynasties, and Pratiharas lost almost all the important defense force to Rashtrakutas. And one of them were the Chandelas, who also threw their allegiance from the Pratihars and carved out their own principality. And it also gave rise to the Chahmanas and their feudatories also. So even another power which rose into central India was the Kalachuris of Tripuri. Now, the first king was Mula Raja of the Solanki dynasty. It was for him a favorable time to establish his own kingdom. So if we see the sources, there were many sources, and then the literary sources are also there of that time, from which we can talk about their background or their historical data. So if we see the origin, Raji was one of the ministers in the court of Pratihars, and he can be considered to be the founder of the Chalukyas, because the Kumarapala Charita states that he came after the loss of the Pratihar dynasty. He came back to his native place, that was Gujarat, and he settled down along with the Chapotakas, who were his in-laws. So they belonged to the Kshatriya clan, and they moved to Gujarat from Kanyakubja. And Chalukyas, or the Chalukyas means the water product of Brahma, and from the bardic tales they are called that they are originating from the fire, that Agnikula. So Chalukyas of Anhilwada, or the Solankis as they are popularly known as, they ruled for 3 centuries, from 950 to 1300 AD. And they consolidated the Chalukya authority in Gujarat, and they had many chiefs or the feudatories under him. So we have this Mula Raja and others. This is the genealogical table which I'm able to show you. And then this is the area where they ruled, like the Solanki dynasty was, they ruled a little bit of Malwa in the east, Rajasthan, parts of Rajasthan in the north, and the whole of Gujarat. So Mula Raja was the founder. He killed his maternal uncle, the Chapotakas, and took over the throne in 940. And he established his independent kingdom at Anhil Pataka. And he also conquered Saraswat Mandal, that is in Jodhpur region, defeated the Abhira chiefs of Saurashtra, defeated the rulers of Kutch, and also had a treaty with the Lata, that is South Gujarat kings. And also he extended his empire till Jodhpur, and but in the end he had to face defeat at the hands of the Parmars, and he had to withdraw from Marwar. He withdrew to Marwar, sorry. He withdrew from Malwa and went to Marwar. So he was an ardent follower of Shaivism, built 2 temples, and he also abdicated the throne in favor of his son, that is Chamunda Raja. Chamunda Raja and Dullava Raja, they were minor kings. They couldn't do much for the extension of the empire. And his second son was Dullava Raja, and he died childless, and he abdicated the throne for his nephew Bhima Deva I, 1022 AD, and he retired to Shukla Tirtha in Kutch region. And then Bhima I, we see during his time there was the invasion of Ghazni, and so he had to flee into the Kutch as exile. And after Muhammad of Ghazni retreated, he conquered Mount Abu and Bhinmal. And during his reign, he also fought against the king of Sindh. And but while he was conquering Sindh, his capital, that is Anhil Pataka or Patan, today it is called as, was ransacked by Parmara Bhoj's general. And then he had to make an alliance with the Kalachuris, and both of them went and defeated the Parmas. And Bhima defeated to 10. Malwa defeated Parmara Jaisima. He repulsed. He was defeated by Parmara king, and he again invaded into Marwar and defeated the Chahmanas Prithvipala of Nandol, that is the Chahmanas of Nandol, and founded the city of Karnavati, which is now known as Ahmedabad. And he also had a matrimonial alliance with the Kadambas. Next king was, his son was Jaisimha Siddharaj, who was one of the greatest king of this dynasty. So he was coronated at a very young age, and he adopted the title of Siddharaj, that is the Lord of Perfection. And he subdued the Chauhans of Sakambari, and also later on had marriage alliance with them. And he also defeated the Arno Raja of Chauhans of Nandol, and defeated the Parmas. Like, he had all victories around him. He extended his kingdom up till Jodhpur in the and in the Bhilsa in the east, Kathiawar in the south, and Kutch in the west. So he continued to rule over a vast empire with lots of power and prestige till 1143, and he completed the Rudra Mahalaya temple, which I'll show you later, and also built a Sahasra Linga Talav in Patan. Then next king was Kumarpal. Kumarpal again was one of the greatest king. The major Viraval inscription calls him Maheshwara Nripa Agrani, that is the worshipper of Shiva. And even Jain texts tell that he worshipped, he always used to, monthly wise, he used to go to Somnath to worship. So he rebuilt the Somnath Patan, and according to the inscription, he expanded it. And he ruled for 3 decades, and he had neighboring kingdoms, subdued most of the neighboring kingdoms like Anuraja of Nandol, Silahara king, and the Parmaras of Malwa. And he later on became a Jain. He converted into Jainism under the Jain scholar Hemachandra. The Jain text, which is composed after his death, talks about that he banned the killing of animals, and he himself was, like he was a follower of Jainism. But the inscription, earlier inscription, are talking something else. Then he died in 1171. There was a struggle for the throne between his sister's son and brother's son, and then his brother's son emerged, and he was Ajaypal. And he fought the Chahmanas of Sakambari, and he died in 1176 with an encounter with the Parmaras. Then Mool Raja II, like Mool Raja II, during his time, Muhammad of Ghori invaded, and the regent king fought and defeated the army near Mount Abu. And taking advantage of this situation, Parmara king freed Malwa from the Chalukyas. So Mool Raja died in 1178 and was succeeded by his younger brother Bhima II. So Bhima II, during this time, the kingdom started disintegrating, and there was internal disorder and foreign invasion. So there were many provincial governors who were declaring themselves independence. The situation was saved by one of his very close chief, that was the Waghela chief, and he was the one who fought for him. And during the struggle with the other invasions, he died. But the chief, the Waghela chief, carried on along with his sons, like Lavana Prasad was the successor, who took up the administration from the headquarters, and his 2 brothers Tejapal and Vastupal as minister also were trying to keep the kingdom intact. He repulsed the invasion of Yadavas and routed the Parmars. So though he was assisted, Bhima too was assisted by his feudatories, but he was not able to keep the kingdom, and most of his kingdom were, the chiefs were declaring themselves independence. So now he was left with the possession of Bharmar, Godwan in Jodhpur, Dungarpur and Kathiawar. So if we see the architecture, so this was the end. After Bhima II, the Vaghelas took over, and that was a completely different dynasty. And if you see the architecture, they were great patronages, and gave impetus to the continuation and development of the style. They continued with the Maitrak period, the architecture style, but they gave a different outlook to their temples. It was more of vigor, boldness with grace, super execution of artistic decor. Example, the Gope and Rora, which I'll be talking soon. And we can say their stylized was completely different. It was an indigenous school. It never developed from Maitrak. They took some, features from the Maitrak, but they never, they developed their own style. So it was far superior and very much beautiful in appearance. So these are the Gope temples of Maitrak period, which has Famsna Akar. This is Sonkansani temple, number 1. This is Sandava period, 7th to 9th century. Again, this is a Famsna Akar of Shikhar. Then this is the region where they built many temples. Here I'll be telling about only few temples because they had made over more than 100 temples. If we see their styles, they had two styles. One was Mahagurjara, which was existing earlier, and there was Mahamaru, which was existing in Rajasthan. So combining this Mahagurjaras and Mahamaru, they had established their own style, that is Gurjara style. So Mahagurjara was divided into early, middle and late phase, which was developed by Dr. Dhaki. There was elevation in the first phase of the Shikhar. Middle phase was it was developing with some of the sculptures, and the late phase, they refined the carving over Pitha and added images in the Vedi Vanda. And the floor plans were mostly now 3 Ratha or rarely 3 Ratha. There were 3 Ratha. So I'll be showing you. So these are the Mahagurjara's early, middle and late phase. This is the early phase is Mahavira Jain temple of the Ocean, where you can see the 3 Rathas are there, 1, 2 and 3. And here, this is the middle phase, the Roda temple in Khade Rora, which is 1 or 2 temples are only surviving. And this is the late phase, which is Ambika Mata temple. Now, if you see the Mahamaru, which is in Rajasthan, it is Gurjara Pratihara temple. It has got a Bhumija style of temple architecture. And the late phase is Harshanatha temple. Maru Gujarat feature, which the Solankis adopted, was the combination of Mahamaru and Mahagurjara style temple, which blended Nagara style and had made with sandstone and marble. And they are mostly found in Gujarat and Rajasthan, dated from 9th century CE. They are highly ornate with sculptures, motifs depicting stories from the literature, from epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana. They also have various deities, mythical figures, floral and faunal motifs, hybrid figures, and other decorative motifs. They had number of projections and recesses. The Mandovra was sharply carved and had statues in the niches. The pillars were arranged in a circle to uphold the central dome, and there were Ghata Pallava and niches with sculptures. Then Pitha or Adhisthana, that is the plinth, had where the whole temple was standing and had panels with musicians, dancers, Kirtimukhas, Gajatharas, Naratharas, Ashwatharas, and they are very exquisitely carved and ornamented with lots of filigree. So this is one of the moldings of the Pitha. It is divided into 7 parts. Pitha, and the temple part had Pitha, Mandodara, and Shikhar. So again, these moldings were subdivided. You can see these are divided into 7 parts. Then the door frame, that is the Dwarka Shakha, were also faceted in odd numbers. The lintel is carved with divinities, while the door still has a semicircular projections in center with a creeper on its side, or there are kirtimukhas, sometimes sculptures of gods and goddesses also. So this is the temple wall, which again is divided into so many phases. So they're developed like Latina Shikhar was also developed during this Rajput period. Then Shekhari style was developed during Rajput period, and also Bhumija continued as one of the styles of the Shikhara. If you see the plan, or the Mula Prasad, that is the sanctum, had an antaral, and then that is a vestibule, and then there is a Guha Mandapa, where the mandap, and then there were stairs which was going down, and again there was Ranga Mandapa. Ranga Mandapa is beautifully carved with, you can see the pillars, which was divided into nave, and it was supporting the circular roof on top. And this is the Kund. So the entrance is from here, and you can go into the Kund. So the plan is angular with multiple rathas on each face, and the maximum number of these projection is 5. Thus, some of the Maru Gujarat temples have Pancharatha plan, and Mula Prasad and Mandap have the same rathas. These two have the equal number of rathas, these two. So next is different types of floor plan. So some temples are open Pradakshina Path. Large temples, the Pradakshina Path is covered, and generally the Garbhagriha and Mandapa had two shikhars, and sometimes multiple mandapas also are found in the Jain temples. And in this time, we have less of Panchayatana style. This particular Asod temple has Panchayatana, like 5 temples, 5 small temples, separate temples, surrounding 4 temples surrounding the main temple. So Panchayatana, and this is the Vishnu temple with Garbhagriha and Mandapa. So this is the pillars. As I told you, the pillars are executively carved, which has got a circular base, then or octagonal base sometimes. And this is also, the shaft is octagonal, and it is supporting the roof, which is got floral designs all over. And this is the Mount Abu Solanki temple. Then this is the temple of Sun Temple Modera, which has the epics, figures of epics covered, and you can see that they are all in nave. There is nave. It is the temple. The pillars are from that 4 gateways. They are coming, and they form a circle in between, which is supporting the circular roof, which I'll be showing you just now. So this is the ceiling, which is usually carved with lotus petals in number of layers. And this is the carving of Ranakpur temple, the Jain temple, which has got figures of Surasundaris. And then we have the temples. As I told you, there are more than 100 temples constructed during this time, and 50 of them have national and state level importance. And these are some of the temples. So next we go to Modera temple. Modera temple is situated on a very high plinth. As you enter, one can see the tank in front, which has a number of niches, shikhars or small temples on all the 4 sides of the steps. And then one can go in, and this is where you are going in, and there is the Toran, which is broken from here. This is the Sabha Mandap. Sabha Mandap has 52 pillars, and which is indicating 52 weeks, and it is a sun temple. So once you go inside, this is the Sabha Mandap, and it has got Toran on 3 sides. Both the sides it is broken, only one side it is standing, and this is entering into the mandap and the Guha Mandap. So see the outer side, it has got beautiful niches with different sculptures, and it is so that in the time of equinox, the sunlight used to fall directly on the head of the god. So this is another, see how beautiful carving is there. This is a closer view. This is another closer view of the Sun Temple pillars, which you can see up. There are Kirtimukhs, there are gods and goddesses, there are war scenes, there are this whole place is sculpted with carved with Mahabharat stories, and there is Bharvaka on top, which is holding the pillar. There are also erotic subjects out here. In most of the Rajput temples, we do see erotic sculptures. Then Rudra Mahalaya temple, which is also known as Rudramal temple, is a temple complex at Sidhpur, very near to Patan, and it was built by Mula Raja and completed by Siddharaja Jai Singh. And during the time of Alauddin Khilji, in the Sultan of Delhi, he destroyed it. Later it was again constructed, but it was again destroyed by Ahmad Shah 1410, and now it is completely lying in ruins. And today, and they built also a temple, Jama Masjid out there. So now this place is under disputed area, and this is the picture. So you can see this is a Shiva temple, where this is the main shrine, and there are many halls around it. And these are the torans which are lying in ruins. So if you see the next temple, it is the Galteshwar temple. It was constructed in 12th century. It is lying in between the two rivers like Mahi and Galti. And the Garbhagriha has a Bhumid style. It was broken. Half is, it was reconstructed by the Archaeology Survey of India. And sorry. Yeah. It was reconstructed by Archaeological Survey of India, and it has 40 pillars. You can see it is with mandap, and the walls of the temples are carved with very beautiful figures of various gods, Gandharvas, human, rishis, horse riders, elephant riders, chariots, and events of human life. So that is it. Then this temple is Bhavka temple, which is in Dahod, central Gujarat, damaged by Muhammad of Ghazni. And this is another temple which is in Panchayatana style, which is now completely fallen and it is lying in ruins. So next temple is Somnath. Somnath mythology says that it was constructed, nobody knows like when it was constructed, but it was rebuilt during the Maitrak period, reconstructed by the Pratihars of Nagabhatta, reconstructed by Parmara King Bhoja, and also by Solanki King Bhimadeva I. Again, during his period, it was destroyed by Muhammad of Ghazni, and it was rebuilt by Kumarapala. So many a times it has been destroyed. So the temple shikhar of the main spire is 49 feet and a height of the sanctum, and it has got a huge flagpole on the top. And Dwarka temple, if you see the main shrines of 5-storied, supported by 72 pillars, is known as Jagat Mandir or Nij Mandir. It was destroyed by Muhammad Begra and again reconstructed. So Torans, if you see, is the freestanding ornamental or arched gateway of ceremonial purposes. They are built with red and yellow sandstone. A prominent feature of temple architecture in Gujarat. It was originally a gateway with post and cross pieces, sometimes elaborate, decorated and carved. It is the temple complex is fronted by an arched gate, that is Toran, or it is also known as Kirti Toran, because it has got after that they were defeating somebody, they were building such kind of gateways. And surviving torans are made of stones, and they are classified under civic architecture. Like the plinth of Toran pillar is simple, having a decoration of longes only, and this is followed like it has many phases which has different sculptures like Kirtimukha, Gajathara, Narathara, and Kumbhi. And the panel figures of each face of the pillar is richly carved with a canopy. So each pillars are freestanding. It has a huge base, or the plinth is a huge one, and it has moldings on all the sides, and the pillars are richly carved with kumbi and barani and stambhas. So there are many torans of Gujarat. So these are some of them. The famous ones are here I have addressed, and I can show you the photographs here. This is the Delmal, which is richly carved arch. Then there is this the Kapadvansh one. This is the Vadnagar, which is again standing on a huge plinth and has beautiful carvings on it. This is the Torana of Piludra. It has a gateway which is believed to have formed a part of Sun Temple, and the temple has been destroyed, but remains of are lying buried under the derbys. And the Torana too is not very much intact. So the pillars are beautifully carved. Toran of Asoda is broken, and it has a Shiv temple known as Shiva Panchayatana temple, which was built by Siddharth Jaisingh. It is also was a sun temple, like that of Sun Temple of Modhera. It is completely planned in that way. And this is the Toran of Modhera. You can see one which is from the Sabha Mandap it has taken. So beautifully, richly carved temple, Toran. Then the gates of Dabhoi Fort. The fort gateways are beautifully carved again. The fort was initiated by Jaisimha Siddharaj and was completed during the reign of the Vaghilas. It is multi-layered, carved, corbelled brackets resting on pillars, so you can see them. Richly carved on the outer gateways. And this is a fort of Jinjhuwada of the same style, you can see. Then the kunds and vows, there are stepwells also, vows or tepels or tanks or kunds. So there are many during this period, the Solanki period. So we have Mansar Talav, we have Sahasraling Talav, which was built by the Siddharaj Jaisimha. And this Mansar Talav has got 300 temple structures on all the sides of the temples. And this Sahasralinga Talav, it is a reservoir where it used to bring in, during the rainy season, they used to store the water, but if there is any dirt or all, they used to open the ducts, which you can see out here. These are the ducts where the water used to go down and it used to become dry. So this was a kind of engineered work of that period. So this is Rani Ki Vav. Again, Rani Ki Vav is one of the most very beautifully built. It is 7-storied Vav, which it is the entrance is from the east. You can see the entrance out here. And as you go down, there are panels on both the sides which has rich sculptures of Dashavatara temple and other gods and goddesses and Surasundaris. There are around 102 Surasundaris with different poses here. And this is situated in Patan on the banks of river Saraswati. It has got 6 levels, and as one goes down, and at the end of the wall, there is a sculpture of Sheshashai Vishnu. And the Sheshashai Vishnu is built in 3 phases, like 3 floors or 3 stories. As the water recedes, you can see the lower stories also, but as the water goes up, most of the time only one if we go, we can only see the one, the other two are submerged in the water. So as the water used to recede, we could see the this is Sheshashai Vishnu only when the water receded. And this is the well. It is a 7th floor well, as I told you, and each side, each circular side, you can see beautiful sculptures of Surasundaris. So these are some of the sculptures, as I told you, Ganesh with consort, and here again Parvati in penance, we can see. These are some of the Kalki avatar. This is Varaha avatar. This is Bhairav. So beautifully carved. And what is the more important, that from on the, it is always put into a panel with the panel which has stories of Varaha on the two sides. So you can see that even for Bhairava, there is stories of or different sculptures of Bhairava on either sides. So this is, sorry, where is it? One second, very sorry. Where did it go? Okay. Stop sharing. Yeah. So these are the Surasundaris of Rani Ki Vav, of different, poses. Somebody is doing, putting her makeup, somebody is putting her bindi and all. So somebody is in the dancing pose. So these are one way, this is Vav of Mondera and Shamlaji. Now, if we go to the Jain architecture, it is like Varuna Sarmakar grant of Mula Raja I talks about that how they patronized the Jain merchants, and these Jain merchants they were traders and they built many temples. So they were given grant by the kings like Yuvraj, Chamunda Raja, then others like Durlava Raja, and other kings also patronized the Jains, and they had built many famous temples like the Neminath temple, Ajitanath temple, and many. So Kumar Pala also built many Jain temples under his governors, and according to Prabhakar Charita, it is stated that King Kumarapala ordered to erect 32 small temples, which are not there, but some of them are remaining. So Shatrunjaya, that is Palitan and Girnar, also today has those temples could be seen. So some of the Jain temples are these, like Ajitanath, Palitana, Girnar, Bhemamal, and Bhadreshwar. So these are the Jain temples. These are the ones which are located on the Taranga hill. Taranga is known for a Jain pilgrim center and has Jain temples, which is again in Maru Gujarat style. It was built by Kumarapala I in 1161. We have Palitana group of temples. It's the largest group of temple built on a hillock of Shatrunjaya near Palitana, Bhavnagar, and it is dedicated to Parshvanath, and they were built in 11th century CE. Then we have Girnar group of temple, again built by the governor of Saurashtra of Jaisimha Siddharaj. Then we have Bhadreshwar Jaina temple, also known as Vasai Jain temple in the Mundra Taluka, Kutch district. 1125, it was made by the ministers of Solanki. Then this is the Vimala Visahi temple of Mount Abu. It was located on the Mount Abu in Rajasthan, a Neminath temple built by Tejapal for increasing the religious merit of his wife and his son. And there are 32 inscriptions in the temples, and it was completed in 1297. If we go into discussion, the architecture during Solanki period is very unique in number of ways, because it was, we can say it was a period of experimentation. It was a period of innovation. It was also a period of perfection, beauty, and the artisans of this period, they were very much interested in building temples. The governors and the provincial governors and the ministers all took into their hand to build these temples and beautify the temples. Not a single crevice can be found empty of the temples, and thus visitors not only see the deities but also the reflection of the erstwhile society. There are dancers, there are maidens, there are monks, there are demigods, there are mythical beings, kichaks, kirtimukhas, and etc. And there also encompasses, the architecture encompasses the aspects of life like dharma, artha, karma, kama, and moksha. And during this period, we see both, along with Shaivism and Vaishnavism, which can be said to be the two dominant period, but we also see a school of thought such as Shakti traditions and the pantheons which was growing in the North Gujarat. So some of the unique idols like Parvati in penance, Mahishasura Mardani, Sheshashai Vishnu at Queen's Stepwell, and girls getting education, coronation of a king, Jain monk delivering lecture, and classical form of dance at the Sun Temple, we can see that. Lesser known Solanki era structures including Rudra Mahalaya temple and Akai temple are also there, which where the legacy of this era has been preserved. So thank you for.
Yeah. Hello. We are extremely thankful for Madam's excellent lecture, and that too within time. And if I say she has beautifully summarized the temple architecture, including the Jain architecture, torrents, and these water bodies. And as I understand that, she has excellent photographs. The photographs are, Madam, it's a wonderful photographs are there. And
Courtesy my students and me, sorry, sir, courtesy my students and me, we went for a tour. So
okay, but of course you are guiding them. And
yes.
Secondly, all of us, we know that how these water bodies have become relevant today, because the government of India has created this water ministry. As I understand, Rajasthan and Gujarat, two states in the country, which is dotted with these step wells. And there are many things to learn. And many of these water bodies, different type of water body, whether it's a step well or other types of water bodies, those are all almost silted up. But still, we know that if it is desilted, things are coming. I mean, there are literally, where there is no water, how they are managing such a huge population. And this is worth learning something. And I hope that in future, Professor Susmita Madam will concentrate on these step wells and other things. That's a really wonderful study can be undertaken. Thank you,
we
Madam.
are doing a project. Sorry, sir. We are doing a project with, like we have applied, I don't know, Vadnagar government project to locate the bunds and dams around North Gujarat, sir. So we are doing that.
And we have got hardly, we can take 3 questions to complete on time. And anyone is interested can unmute and ask. First come, first basis, and 3 questions we'll take. Yes. In fact, it was a wonderful review of the development of the architecture during the Solankis and all that. You get the complete idea what's happening in that area. Yeah. Anyone has got questions? Okay. I mean, once again, I must thank you, Madam, for your excellent delivery. And
Sir, please introduce Madam.
Okay. Actually, I know her since long because
yes.
Academically, almost like a colleague. I mean, I was in Deccan College. She's and survey.
I had come
and
there,
the
sir.
city
I had
and
come and
MSc.
met you in conferences. Yes, sir. Many of the conferences.
And many a times I go there as an examiner also, MSc University.
Yes.
And her field of interest is what she said, particularly art and architecture. And there are these days in our country, there are very, very few scholars are there. Those are concentrating on, really seriously concentrating on temple architecture or any other like a civic architecture and all that. And she has published also. There is a book called Reach of Splendor, Trade and Commerce of Gujarat. And besides that, already another project she has finished, Terracottas of Gujarat, because Gujarat is, of course, is extremely rich in terracottas, and particularly right from Harappans onwards, and have taken that. And her contribution knows, because as I know in that university, there are other people who are working on prehistory, protohistory, and other branches. But in art and architecture field, probably she is the only to whom we know from ASI and all that. Thank you, madam, once again. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. S.B. Ota, sir, formerly Joint Director, ASI, and Madam Professor Susmita Sen, Madam, giving a nice talk in this webinar and chair the session. Thank you, both. Now, next talk. Eminent speaker, Dr. Anish Ahmed Ansari, formerly Scientist E and Head of Department Botanical Survey of India, Regional Center, Allahabad. Our chairperson, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, sir, former Director, JNTBGRI and Coordinator, BR Program, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Government of India, and co-chairperson Dr. Anita Tomar, Scientist F, Forest Research Center for Eco Rehabilitation, Prayagraj, Allahabad, UP.
Yeah.
Welcome all of you, sir, and I am requested to Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Anish Ahmed Ansari.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mishra. Friends, I welcome all of you to this session. So it's mostly it's an after lunch. This is after lunch session. Of course, I thank Dr. Mishra for giving me an opportunity for chairing the session. As Dr. Ansari is my senior in the BSI, when he actually when we joined for a research scholar, he was already working as a scientist in the POSOF project. We fondly call him as a POSOF Ansari because there are several Ansaris in BSI to understand ourselves. It's fondly we call him because he was involved in the project on survey and documentation of endangered species, endangered flora at that time. It was supported by US Wildlife and Fisheries Services, actually, Wildlife Fisheries and Services. So probably our association is almost 40 years now old, and it grows over a period of time. And I am very happy to introduce Dr. Ansari for the benefit of all other audience, those who do not know. Otherwise, the academic circle, most of them, those who are working in, especially in plant science, knew him very well. And if you look in this, the service, he has completed his post-graduation from Gorakhpur University, and 1978 he has done his PhD, particularly on Mridula forest. And later on he joined in BSI, and he had an opportunity to work in Garhwal Himalayas first. From Himalayas, from Garhwal he was transferred to Coimbatore. So his person, it traveled almost throughout north to south and east to west by holding a different positions in Botanical Survey of India, and he worked mostly well in the Eastern and the Western Ghats, as well as the Northeastern Himalayas. Apart from that, he throughout his lifetime, he works on particularly the legumes, particularly the Crotalaria. He has very recently also published a book on exclusively on the Crotalaria of India. So he is one of the right person because he traveled across the India and worked in different phytogeographical regions, and I'm quite sure that he has almost covered all the 10 biogeographic zones during the last 40 years of his experience. And coming to his publication wise, is very huge. That is, he has published so far more than 279 articles, out of which nearly 178 are research papers. Rest of them belongs to chapters, contribution in books, and published abstracts, and some of the articles for the general public about the plants and their services. And still very happy that even after his retirement, he is actively engaging and contributing to the science, and also frequently attending the many scientific bodies. He is a member of the Fellow of Ethnobotanical Society, Fellow of Society of Living World, and Fellow of Association of Plant Taxonomy, and so on. So we are very fortunate to have him such a eminent resource persons, and we are very lucky, and we look forward. Today he is planning to present his botanic garden of Central Regional Circle. This is from Allahabad, and I hope that we will hear a nice talk from him. And now I invite Dr. Ansari, and also my co-chair, I think Dr. Tomar is there. Dr. Tomar is, I think he will join. Meanwhile, I request the Dr. Ansari sir to present it. We look forward to a great day. Thank you very much. Please, Dr. Ansari.
अंसारी साहब स्लाइड शेयर करवाएं. Please unmute yourself.
His opening is slide, I think.
Ansari साहब.
Yes.
वो कर रहे हैं.
Yes, getting.
Okay.
Yes, Ansari sir, please go ahead. It's
I
very
think,
clear.
as I'm thankful to Dr. Pandu Angan for his, attachment, affection. So it is good that he told all about. So I'll take to a less known and little known, but historically very important garden established by Dr. E.K. Janki Ammal. She was appointed as officer on special duty for a reorganization of Botanical Survey of India in 1954. The same year the CBL came and established, then she became its first director. Now the second slide. I think BSI abstract I have written on the pattern of a paper, so I made it. The BSI CRT was Central Region Center was established during 1962 with an area of 7 acres of land at 10 September 9th, Allahabad. Now it is Prayagraj called. The office residential complex has an earmarked area of about 3 acres under Botanic Garden. In this presentation, an account of the garden is provided. This started as external garden for Central, as already I told, BSI, which was later shifted to Howrah. This garden has different sections, including arboretum cum mini forest as a nature reserve, a total of about 638 species belonging to both cultivated and wild species. Under 111 families are recorded. I have next slide. I have prepared a very brief introduction for the history of the garden. The existence of garden and agriculture and horticulture practices can be dated back to 5000 BC. In Charak Samhita, description of Charak Udyan has been mentioned. The ancient kings not only built gardens but also sermonized about the usefulness of gardens and forests. During medieval period, much interest was taken for development of gardens. Mughal emperors, especially Mughal emperors, has a passion for nature and they established gardens in cities and around monuments. Then there was a global approach where establishment of European gardens were meant for quest of knowledge, quest of that was quite different, quest of knowledge and academic pursuit, whereas Mughal gardens were primarily and mostly meant for the beauty, landscape, pleasure, and luxury. Of course, local rulers and Nawabs also established gardens during their period. And finally, this during British regime, that is East India Company, India business, our country business, and especially the Southeast Asia, witnessed establishment of several botanic gardens for economic and then plus exchange, with starting in 1787. That is after the Plassey 17 Plassey War in 1757 with this Sirajdola. The establishment of Royal Botanic Garden in Howrah by the Chittagong, which is now AJC Bose Botanic Garden. And we have this is a view of for garden in Allahabad. Just I made a slide. Now a little history I am giving that establishment re-strengthening of Botanic Garden by MOSCC. This is very important as we are discussing also. Botanic gardens play a key role in ensuring conservation of plant diversity. Keeping this in mind, MOSCC initiated a scheme on assistance to botanic gardens in 1992 with an aim for XC2 conservation of threatened and primarily for threatened and endangered along with their local plants by propagation, multiplication, reintroduction, exchange program, education, and creating awareness. Under this scheme, so far, 347 botanic gardens have been re-strengthened and are established all over India, along with over a dozen lead botanic gardens, which are serving as referral nodal centers for extensive conservation of endemic and certain species in different parts of regions of the country. Some of the important I am mentioning this lead botanic garden, which is not in the slide. Botanic Garden, Department of Botany, Shivaji University. It is mainly for northwestern Ghats. That is, and then One Vigyan Kendra, State Forest Research Chesa. This garden I have visited, Eastern Himalaya. This is in Assam area. And then we have G.V. Pant Institute of Himalayan Environment and Development, Kosi Almora. This is for Western Himalaya. Then we have Central Arid Zone Research Institute, Jodhpur for Arid Zone, desert area. Then Botanic Garden, National Botanical Research Institute, Lucknow for UP and Gangetic Plain. Then we, of course, Dr. Pandurangan was director of this garden, Jawaharlal Nehru Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute, Thiruvananthapuram. This is especially for southwestern Ghats, Kerala and other adjoining areas. Then we have, of course, Raffinate Father Matthews, S.T. Joseph College, Tiruchirappalli. This is also Botanic Garden, Institute of Agriculture Science, GKVK, Bangalore, Western Ghats. Then Institute of Forestry, Productivity, Karachi for Chotanagpur, very collective area is there. Then we have Malaba Botanic Garden, Kozhikode, Southwestern Ghats. And then Next is Botanic Gardens of BSI, that is Botanical Survey of India. Of course, there are 11 botanic gardens and are experimental gardens associated with the regional center in different phytogeographical regions with up-to-date collection of endemic and threatened plants of their respective areas with regular introduction. So, of course, our scientists and other staff, they go to field and bring live plants along with herbarium collection. Some of the important gardens I have mentioned, AJC both already I have mentioned, it is in Howrah, around 220 hectares of land, a main collection of trees and bamboos. Others are also, we have many sections. Then experimental garden Badapani, Shillong, here we have Nepenthes, very many orchids are there, and Zingiberesi also, very many members are there, like Katuma and other species. Then Dhanikari in Andaman and Nicobar, this is a 30 hectares, this second medicinal plants is mostly. Then in Yarkad, we have National Aquarium and Sun Garden. It is around 18 hectares. Mostly orchids we have here. And some of the other gardens are there. Then next slide. Next. हाँ? कैसे मालूम है? आवाज जा रही है? हेलो?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
आ रही है सर, आ रही है। हाँ, क्योंकि
Yes, sir. आ रही है सर, आ रही है।
हाँ, असल में अच्छा ठीक है अच्छा then next slide. This is the view of the old building in the right hand side. This is the old commissary building and the garden. This is luxurious scene. Behind this old building, there is a very big banyan tree. Under the banyan tree, we have very many cycas species, and this is adjacent to boundary wall. Along boundary wall towards the railway station side, we have Polyalthia row, very tall tree, hundreds of years old, and the Antigona leptopus is a beautiful red flower. It is plenty there. So I will give a brief history of the Central Asian Center, BSI, Allahabad, Prayagraj. A brief history is after the reorganization of BSI in 1954, the Central Botanical Laboratory came into existence on April 13, 1954 with Dr. E.K. Janki Ammal as its first director. The laboratory started in Indian Museum, Kolkata. Just after 8 months, it was temporarily shifted to Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow, on December 2nd, 1954, where it remained for about 3 years till December 3rd, 1957. Later, it was shifted from Lucknow to Allahabad in December 1957 in the old commissioner's office building, a century-old mansion, where it remained for about 5 years and later shifted to Kolkata, Howrah. I mean that is Central Botanical Laboratory shifted to from Allahabad to Kolkata and then Howrah. Simultaneously, the Central Regional Center, BSI Allahabad, came into existence on 31st July 1962. While this mentioning the century-old, already the campus has luxurious trees and other species. When the garden was established, then we have special collections of many white roses. And in this slide, this is a new building which was built during 2000 Dr. L.P. Singh time, during 2002, 2001, 2 and 3, 4 was shifted. Next slide. This is of course some of plants. This is a wild ornamental, Musanda philippica, and we have Nymphaea species. And the botanic garden, it is situated in the main office campus near the old commission and surrounding areas. The new office is at one side. After the next earlier, right? This building is at one side along the regional complex. So it is one side of the we can say garden. So normally the other, of course, in building, in making buildings, many plants are cut, trees are cut. So the next slide. The third point is about 3 acres of land situated. That is, it is at 25 degree 28 minutes and latitude and 91 degree and altitude of 92 meters. There are 2 ponds. One big, very big. It is very X-shaped, very colored also. They have made it, so many tiles are there. And one is small with about 500 square meter of water area. And the entire area is situated at the 10th Chattam line, adjacent to Prayag railway station in army cantonment area. Of course, the army fellow, they are now sometimes putting problem to take back the. So it is only with the nearby hostels and establishment of Allahabad University. I have already told in 2004, 19 November, the office was shifted to newly constructed building from the old commissioner's office building. The jurisdiction of the center is states of Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. So we have collections from these 3 states, and some collections and some collections we have from agency both and other exchange basis from other gardens of the next. And this is how we have different sections. The garden is divided into many sections. Of course, the area is too small, so it is all very, very small portions are there, but they are clear cut demarcation. Aquatic area is very clear. Arboretum this is very unique in city area in Allahabad. We will not get such area even in the Allahabad University Botanic Garden. They have, of course, many gymnasium collections, but not like us. Then bamboo setting is also very big near this arboretum. It also extends to the residence area. So many bamboos are there. And then after there is only one greenhouse. We have in greenhouse the Prairie indica, which is endemic to Pune, and we have gymnasium as already told. Big banyan tree there. Below the banyan tree, we have many cases of ficus and zemia also, and aracaria and other species. Then after medicinal plants, it is a very huge amount of this also tetraphylla and serpentina also. Then many others are plumbago is there. So many species are there. And then ornamental, we are Antigona, I told. Then this Portlandia is big flower. It will come in the list. Plant introduction section. It is along with the greenhouse and nearby area. Rose section is very special. Dr. G.S. Puri was in charge that time. People from foreign places used to come to our garden to see the both wild and hybrid species of the rose. Still, we have many species of roses. And then propagation, conservation of endemic and threatened plant section. Then after that, in all there are about 638 species of and wild species. 1100. This plate depicts the top left is a view of the garden. You see the Parisperia is there, yellow flower, and some other species are there. Then the right hand is Flamingia stricta. The endemic to Chhattisgarh area. Then Heliconia is common. Ennana muricata is, of course, not. So it was brought from agency garden, Botany garden. Then this right is a road in the garden. And list. This is list of the garden plants. Of course, I have reduced next. The cycles, all the 3 species are there. So many species. Rewa and Ramphai. Rewa magna, of course, many numbers we have. Bigza is also there. Cassiera tomentosa is another interesting. I think this is wild edible fruits are there, yellow color. Flacodia indica is also edible. It is called Paniala in our area. And Commiphora, already we heard, this Google is a very important plant. Ventilago is Venticulata sapindus. It is a shampoo plant. It is also many trees are there. This is Flamangia sticta, Sabisu Teropus, Apus, K. Khanna and Anandpur, they reduced from the species level to subspecies level. That Indopteronia audiences, this is endemic to India and Nepal. So many individuals have been brought and successfully have been introduced and they are surviving very well. Recently, from the after my of course I was a little 10 years before. So recently they are also preparing a green map in the garden, green map, and they are introducing Victoria. Also some uses are there. Then Adenine thrapavinae are under red color seeds are there, and Phages is very common in the Trichocensis. Centella is also another medicinal plant. Anthocephalus is also medicinal plant. Sanda, of course, is ornamental. Portlandia garden, very big flower. It is also Elephantopas is we have this radical leaves. It is on the ground. It is wild. Silence is another medicinal plant. Plumbago is another medicinal plant. Madhuka, Daspras. Astonia macrophylla is not much found. It's a rare plant. Squaris is common. Rolfea, Tetraphylla, Serpentina is less. Feria indica I mentioned. This was introduced from Pune garden. Stixnas naxbomica. Dolichondron is another that is not much found. We have very less number in the wild. Dolichondron is the Thanvergia recta is also not much. Melana philippines is also another also rare plant. White text is very common and Rivinia humilis is with red berries. It is less known medicinal plant. So when I was there, my one colleague told that it is good for eruptions in body. If you rub with the eruption, it will go. Antigonan lepto, it is a Polygosimium, but normally Polygosimium are herbaceous, like Cocolova is tree. We have Cocolova in Agestivos garden and in the NBRI Lucknow also. Antigonan is a climber and it's very extensive, but it is herbaceous climber and beautiful red color. And then Dendrophoe falcata is a parasite. This is very much huge found. So they are destroying many trees also. The Santalum album is there. Arthrocarpella cucha is not much found in Allahabad, so we have a few number, and it is edible fruits are there. Alpinia calcareta, Chilocastus, castus, it is a very important medicinal plant. Ravenella, many numbers we were able to grow it, and it is just like avenue tree near the new gate. Hypheny is a branched palm. This is found wild in Kutch area of Gujarat. We have some specimens. Then Pandanus is what Keola water. It is also there. Ecorus is also this medicinal plant. Bambusa. Then another bamboo dendrochirus. Then Vetiveria cusp. Next slide. Of course, whispers. This is castus or Chilocastus. Of course, we have training, not as a regular training program, but trainees are coming. When I was there, trainees of State Forest Services of Madhya Pradesh, they used to come. Even they come on holiday, then I will open the office, go to office, give them some this PPT and take around the garden. So students also come to the garden regularly. They come more from the Allahabad area and not burning district. And another is eye-based trainees and sporadic trainees from other services also visit, because Allahabad was once very because of the university is a very important center. and this during Kumbh Mela, other Mela, also people they throng throughout the area and to our garden. Apart from the above, during the functions of World Environment Day, International Day of Biodiversity, etc., school children they participate in various competitions, and they are sometimes they are presented some lecture, PPT, and they are taken out the garden. So next slide. There are some references. I have taken from my own paper, and then Dr. Das paper, and then a brochure, old paper, and all the images are from our BHOPAL. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ansari, for a very lucid presentation. And I think my co-chair has joined now. Dr. Tomar. I think he is
Dr. Anita Tomar.
He is not
Dr.
here.
Anita Tomar.
Tomar is not there. Anyway, now this session is open for any doubts or any clarifications, please.
I think we have beautiful lectures on arboretum.
Yes. Yeah, if I think Veena Chandra has joined actually. I think after a long time.
Let her ask, of course.
Hello, Veena Chandra.
Good.
Yeah,
Hello,
Veena
sir.
Chandra.
How are you?
Yeah, fine. I think
I am no, I have joined after a long time because I have been traveling only yesterday. I have come back to Greater Noida. Tomorrow
Okay.
again moving. So 4-5
yeah.
days I have been traveling. That is why I got my shifted to 27th instead of 30th.
Yeah. So did you?
नमस्कार मैडम।
Yeah.
नमस्कार ब्रिजलाल जी, कैसे हैं?
बस ठीक है, आप सुनाइए कैसे हैं आप? ठीक
अच्छा,
है।
देहरादून में हो, कभी शक्ल तो दिखा दो।
अब मैडम आप ट्रेवलिंग में रहते तो कहाँ मिले?
ये तो अभी आपको पता चला ना, फोन किया होता तो पता चलता मैं कहाँ हूँ।
बताइए कहाँ? मैं पक्का आऊंगा। FRI अभी बैठे हैं आप?
नहीं, मैं तो अब इंदिरा नगर एक जगह है वहाँ रहती हूँ।
अच्छा, इंदिरा नगर, ठीक है, कोई नहीं, आएंगे मैडम, कोई मिलेंगे पक्का, है ना?
पक्का।
मैं इधर सचदार रोड में रहता हूँ, IT पार्क के बगल में।
अच्छा।
द्रोण वाटिका।
मेरा घर जो है डॉक्टर डोभाल के घर से बहुत दूर नहीं है, मतलब 5 मिनट का ड्राइव।
अच्छा।
पास नहीं है।
वो एरिया उधर लगाओ ना, सारा बसंत विहार
जी।
मिलेंगे मैडम।
So please conclude session, sir. Dr. Panduraman, sir.
Yeah, friends.
एक मिनट
for
सर।
the last 5 days, you have any doubt, Rijlal? Please.
Yeah, no doubt, क्योंकि मैंने पूरा लेक्चर सुना डॉक्टर साहब, बहुत बधाई डॉक्टर साहब, डॉक्टर अंसारी। और क्योंकि इनको मैं हमेशा शुरू से AAA के नाम से याद रखता था। जब इनके पेपर देखता था मैं सारे, तो AAA। और आपने वहाँ भी क्या उसका नाम, पौड़ी में कौन सा जगह थी वो? नागदेव वहाँ उसके। हाँ, ये पौड़ी में एस्टेब्लिश किया था बोटनिकल गार्डन ना। हाँ, तो वहाँ उसके उस टाइम से जानता हूँ। फिर आप वहाँ भी रहे कुछ दिन नोएडा में। उसमें भी काम किया आपने। बाकी रही सेंट्रल BSI की बात, BSI तो मेरा मैं CSR में काम जरूर किया हूँ, लेकिन सर BSI मेरे लिए जो एक ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जैसे मैं वही काम किया हूँ, क्योंकि सेंट्रल सर्किल जो इलाहाबाद था तो मध्य प्रदेश का काम करते, तो वहाँ GP रॉय हुआ करते थे हेड।
जी।
तो वहाँ सारा आइडेंटिफिकेशन जो मेरा मध्य प्रदेश का काम था सारा वहाँ हुआ करता, तब हम लखनऊ पहुंचते थे। तो बहुत सारी यादें। और सर आपका लेक्चर तो खैर हमेशा इट इज हाईली इन्फॉर्मेटिव और इंस्पायरिंग होता है, उसमें मतलब कोई दो राय नहीं है।
बहुत शार्ट था, बहुत शार्ट में था।
नहीं, इट वाज वेरी इन्फॉर्मेटिव सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू।
फोटोग्राफ्स भी नहीं थे, तो सीढ़ी खराब हो गई ना सर.
Thank you, friends. Really, he has given a very historical background of this central region Botanic Garden of the BSI. In fact, it was started by Professor Janaki Ammal after came back to India from London at the invitation of our former Prime Minister to reorganize the Botanical Survey of India and also to take up our scientific activities, especially CSIR and other groups. So really, what happened is one of the deserving garden is in the midst of the Prayagraj. But meanwhile, many smaller gardens are established. Probably they have overshadowed some of the gardens, and which remains probably Allahabad. But Dr. Ansari brought out nicely about the holdings of the number of holdings and different sections, and I think I have listened to almost half a dozen gardens for the last 5 days actually. So I thank Dr. Mishra for continuously organizing people across the India, so that we are having actually connecting to various scientists and scientific institutions. So far we are not concentrating, or we are not directly involved in contact. It's very nice, and particularly all these botanic gardens are ex situ conservation centers of excellent ex situ conservations, and is a part of global species conservation program. So definitely last presenter actually from Shimla has very well integrated the importance of botanic garden in the SDGs as well as for the global species conservation program. And it's very nice, doctor, and thank you for presenting a nice way for easily to understand the people, even non-biology, non-botany people. And I thank once again on behalf of me as well as on behalf of the organizers. So thank you and have a great day. And now over to the organizers. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Please.
I will add.
Dr. Mishra?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, sir, for chair the session, and Dr. Anish Ahmed Ansari, sir, given a nice talk on Allahabad Botanical Garden, Central Circle, Allahabad, BSI. So thank you both, sir. Okay, sir. Then next talk, our eminent speaker, Dr. Nisit Dharaiya, Associate Professor, Department of Life Science, HNG University, Patan, Gujarat. Dr. Dharaiya, Dr. Nisit.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Person, Sri Sanjay Kumar Pathak, IFS, Field Director, Dudhwa National Park of Uttar Pradesh. Welcome, sir. Pathak, sir.
थैंक यू मिश्रा सर, नमस्कार सभी को नमस्कार।
अभी आप दुधवा में ही हैं? दुधवा में ही हैं?
जी जी जी।
अच्छा अच्छा जी जी। को चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर एस ममता, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर एंड हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल स्टडीज, डी पॉल कॉलेज, मैसूर। ममता मैडम। ओके, अभी वो शायद नहीं जोड़ पाई हैं। So I am requested to Dr. Sanjay Pathak, Sri Sanjay Pathak, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Dr. Nisit Dharaiya.
Thank you, sir. सभी को नमस्कार. And I am feeling very privileged to be given the task of chairman. So I would like to put my appreciation on record for Golvalkar University, Golvalkar College, Rewa, who has been doing this thing for the last so many months. And the choice of speakers, I would say that is outstanding. Definitely you are trying to give input in all the fields so that people in the business of conservation, either on the botanical side or the zoological side, could understand the things. And the eminent speaker today with us is an authority in the field of sloth bears. What I could see from the biodata of Dr. Nisit Dharaiya. So we are fortunate to have Dr. Nisit Dharaiya with us today to deliver a talk on why sloth bears are vulnerable. As you all are aware, sloth bears are the Schedule 1 species under Wildlife Protection Act. So we'll be lucky to hear Dr. Dharaiya. And Dr. Dharaiya, as Iskan Misra Saab has already pointed out, he's an associate professor in Department of Life Sciences in HNG University, Patan, Gujarat, and he is PhD, and he is Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute, USA, has been one of his alma maters. So he has been in the teaching business for the last 25 years and in the research business for the last 30 years. So I'm not aware about the score, but the score, the RG score, his RG score is 15.5. So that shows the excellence of the speaker today, and his areas of interest has been the mammalian ecology, wildlife and conservation biology, environmental biology and education. And apart from that, he has been a member of so many academic bodies as well as professional societies. He has been co-chair of IUC and SSC Sloth Bear Expert Team, member State Wildlife Board, Gujarat State, and so many things. He has been associated with the Gir Foundation, Government of Gujarat, and has been on a member on the coordinating committee of many bear specialist groups. So nobody could have been a better choice as a speaker to speak on this very topic. And as far as research projects are concerned, he has completed 18 projects and 2 of his projects are ongoing. 10 students have been awarded PhD under his guidance, and 2 others are under supervision right now. He has published more than 80 papers, 16 popular articles, and he has contributed in books also, in 8 books by writing chapters. So the list is very long, and I think he is definitely, he has done excellent work in this field. And I would like that now Dr. Nisit Dharaiya come and deliver talk. I won't be taking too much of time in between. So I would like to invite Dr. Dharaiya, and we'll definitely gain most of the things regarding beer. So Dr. Nisit Dharaiya, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Pathak sir, very good evening to you. I think, yeah, we met personally when you were the Deputy Director of Dudhwa National Park. And yeah, we have organized one training course with Smithsonian Institution in Dudhwa in 2010.
I remember.
Yeah, at that time we met in your office.
I would also like to mention that he has been a designated trainer under Smithsonian Institute for tiger also, apart from bears. Yeah, Dr. Dharaiya, please.
Yeah, so it is very nice to see you again, sir, even virtually.
Thank
but
you.
we met personally in your office long back in 2010, 2011. Thank you very much, sir, for a nice introduction. And thank you very much to the Government College of Rewa, and especially Dr. Skand Kumar Mishra, who is taking a pain and organizing this webinar series. And like, it is very informative for the students. It is again very informative for the faculty members, as well as it is very important. This webinar series is become a tool of collaborating the experts or making the group of experts. So we all are very much thankful to Dr. Mishra for getting all the frogs on the one bucket. So thank you very much. And with this, I would share my screen. So we'll not lose much of the time, and we can start talking about the. Am I, my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay. And are the slides are rolling?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about why sloth bears are considered as vulnerable. And if they are vulnerable, and if it becomes least concern, then nobody will concern it and it will become endangered. So why IUCN Bear Specialist Group, or why IUCN Species Survival Commission has put sloth bear in a vulnerable category? Like all of you here are the experts in your field, and you are much aware about the IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. And out of the 8 different commissions of the IUCN, one of the commission, very important commission, is the SSC, which is known as the Species Survival Commission. And under that Species Survival Commission, there are many experts team and specialist group, and the main responsibility of all these expert group and the specialized group is to assess the assess the status of the species across the world, that how many number of the individuals of particular species is available in the world, what is the status of the population, whether the population is declining or increasing, what is the status of their habitat, and how they are performing, how they are doing in the present time. So that was the main objective of every expert group of the Species Survival Commission of the IUCN. And I got the opportunity to work on the sloth bear expert team of Bear Specialist Group since 2012. And I also got the opportunity to assess the sloth bear population across the world for its red list category. So I just wanted to give a brief talk about the how this assessment is going on, like how this assessment has been done in past years, what we have done in the assessment during the red list assessment process, and what actually sloth bear is and why sloth bear are vulnerable. So this is what the basic central theme of my talk. I will talk something about sloth bear. I will give a brief introduction of sloth bear. जैसे पाठक साहब ने पहले मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया एंड देन मेरा टॉक शुरू हुआ, ऐसे मैं पहले भालू का इंट्रोडक्शन दूंगा. आई विल इंट्रोड्यूस स्लॉथ बेयर एंड देन आई विल टॉक अबाउट स्लॉथ बेयर एंड इट्स रेड लिस्ट असेसमेंट. So I think many of us would know that there are 8 different species of bears in the world, and only 2 continents, Africa and Australia, these 2 areas, they don't have the bear species. Otherwise, if you can see throughout the world, there are bears, and all these bears are of 8 different species. But out of these 8 species, our country, India, is holding 4 species of them. That means India is holding 50% of the bear species alone in the India. And these 4 species are the sloth bear, Himalayan brown bear, Himalayan black bear, and the sun bear. Sun bear is known as the smallest bear species of the world, whereas the polar bear is known as the largest species of the world. So these are the 4 bears of India and their distribution across the country. Asiatic black bear mostly found in the north part and northeastern part of our country. Sloth bear is widely distributed, although it is patchy distribution, but it is widely distributed in across the country, except the Himalayas, the high altitude Himalayas, and the northeastern states. Brown bear has a very typical distribution. They just found in the high altitude range of the Himalayas, northern Himalaya. And sun bear, which is the smallest bear species of the world, they are found in the northeastern part of our country, but rest of the part of our country, we don't have the sun bear. So this is what the overview of different bear species that we have in the world and in our country. And that's why the responsibility of India, or we as an Indian, is more to conserve the species, the bear species of the world. So sloth bears are listed as a vulnerable species. Vulnerable means if we have not given focus and proper focus to the conservation of this species, very soon they will come into the endangered category, and from then endangered, its journey will start up to the extinct. So sloth bear is just on the brink of the endangered type of category, and they are listed as a vulnerable. So they have been assessed. The sloth bear population has been assessed in 2016 last, and now in 2022 we are again assessing the sloth bear population in the world. This is the next red list assessment, but the last red list assessment has been done in 2016. Before that, it has been assessed in 1990, 1994, 1996, 2008, and finally on 2016. But in every year, the status of the sloth bear population was remained as a vulnerable. So this, in that way, it is a good news that we are trying or we are conserving the species. They have not become endangered, but they are still vulnerable. But our effort should be like that, that they will not remain vulnerable and they will go into the down list category of near threatened or least concern. So this is the range map of the sloth bear in the world. And you can see here, sloth bears are only restricted to Indian subcontinent. They are endemic to Indian subcontinent. And even within the Indian subcontinent, more than 85% of the sloth bear population, they
Voice is lost.
is the habitat loss. Because sloth bear are in that way they are opportunistic feeder. They feed everything. They are omnivorous. They can stay. They can live anywhere within forest, outside forest, on the brink of the forest, on the fringes of the forest. But they are the lowland species. Like other bear species, like brown bear or Asiatic black bear, they are the high altitude species. Whereas these guys, sloth bear, they found mostly on the low altitudes, even in the grasslands and even in the plains of the central India. So this is what the habitat preference or habitat of the sloth bear. They are very unique than all other bears of the world. There are 8 species, and out of all 8, these guys are very unique. The most unique feature of sloth bear is the parental care. That females carry the baby on her back, or we can say the babies are riding on the back of the female until they becomes 8 months or 1 year old. So as soon as the baby borns, the female will remain into the den for
Your presentation is not visible, Dr. Saab. Voice is also lost, Dr. Nishit.
शायद नेट की प्रॉब्लम है, वो समझ नहीं पा रहे. डॉक्टर निषेध.
Professor Misra,
Yes,
the screen, yeah, screen is not visible now.
Yes, yes.
Okay, is it visible?
No, you are visible, but the screen is not visible.
Okay, let me check. Okay, is it visible now?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So yeah, I was. Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, and can you see the female bear and the cub, which is riding on the back of the mother?
Yeah.
So yeah, I was talking about that. That in this way they are very unique. They are unique from all the 8 other species of the bear. And the cubs will remain with the female until they become 1.5 years old. And at the age of 3 years, the sloth bear will be considered as an adult sloth bear, and then they depart from her mother, and then they start living their solitary life. Here you can see this is the photo from our research study, camera trap study. Here you can also see quite a big cub which is riding on the back of the mother. And this is what the age at the age the cubs will separated from the female and they start living a solitary life. So they are here in the center there is a mother bear, and these two are the cubs which are almost becoming adult, and then they will start their free life, like separated from the parents. Likewise, in the feeding behavior also, sloth bear are very unique than the all other species of the bears. They generally specialize to feed on the termites and ants because they are the lowland bear They are found in the grasslands. They are also found in the dry deciduous forest or moist forest. They feed on the insects. They feed on the social insects like termites, ants, bade कीड़े मकोड़े जो होते हैं. So they feed on that, and to feed on that, they have developed a specialized jaw opportunity, the jaw aperture. So if you closely look at the nostrils of these guys, nostril of the sloth bear, they are looks like a slit, and the lower lip of the animal, the lower lip of the jaw is making a pout like a structure. So using this pout like structure and the nostrils which remains closed when they suck, and they don't have the upper two incisors. Uske jo upper jaw hai, within the upper jaw there are two incisors that we have to cut the food or to break the food. Those two teeth, incisor teeth, are permanently absent in sloth bear, so it makes a straw like structure. So using this straw like structure, they can suck whatever they found on the as their food. So they cannot cut the food, they cannot tear the food, and that is why sloth bears are not the carnivore animal. They cannot eat flesh. They generally don't eat flesh because they cannot kill, and they cannot tear, or they cannot cut the food, and that is why they mostly suck all the food. So this is how they break the termite mound in the forest. They put their snout inside the mound and they suck all the termites there into the plant. You can see here, this is the picture from Nepal, and you can see the large big termite mound has been broken by the bear, and bear dig from the base of the termite mound and put their snout inside, suck the termites, and they keep digging inside, and the time will come that bear entire animal will go into that particular dig. Apart from the termites and ants, they eat other lot of different types of variety of food. They eat mostly fleshy and sweet fruits like berries, ficus, honeybees, acacia fistula, jamun, and the date palm. So all these are whatever sweet fruit you found in the forest, even the bale fruit, Agel marmelosa, even the watermelon, even more, all these fleshy and sweet fruits are the food of the sloth bear. So in that way, food is never a problem for the sloth bear. They are opportunistic feeder. They have a wide range of feeding habit, so they can eat whatever they found. इवन अभी तो मंदिर में जाके प्रसाद दिखाना शुरू कर दिया है. They also they can break the coconuts, they can eat the coconuts inside from the coconut fruit. So they eat almost everything, but the main thing which is the constraint for this population is the loss of the habitat. The remaining habitat for the sloth bear are very less. Sloth bear are characterized by the long clawed bear. The claws are of the bear is very long. Why? Because they want to dig the mound, they want to dig the land, they want to dig the earth, and that is why the claws are very longer, like more than 2 inches is the length of the claw. And they are also specialized to climb a tree for the honeybees and for the fruits. So when they climb a tree, they leave the claw marks on the barks of the tree, and these things will help us when we are studying the sloth bear, or while we are doing research on the sloth bear. But you can see here the typical method of climbing up and going down from the tree. They can climb tree very easily, but they don't know how to get down. So what they do is they generally slide from the tree to the land, because they don't know how to get down from the tree. So in the forest, when you see the sloth bear has climbed on a tree, you may found 2 different types of the claw marks. The one set of claw marks is for the climbing up, and the other set of claw mark is generally like this, like sliding down from the tree. This is a typical habitat is of the sloth bear, where they mostly found. They found in the Sal forest of North India. This photograph is from Dudhwa Tiger Reserve, Pathak sir. So this is the Sal forest of northern.
I could make out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So they are typically found in this kind of forest where there is moisture, where there are long trees, or mostly the plain. But they also found in the dry deciduous and degraded mixed forest of the western and central India. Like in our part of country, like I'm from Gujarat, I'm working in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and central India. So we have this kind of forest, which generally becomes dry or very dry during the summer, during the hot season, and again becomes leafish green during the monsoon or after the monsoon. So, but they equally found in this kind of area, they live very close to the human settlements because for in dry areas, because all our dry forests, they are having the shortage of water during the summer. So they generally try to be close to the human settlement for the food and water during the dry and hot summer. You can see here how closely the tribal people or the local community and the sloth bear are living together. And this is what the reason why there are a lot of human and sloth bear interaction, or why there are a lot of human sloth bear conflicts are going on in our country, mostly in the central India and the western India. But in case of northern India, these attacks are maybe comparatively less because the forest is lush green throughout the year. But in case of the central and western India, forest becomes dry and sloth bear has to come out for the food and water. And this has been started, the sloth bear attacks and rising in the sloth bear attacks in last 10 to 15 years throughout the country and throughout the range of the sloth bear. Sloth bear are found only in India, Sri Lanka and Nepal. They were in Bangladesh, but they extirpated from Bangladesh. They were in Bhutan also, but now they are very rare, or almost no sloth bear found or remain live in Bhutan also. So now only 3 countries of the world, India, Sri Lanka and Nepal, they have the sloth bear population. And all within all these 3 countries, the human sloth bear conflict is now a prevailing issue. You can see here, the graph is in an increasing phase. And this actually making the another threat to the sloth bear. So the first threat for the sloth bear population for IUCN release assessment, the first threat was the habitat loss or the degradation of the remaining habitat of the sloth bear. The second important threat for this population, sloth bear population, is rising in the human sloth bear conflict, because as the conflict rises, the tolerance of the people for sloth bear will decreases and the retaliatory killing of sloth bear will increase. So that is actually not a good news for the sloth bear population of the world. So now how the assessment has been done in past years. So in 1999, for the first time, IUCN and one organization of India, the Wildlife Institute of India and Japan, the 3 of the experts, they met together and they draw a sloth bear population on the world map. So here the gray shades you can see is the existent population of the sloth bear. So this was the first sloth bear map has been prepared by IUCN Bear Specialist Group in 1999. But then we found there are many loopholes in this map. There are many areas have been left. There are many areas have been included as a sloth bear population distribution areas. So this map was revised again by Dr. Yoganand in 2006. Now Dr. Yoganand has used another methodology. He has collected the sloth bear locations, presence point and the extent point. So all the dots, black dots you can see are the present points. So Yoganand has joined those present points, made the buffer on the map, and then he prepared the sloth bear distribution map in India in 2006. But again, there were some questions that what about the areas where there are no sloth bear point is found, because it is not possible every time that you go in the forest and you find the sloth bear. So the map was revised again by Dr. NPS Chauhan in 2006 only, and he has overlaid these presence point of Yoganand on the forest cover map of India. And he has also added the existent and extant points. So this was the map have been used by the IUCN, by all the organizations of the world up to 2006. But again, in 2012, 2009, one more map has been prepared by the using buffer and some modeling by IUCN Bear Specialist Group in 2009. And finally, in 2012, Government of India has declared the National Bear Conservation Action Plan 2012. So at that time, the Minister of Environment and Forest, she has inaugurated this National Bear Conservation Action Plan for all the 4 species of the bears in our country. And this plan has been implemented on 2013, 2013 mein, for all the forests of India. The plan has been implemented, and there are many things has been written in the National Bear Conservation Action Plan. And along with that, there was a map according to the National Conservation Action Plan of sloth bear distribution. So this was the latest sloth bear distribution plan map for our country till 2012. But then IUCN sloth bear expert team, IUCN bear specialist group, and the experts, other bear experts of the world, we all get together on one platform, and we finally decided in 2013 that we will revise the map of the sloth bear for entire world. So according to this 2012 map, it has been said that 400,000 kilometer area is available for sloth bear, but this is very, very large, and the reality is something different. So the sloth bear red list assessment has been declared in 2013, and it was decided that in 2016 we have to finish by 2015 we have to finish the red list assessment using the all experts of the bear of the world, and in 2016 we have to submit the latest assessment as well as the latest bear distribution map to IUCN, and that map will be used by IUCN as well as by all the forest authorities. So the red list assessment will tell us the risk of extinction. What is the likelihood of a species of becoming extinct in the near future? It will also tell us the current knowledge about the population, like what is population doing, whether the population is stable, it is declining, it is increasing. So the trend of population will also revealed by the red list assessment that we do for any species. We can also know about the range, where they are right now, currently, what is the past range, and what is happening with the range, whether the range is expanded or range is shrink or decreased. So those things we can very easily identify and very easily study by the red list assessment. And red list assessment also help the forest department and policymakers to know the projected threats. What are the threats on the population? So the forest department can know the conservation action, because every forest department are preparing the management plan or working plan for next 5 years. And in that management plan, they are including all the threats to the species, and based on the threat and current range of the species, they are giving the management actions, or they are describing the conservation and management action. So the red list assessment of any species, not only sloth bear, but any different species, this red list assessment is very, very helpful to the policymakers. It is also very helpful to the ministry. It is also helpful to the local community, researchers, and everyone. So red list assessment is not only the exercise of IUCN Species Survival Commission, but it is a very useful exercise for, I think, every different sectors of the knowledge. So these are the categories of IUCN according to the red list categories. I think everyone knows this, but I just wanted to give a brush up. Extinct category is the species which is not at all found in the world, not even in the captivity, not even in the wild. Then the second category is they are extinct from the wild, but they still have, or some population or some individuals are still there in the captivity, whether in the zoo or some facilities. Then comes the group of threatened species, and the threatened species are critically endangered and the vulnerable. Then comes the near threatened category, least concern category. And sometimes what happened that we don't know about the species, we don't have any idea, we don't have any information, we don't have any data. So such species are not assessed by the IUCN, but those species are put into the data deficient category. And some species which we have been never evaluated by IUCN, so those species are put into the category of not evaluated species. Now, how to define the criteria, like how to decide the criteria. So these criteria, whether to put the species into vulnerable or endangered or critically endangered, so which group of threatened category we need to put the species, so that defined by five different criteria. Criteria A, B, C, D in A and E. So criteria A is we need to know the number of population or how population is reduced. Criteria B is the restricted geographical range. We can put any species as an endangered species even though they are more in number, but their geographic range is very small. We can put that species into that particular category. Similarly, you can also assess the species on criteria C, where the population size is very small and they are continuously declining. You can also assess the species according to criteria D, where very small or restricted population is available in the world. And if you have full quantitative data, if you have individual numbers like tigers or that we do, like we have now we have the identified tigers everywhere, like every tigers are identified by stripe pattern. So we can have the quantitative data of tigers or such animals. So we can do the red list assessment by using category E, or sorry, criteria E, that is the quantitative analysis of the species. So in our case, in the case of sloth bear, we don't know what are the numbers of sloth bear, because you cannot count the sloth bear. Sloth bear are entire black. Pura kala hota hai. They don't have the stripes like tiger. They don't have the spots or rosettes like leopard. They don't have the whisker spot pattern like lion. So it is very difficult to identify individual sloth bear. And that's why it is very difficult to do a robust census of sloth bear in the forest. Forest departments are doing the exercise of sloth bear population estimation, but this is just to know the trend of the population, not for the exact number of sloth bear. So for sloth bear, we have used criteria A, that is the reduction in the population status. Along with that, we also use the criteria B, restricted geographical range, because they found only in the 3 countries of the world. So criteria A is the causes of declining ongoing. So what we used in criteria A, we used 3 windows of 3 generation. 3 windows of 3 generation, and these 3 generation is 30 years. So the population reduction in the past, in last 30 years, population reduction expected in future in next 30 years, and the population reduction at present. So we use 30 years past, 30 year in future, and the current generation, current population reduction or the decline in the population. So we use these 3 window. How we use this 3 window? If the population, the current population of sloth bear is decline 30 years, I'm sorry, 30%, decline 30% in past as well as in the future 30 years, means total 60 years, then we can project it as a vulnerable. If it is more than 50%, it can be endangered. And if the population in the future 30 years, future 3 generation, the population declines, the projected population declines more than 80%, then it is critically endangered. So this is how criteria A will be assessed by the IUCN. So what was our method of the assessment is like that, but where there were a lot of limiting factors in case of sloth bear, because we have very few research has been carried out on sloth bear in our country. Very few data is available with the forest department, very few data is available with the NGOs, very few data information of sloth bear is available everywhere. So what were our limiting factor? One is the lack of information on status and distribution. We have contacted almost every country, every state where there are sloth bear. We asked the chief wildlife warden as well as the local NGO and scientists about the information about the status and distribution of sloth bear. But very few states, from very few states and from very few organizations, we got some information about the sloth bear. Second thing is very few publications on the sloth bear. Even researchers and scientists, they are not doing the extensive research on the sloth bear. Yeah, there are many notes you will find, stray reports you will find. People are working on tigers and elephant, and as a stray note, whenever they found sloth bear, they published something. So it is kind of a byproduct of the main project, but there were no exclusive or dedicated research projects are going on sloth bear. So this is also affecting the red list assessment, that we are not getting the information. And a typical sloth bear habitat does not necessarily reflect presence of sloth bear within it, because sloth bears are found almost all kind of habitats. So we cannot say this is the sloth bear habitat and this is not the sloth bear habitat. So these were the limiting factor which has restricted us to stick with the criteria A and not criteria B. And then what we have, how we have come out, like we started contacting the experts for the expert opinion. So based on the long-term monitoring of individual expert, we have prepared the set of the question, and we sent out the question to all the experts, sloth bear experts or bear experts in the world. Ask them some, we asked them some questions, and based on this, considering all these factors that limit sloth bear presence within the habitat. So this is how we assess the sloth bear. So this is the range map of the sloth bear. You can see the red portion that we have considered in 2016, we have considered for the assessment. So this was the map we considered for, as a sloth bear range map. And for expert opinion that we received, from Nepal, we contacted several organizations. We have received one response from Nepal as an expert. From India, we have received 6 responses. From the entire country, we received experts, 6 experts' opinion from India. And we did not receive any information from Sri Lanka. So this is how the expert opinion worked. And in this constraint, the IUCN bear specialist group worked for the sloth bear. So you can see here that how much the species is neglected by the experts, neglected by the scientists, and even neglected by the policymakers. We have also one opinion, one expert opinion from Bhutan, there where there is no sloth bear. And we don't receive anything from Bangladesh. So total, our data size, sample size was 8. Then we have done threat analysis, and we found that there are 3 most important threats with the sloth bear population. Number 1 is the reduction in the available habitat. Second is the human sloth bear conflict. And the third one is almost same, lack of awareness and the change in the land use pattern. So these are the most important threats of for the sloth bear population throughout its distribution range, whether it is Sri Lanka, Nepal, India, or whatever the range. Same way, we have also done the range-wide population decline according to criteria A, and this is what the scenario. Past 30 years, according to the expert opinion and all the available information, in past 30 years, sloth bear population has been declined by 35% past 30 years. And if it remains same, it can decline up to 42%. Similarly, in Nepal, no data from Bhutan, there is no sloth bear in Bangladesh, and we didn't receive any data from the Sri Lanka. So on these two countries, information from these 2 countries, we are able to assess the sloth bear population. And then according to that, finally the conclusion came as we use criteria A to CD, this is the population decline, and 4 CD, that is the habitat degradation, and criteria C1. So based on this, we have declared, or IUCN has declared, sloth bear population as vulnerable in the world. So we have Nepal, India, and Sri Lanka. These are the 3 countries currently where there are sloth bear population. There is no sloth bear in Bangladesh now. They were extirpated from Bangladesh in 2011. 2011 ke baad, there is no sloth bear in Bangladesh. And similarly, in Bhutan, they are very rare. So it is said by IUCN also that they are possibly extinct from Bhutan, and they are totally extinct from the Bangladesh. So now it is our country, this is our responsibility to maintain the population of these beautiful species of bear and very unique species of sloth bear in our country. So finally, this is what the result. Sloth bear were remain vulnerable. They were vulnerable. They are currently vulnerable. And maybe what happens in the future, because the next current year in 2022, we have already started the red list assessment of the sloth bear, because IUCN generally do red list assessment at every 4 years or every 5 years. So in last year 2021, we have started the revision of the red list assessment, and maybe by the end of 22 or maybe by the initiation of 2023 we'll have the new range map and new status of the sloth bear from the IUCN Species Survival Commission. So what are the things that makes sloth bear vulnerable? What are the major challenges to the population of sloth bear? The first challenges, and these challenges is not listed by me or not listed by IUCN, but in 2014 we have done the consultative meetings with all the forest managers, all the chief wildlife wardens, and all the NGOs, local organizations, scientific organizations who are working for the wildlife conservation. उनके साथ एक consultative meeting किया गया on the platform of IUCN, and we have listed down the challenges what are faced by the policymakers, challenges what are faced by the protection agencies or the like forest department or any other organization. So the first thing is lack of trained staff for monitoring sloth bear population or for tackling the problem sloth bear in the village. Because if you want to tackle tiger, problem tiger, the method is different. For lion, the method is different. And if you want to rescue sloth bear, the method is totally different. You cannot use the same rescue method for sloth bear and the tiger. So the trained staff is not available. The local people are very unappreciative. They don't appreciate sloth bear in their surroundings because of the lack of awareness. So people do not appreciate the species much around the sloth bear habitat, because sloth bear attacks are very lethal, sloth bear attacks are very deadly, and they are very frequent nowadays. There is no rapid response unit in many of the states. Where there are tiger, there are rapid response unit, but that rapid response unit is prepared for the tiger and leopards. But if there is no tiger in your state, like state of Gujarat, we don't have tiger, so we don't have the rapid response unit in our state. So no rapid response unit in the states, no proper guideline to deal with the conflict situation. There is a guideline for nilgai, there is a guideline by ministry for the for the tiger, for elephant, for lion, like what forest department or what one should do. No such guidelines for sloth bear or any bear species. So in 2019, 2019 में Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change, Government of India, they made a committee. I am a member of that committee. Dr. Satyakumar is also the member of the committee, and the DG Wildlife of Government of India. We like 6 or 7 people, we made a committee, and that committee is preparing the guidelines for the problem sloth bear, how to deal with the problem sloth bear, and which we are calling as a SOP, Standard Operating Protocol, that will be released maybe by the end of this year, and it will be circulated to all the forest department of Government of India, so they can deal with the sloth bear. Major attention is given to the majestic animal like tiger, elephant, and lions, and that is why funds, research, and availability of data of sloth bear is all at the less amount. Their all is very small. So they are unappreciated among people, and they are neglected by the authorities. But what are the opportunities for us? Like we can start sloth bear outreach and education program that we already started in Gujarat, and it is giving very nice results. With the Gujarat Forest Department, we have started sloth bear outreach program. We are going into the villages where the sloth bear attacks are very frequent. We are doing some awareness and outreach program with the school children, local people, as well as with the forest department staff, and along with the forest department staff. And this education and outreach is giving very good results. Like we think that we can change the perception of local community towards this unappreciated sloth bear. Then we in Gujarat we have also started one thing, that whatever the fragmented habitat of the sloth bear, we have started identifying the corridors, that how we can connect these habitats sloth bear, so sloth bear will not go into the villages and they will not do the attacks on the people. So the conservation corridors in another conservation opportunity for the sloth bear. We are also requesting the forest department and the Ministry of Environment and Forest of Government of Gujarat, where I'm working, and Government of Maharashtra, where I'm working. We are requesting them to declare some areas as a bear sensitive area, because we have mapped the conflict zone on the map, and we have given this conflict map, potential conflict zone map, to the forest department, and we requested and we suggested forest department कि जहाँ पे ज़्यादा conflict की possibilities है, संभावना है, the area which we have marked with the red zone, declare this area as a bear sensitive area, so a special vigil on the human bear conflict can be done by the forest department as well as by the other organizations in such areas. Then we can definitely do the capacity building program of the forest staff, how to monitor sloth bear population, how to deal with the problematic sloth bear, how to rescue the sloth bear, what are the things to be remembered while we are tackling or dealing with the sloth bear. So these kind of capacity building program we have done with the Maharashtra Forest Department. We have also done in the Gujarat Forest Department, and very soon, maybe next month or next to next month, we are going to do the similar capacity building program with the Andhra Pradesh Forest Department and Karnataka Forest Department. So these capacity building program will help a lot to the forest department, as well as they will help a lot to the IUCN, because then we can have a lot of information from every different forest parts of our country. Rapid response unit, once the capacity building program happens, we can definitely and we can surely prepare the rapid response unit for the sloth bear areas or the bear sensitive areas. We can encourage the research and monitoring. We can ask more students to do work, to do research on the sloth bear. We can also ask more funds, or we can provide more funds to those who are doing research on sloth bear, or the organizations who are working for the sloth bear conservation. So that can be also possible. Formulating proper guidelines, maybe in very near future, like in maybe a couple of months, we'll have the new guidelines, SOPs or SOGs, standard operating guidelines for the forest department for dealing with the sloth bear. So this is also a good news from the ministry. So this is what I just wanted to share with you. So sloth bear are very important for our country, because they are only found in our country or our subcontinent, and we are taking a lot of habitat is there available in India. So we need to conserve this habitat. We need to conserve this magnificent species of bear, and we should help those people and those organizations who are working for the conservation of sloth bear in our country or wherever in the sloth bear range. Again, I would like to thank you. I hope the presentation and the talk would be useful to some of the people, and it has been added something more in the fraternity of this gathering. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nishi. It was a fantastic presentation, very informative, very interesting, and you beautifully used the photographs to keep the interest of listeners high. And it was you dealt with almost all the aspects. Even some of the things were new to me also. So before saying anything, I would like questions from other participants if they want to ask some questions. So they may ask. Dr. Nisit would be happy to answer.
Sure.
Please.
Sure.
It seems that you have elaborately given the presentation, so there is no inquisitiveness on part of the other participants. Mr. Alkes is trying to say something. Please.
He was saying about the human bear conflict. Here also in America also is the same situation going on. Let me show you some video which I have captured a couple of days back.
True.
1 second.
Yeah.
Hope it is visible.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
it is visible. True,
Similar
true.
situation is going on in our state also, Jersey also. They sometimes had, before they used to allow hunting season, but now they have stopped hunting season to conserve the bears.
Yeah.
But still,
Yeah.
they come anytime and anytime.
Yes.
So it
And
was very
second thing
good.
is, in America, in North America, there are two species of bears. That is grizzly bears and the American black bear, and both the bears are living very close to the human population. So same
Yes.
human bear conflict situation is going on in the US. Like bear enters into the cabins, bear enters into the human facilities. They are also destroying the trash for the food. They are destroying, and these bears, like American black bears and grizzly bears, they are carnivores actually. So they actually kill the livestock. They eat the livestock. So the
Yes,
same
sometimes.
situation is going on. Yes, true, Alkesh.
So that
Anybody
was
else?
only the stock was going on. I said let's. It is was just like for 8
Yes.
days back on August 22nd. This happened.
Even
But they
I'm giving my email in the chat box.
their land, so this is going to happen.
True.
We have to some space.
Yeah, very
Yes.
right.
We cannot
Very right.
bring them there and then expect that the bears won't come in.
Exactly. So I have given my number as well as my email on the chat box. So if anyone has any suggestions, any questions, you can definitely reach me and you can contact me.
सरस presentation करो निशित भाई.
True, true. So anybody else, if
Yes,
you
sir.
want to ask question, yeah, please go ahead.
निशित सर बहुत बहुत अच्छा इंफॉर्मेशन स्लॉथ बेयर के बारे में जो बहुत मिस्टीरियस सा है, तो हम लोग कभी उसको समझ नहीं पाते हैं. एकदम देख के बहुत एक शुरू से बचपन से ही हम लोगों के मन में एक इमेज क्रिएट की जाती है कि नहीं भालू है उससे करना है. अभी जैसे एक दो बार हम लोगों ने रणथंभौर विजिट किया सर, फॉरेस्ट के साथ भी और वैसे इंडिविजुअली भी, तो वहाँ पर तो इसकी पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है. रणथंभौर में वो टाइगर अगर डोमिनेटिंग है तो सब कुछ सही है. अभी जैसे कुछ एरियाज में हमारी सिटीज़ के आसपास भी या उसके अलावा भी जहाँ पर भी सर ये मिला, वहाँ पर या तो लोग इसको अटैक कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली ये कार्निवोरस नहीं है हमारा वाला, तो अटैक जब फंस जाता है तभी हमारे ऊपर अटैक कर रहा है. कभी चारों तरफ से घेर लिया तो नहीं तो चला जाता है. बाकी जगहों पर तो पॉपुलेशन नहीं बढ़ रही सर. हमारे आसपास भी बहुत अच्छा फॉरेस्ट है, तो एक फॉरेस्ट में तो थोड़ी है इसकी पॉपुलेशन, लेकिन बाकी जगह तो नहीं.
In that way, I would like to say that tigers are the blessings for the sloth bear because for the tiger conservation is going on. Project Tiger is going on. The indirect protection, indirect conservation efforts on sloth will also happen. So जहाँ पे भी tiger है, you will definitely find sloth bear population are doing good because of the tiger conservation effort. For tigers, there is an NTCA, and NTCA is looking after the tigers. But when they are conserving tiger, knowingly or unknowingly, they are conserving the entire forest and all the wildlife. So this is what the blessings that we have. But where there is no tigers or the no tiger projects going on, the situation is not good. Second thing is where there are human bear conflicts, when there are sloth bear attacks happening, again situation is not good because people don't like sloth bear when they attack on their family members, right? And the result is retaliatory killing. Wherever they see sloth bear, they'll start killing the sloth bear. So this is a not good situation, mostly in the central India and in the western India. But in case of North India, I would say in Dudhwa, no problem. Patak sir would be agree with me. There is no problem.
Here the population is flourishing.
Yeah, flourishing.
And there is no conflict with bear anywhere.
Anywhere. But the problem is elephant, maybe in Dudhwa. Elephant maybe.
Yeah, true. Leopard and elephant.
मुझे याद है when I went to Dudhwa in 2010 for organizing a training. I was having 40 students, 40 researchers across the India. They were with me, and we went to the forest. We in Budwa itself, Budwa में ही हमारा training रखा था. तो शाम को एक हमारा मीटिंग था for with the forest department. तो the field director साहब थे शायद हाँ शैलेश जी was the field director and पाठक sir was the deputy director. तो उन लोगों ने हमको ये बोला कि आप रात को या शाम को घूमना मत, बाहर मत जाना. तो जो पार्टिसिपेंट थे उन्होंने बोला कि मैं भी टाइगर्स आएगा. तो सर ने बोला टाइगर नहीं, एलिफेंट से डरना जरूरी है. टाइगर तो नहीं आएगा, हमको भी पता है, but the elephant is a problem. So in these states, the elephant is a problem. Even if you go to northeast, sloth bear is not a problem, or any bear species is not a problem, but the elephant is a biggest problem. But yeah, the conflict in all these
I
states
want
are
to
increasing.
say one thing.
Yeah, Dr. Saab.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just I want to share thing very recently. Men and cloth bear conflict recorded in Chaibasa, that is under Saranda Forest Division in Jharkhand. Very recently, 2 months back.
Yes.
And the Department of Jharkhand government in 2012 conducted a sloth bear survey in Dalma Wildlife Sanctuary, and the work done by a NGO, local NGO Sumansa, and really Dr. Nishit has mentioned that the direct visual observation is very few. As I was in the part of that survey, only 2 direct observations found in Dalma Wildlife Sanctuary. And the main fact recorded in this area in Jharkhand for conflict between sloth bear and man, that reducing of ecotone area. There is a tree called mahua. The people collect the mahua know the reason, and for that purpose the sloth bear the preferable food, that is actually. So for that purpose only the sloth bear man conflict observed in this area. And very recently, just you can record it, very recently sloth bear came out in Chaibasa city, inside the city. And again, as per the government record, he back to the Saranda Forest Division. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a very, very good information you shared with us. And yeah, that's what I said, that sloth bear human conflicts are increasing day by day. They are increasing. And that is why there is a need to do research, there is a need to do capacity building program, there is need to do species specific awareness program, because we used to say, like हम लोग हंसते हंसते ऐसे बोलते हैं कि sloth bears are vulnerable by the IUCN and least concerned by the authority. So
exactly.
If it is least concerned by the authority, they are definitely going to be endangered.
But it has been put in the Schedule 1 of Wildlife.
It is Schedule 1, sir.
So it is not true as such. IUCN is taking care, and the government is also taking care.
Yes,
that
certainly.
Most of the time conflict is because of the people, because we are not understanding their needs.
Yes.
We try to do everything in others' domain rather than concentrating on ours.
Yes, sir.
So,
Exactly, sir.
And the sharing of resources.
Ground level awareness is required. Ground level awareness is required.
True, Dr. Saab, yeah, we have been doing this thing all the time, but it is very difficult to convince people. People always ask you, take your animals back to the forest. Why are they there?
Yes.
Then we say it is you who have encroached upon the land of those animals. They were the denizens here, you were not. You came later on, the grasslands have been converted into agricultural fields, and now you are claiming that you are the resident of that place. So that happens, a lot of things are happening, and people blame forest officers and forest department like anything. So it is good that Professor Skand Misra has taken this initiative to educate the students, the youngsters, who is going to be in the key position in future. And of course, those who are associated with this conservation business, so they are understanding all the things. But the thing is that our population is increasing every day, in an alarming way. And at the same time, we don't want other species to flourish. So but that is the irony. So it is good, but some initiative have been made from the government side and from outside government also. So together we can achieve the goal and we'll be able to save these denizens who are unique to our ecosystem and the forests. So let us hope for the best.
Yeah.
So
And for
if any query is there from Dr. Nisit, kindly come forward, or otherwise I would like to invite Professor S. Mamta if she has joined. And if she has not joined, so then we can conclude. Professor Mamta is there.
Yes, Mamta. Hello, Dr. Mamta, madam.
It seems that she could not join because of some issues.
ज्वाइन तो किया था
So
उन्होंने
I have in chat box also we have shared the YouTube link of some documentary film and animation film on sloth bear. So if you want to do some public awareness and share this video, it is video in Hindi, English, and Gujarati. So you can use this YouTube link. You can share this, show this to the people for the awareness activity.
Dr. Mamta.
Very nice. Very nice, Doctor. So should I conclude then?
Yes, sir.
Already I have concluded.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to congratulate Dr. Nisit, and definitely it was very informative. I know each and every participant must have gained a lot of things regarding the species sloth bear, and you very nicely elaborated all the criteria for designating certain wild animal as endangered and other categories of IUCN. So everybody must have got benefit from that. And you beautifully, not only you introduced the species in a nice way, but you came out with the characteristic, each and every characteristic of the sloth bear. So it was very informative, fantastic presentation. And you came long back to Dudhwa in 2010 when I was deputy director. Now I am field director for the last 3 years. So you are most welcome to come to Dudhwa again and
Sure, sir.
see
Sure.
the elephants were causing ruckus at that time. Now they are the residents here, and we have more than, if not more than around 200 individuals are already there in Dudhwa. The
Wow.
tiger population is also flourishing, and the sloth bear population is also flourishing apart from other species.
Yes, sir.
So you are most invited, most welcome to this place.
Thank you,
And it was a great organized program by Dr. Iskand Misra Saab. If anything, it cannot be described in words. सूरज को दिया दिखाने जैसा है, मतलब the kind of effort he has taken and the university has taken, being at a place like Rewa, which is nondescript as compared to the other cities. So that is a tremendous effort done on the part of the university and especially Professor Iskand Misra. So I would like to put my appreciation on record, and I would like to thank them from bottom of my heart, from core of my heart, not only the speaker, Dr. Nisit, but also the organizers. So it was great listening to Dr. Nisit after a long time, apart from other participants. So once again, I would like to thank Dr. Nisit as well as the organizers and all the participants for patiently listening to all the things and raising the queries for everybody's benefit. So thanks all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Those, can you put in the seminar WhatsApp so though everybody can see it instead
Sorry?
of chat box?
Yeah. I will put those things in the
Thank
seminar
you,
group.
Dr. Sanjay
Thank you.
Parikar, Dr. Nisit Bharia sir, आपने इस वेबिनार के लिए अपना जो समय दिया, और बहुत भैया साहब ने तो स्लोथ बेयर पर बहुत ही अच्छी जानकारी दी, जो कि ऑडियंस के लिए, स्टूडेंट और फैकल्टी के लिए, और इस इवन वाइल्ड लाइफ के जो भी इंटरेस्टेड लोग हैं उनके लिए बहुत ही लाभदायी है। और निश्चित रूप से उनका इस पर एक्सपर्टाइज है। बहुत से लोगों ने भी हमको बताया न कि केवल गुजरात बल्कि अन्य जगह से भी लोगों ने बताया। अभी एपी सिंह सर से बात हो रही थी, जो एडिशनल प्रिंसिपल चीफ कंजर्वेटर थे, उनने भी बताया कि उनका बहुत अच्छा जो है जानकारी है उनके पास और अच्छा नॉलेज है, और यहाँ पे शेयर किया उनने इस वेबिनार में। तो मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ उनको, और पाठक साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में जब भी हमने अपने वेबिनार में उन्हें आमंत्रित किया, और बिना कुछ ऐसा हो करके कि ये टाइम नहीं है, ये डेट नहीं है, नहीं, जो हमने शेड्यूल किया वो अमूमन उनने जो है उस पर स्वीकार किया और समय से आकर के और उन्होंने शेयर किया सेशन को। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि इम्पोर्टेंट ड्यूटी के बीच में समय निकाल करके, और जिसमें कि हम लोगों का भी जो है वो प्रोग्राम बिल्कुल सही रहे, उस पर उन्होंने बार बार हमको कई वेबिनार हुए हैं, लगभग 3-4 वेबिनारों में उन्होंने यहाँ पर, और इसलिए मैं मान के चलता हूँ कि सर का तो हमको कंसेंट है ही। तो इस तरह उन्हें जो सहयोग प्रदान किया यहाँ पे, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आप दोनों का। नेक्स्ट सेशन, इमिनेंट स्पीकर डॉक्टर मदन मीना, ऑनरेबल डायरेक्टर आदिवासी एकेडमी, तेजगढ़, गुजरात। मदन मीना सर, हेलो मदन मीना सर।
Hello, good evening, sir. Sorry, there was a little issue.
Okay. Welcome. Our chairperson, Dr. Lucky Hussain, Director, भारतीय लोक कला मंडल, उदयपुर, राजस्थान. Welcome, Dr. Hussain, sir. And co-chairperson, Dr. Ajay Shankar Pandey, sir, Professor History, TRS College, रीवा, मध्य प्रदेश. प्रोफेसर पांडे सर, प्रोफेसर अजय शंकर पांडे सर. Okay, so welcome all of you, sir, and I am request to Dr. Lucky Hussain, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Madan Meena, sir. Please unmute yourself, sir. Unmute yourself.
हुसैन सर, आपका माइक ओपन.
अब आवाज आ रही है आपको?
हाँ सर.
हाँ, नमस्कार स्कंद मिश्रा साहब, आपने मुझे भी ये अवसर प्रदान किया, मैं आपका आभारी हूँ। गवर्नमेंट MS गोलवलकर कॉलेज रेवा मध्य प्रदेश द्वारा आयोजित इस वेबिनार में आप सभी का स्वागत, अभिनंदन। आज के सत्र में हमारे को चेयरपर्सन हैं डॉक्टर अजय शंकर पांडे जी, प्रोफेसर हिस्ट्री, TRS कॉलेज रेवा, और व्याख्यान दे रहे हैं डॉक्टर मदन मीना, मानद निदेशक आदिवासी अकादमी, तेजगढ़, गुजरात। मैं डॉक्टर मदन मीना जी के थोड़ा सा पहचान करा दूं, जानकारी दे दूं। डॉक्टर मदन मीना जी एक चित्रकार होने के साथ आदिवासी, घुमक्कड़ एवं ग्रामीण समाज पर गहन अध्ययन एवं शोध का कार्य कर रहे हैं। अपने स्वयं के समाज से संबंध और क्षेत्र को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए आपने अपनी PhD में आर्ट ऑफ मीना ट्राइब शोध का विषय रखा। खासकर मीना समाज में स्त्रियों द्वारा बनाई जाने वाली वॉल पेंटिंग का आपने प्रलेखन करने के साथ उसकी प्रदर्शनी देश विदेश में लगाई। इनका काम इनकी 2 पुस्तकों जॉय ऑफ क्रिएटिविटी और नर्चरिंग वॉल्स में देखा जा सकता है। आप जोधपुर के डेजर्ट म्यूजियम के लिए झाड़ू पर एक प्रदर्शनी करने के साथ झाड़ू कथा पर फिल्म के एसोसिएट डायरेक्टर भी रहे हैं। इसके अलावा आपने लोक देवता तेजाजी गायन पर भी कार्य किया है, जिसके लिए आपको कैम्ब्रिज विश्वविद्यालय से वर्ल्ड ओरल लिटरेचर प्रोजेक्ट के तहत सहायता मिली और एक पुस्तक तेजाजी गाथा प्रकाशित की एवं एक ऑडियो डीवीडी भी बनाई। इसके बाद आपको संस्कृति मंत्रालय भारत सरकार से सीनियर फेलोशिप मिली तथा आपको यूनेस्को से राजस्थान के जोगी समाज पर कार्य हेतु भी फेलोशिप प्राप्त हुई। भाषाओं को समझने की जिज्ञासा के कारण आपने घुमक्कड़ जाति की भाषाओं एवं कुछ जनजातीय भाषाओं पर कार्य किया, जिसके लिए आपको फायरबर्ड फाउंडेशन यूएसए से फेलोशिप प्राप्त हुई। आप राजस्थान की भाषाएं विषय पर प्रकाशित पुस्तक के सह संपादक भी रहे हैं। आपने घुमक्कड़ और आदिवासी जनजाति पर कई शोध कार्य किए हैं। आप भाषा विज्ञान और शिल्प परंपरा हेतु कई डिजाइन इंस्टीट्यूट की विजिटिंग फैकल्टी में भी हैं। आप भाषा रिसर्च एंड पब्लिकेशन सेंटर बड़ौदा के ट्रस्टी होने के साथ कोटा हेरिटेज सोसाइटी के कार्यकारिणी सदस्य तथा ग्रामीण शिक्षा केंद्र सवाई माधोपुर के एग्जीक्यूटिव बोर्ड मेंबर भी हैं। वर्तमान में आप आदिवासी अकादमी तेजगढ़ गुजरात के मानद निदेशक हैं। आज आपके पत्र का विषय है ट्राइबल आर्ट क्रिएटिविटी एंड नॉलेज ऑफ आदिवासी ट्रेडिशन। इस सेशन में हमारे साथ फिर से बता दूं वाइस चेयरपर्सन के रूप में है डॉक्टर अजय शंकर पांडे, प्रोफेसर हिस्ट्री टीआरएस कॉलेज रेवा। मैं डॉक्टर मदन मीना जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कृपया अपना व्याख्यान प्रारंभ करें।
ललित साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन देने के लिए। उनके नाम से तो मैं बहुत पहले से परिचित हूँ।
वेलकम, अजय शंकर पांडे सर भी ज्वाइन कर लिए हैं सर।
हाँ सर। हाँ, तो जो विषय मैंने चुना है वो विषय जो वेबिनार चल रहा है उससे बहुत अलग नहीं है, उससे संबंधित ही है। हम वाइल्ड लाइफ के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, एनवायरनमेंट के बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं, और मैं जो बात करने जा रहा हूँ कैसे आदिवासी इस वाइल्ड लाइफ को देखते हैं, कैसे उनका संबंध इस वाइल्ड लाइफ के साथ में रहा है, और उस संबंध को उन्होंने अपने चित्रों के माध्यम से अभिव्यक्त किया है। सिर्फ ये चित्र ही नहीं है, मतलब मैं कहता हूँ कि ये लिविंग। आप देख पा रहे हैं मेरी स्क्रीन? आप स्क्रीन देख पा रहे हैं क्या? एक पीपीटी का पेज
अभी फिलहाल नहीं दिख रही है मदन जी।
ठीक है, एक मिनट। अब देख पा रहे होंगे?
हाँ, अब चालू हुआ जी।
और स्लाइड भी बदलता है, अगर मैं बदल रहा हूँ तो बदलते हुए दिखा स्लाइड आपको?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
ठीक है, धन्यवाद। तो विषय है ट्राइबल आर्ट क्रिएटिविटी एंड नॉलेज इन एन आदिवासी ट्रेडिशन, कि आदिवासी कैसे अपनी जो उनकी नॉलेज है उसको किस प्रकार से चित्रों के माध्यम से अभिव्यक्त करते हैं। उनको जो लिविंग एक्सपीरियंस है नेचर के साथ में, या दूसरे उनके जो भी एक्सपीरियंस है अपनी संस्कृति के, उन एक्सपीरियंसेस को कैसे वो एक अपनी मौखिक भाषा में तो करता ही है, उनके जो भी लोकगीत होते हैं उसके माध्यम से, लेकिन चित्रों के माध्यम से, ये चित्रों की भाषा है, और उन चित्रों की भाषा को भी हमें समझने की उतनी ही अहमियत है जितनी कि हम उनकी भाषाओं के प्रति जितने हम लोग सजग हैं। तो ये जो है हम देखते हैं कि इन चित्रों को अलग अलग तरीके से नाम दिए जा सकते हैं। समाज किसी और तरीके से पहचानता है, बाहर के लोग बहुत अलग तरीके से पहचानते हैं। तो मैं करीब मुझे 2 दशक हुए इस विषय पे काम करते हुए, और जैसा ललित साहब ने कहा कि मेरे पीएचडी भी इसी विषय पे थी, लेकिन उसके बाद भी मैं लगातार काम करता रहा, गाँव में जाता रहा और देखता रहा जो किस तरह के बदलाव जो हो रहे हैं। तो जैसे उसको ये भी कहा गया, मंडन संस्कृति के शब्द से उठा के कई लोगों ने ये उसकी विवेचना की कि इनको मंडन से मांडना शब्द बना, उस तरह से भी उनको जाना जाता है। उनको जो है जब महिलाओं से पूछें कि वो क्या कहती हैं उनको, तो वो कहती है कि इसको हम मोरडी मांडना कहते हैं, कि हम मोरडी, क्योंकि उसका मेन विषय जो होता है, मुख्य विषय जो होता है वो पिकॉक होता है, मोरडी होती है उसकी पिकॉक, तो कहते हैं मोरडी मांडना। इस पिक्चर में आप देख सकते हैं कई सारे घर दिख रहे हैं, कई सारे घरों की दीवारें दिख रही हैं, और सब पे एक ही विषय है, वो पिकॉक का विषय है। उसको कई लोग सिर्फ मोरडियाँ ही कहते हैं, उसमें मांडना शब्द भी नहीं आता है, सिर्फ कहते हैं क्या किया कि मोरडियाँ हैं, कि हमने क्या बनाया कि मोरडियाँ बनाई हैं हमने, तो उसमें पिकॉक ही मेजरली वो सब्जेक्ट है। मुझे लगता है किसी भी आदिवासी या लोक कला के अंदर पिकॉक को इतनी बेहतरीन तरीके से, इतनी खूबसूरती से और इतनी विविधता के साथ में कहीं नहीं बनाया गया जितना कि मीना कम्युनिटी ने, जो मीना ट्राइब है राजस्थान से, उन लोगों ने इनको अपने कच्चे घरों की दीवारों पे जिस तरह से सुसज्जित किया है। कई लोग जिनावर मारना भी कहते हैं। जैसे अभी जो बात चल रही थी, स्लॉथ बियर की बात चल रही थी, तो ये जो एरिया है जिसका मैं नक्शा आपको इसके बाद में बताऊंगा, ये एरिया पूरा रणथंभौर वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी के आसपास का इलाका है। तो यहाँ पर तमाम वो वाइल्ड लाइफ है, तमाम वो फ्लोरा फौना है जो इनकी दीवारों के ऊपर चित्रित हमें दिखता है। तो जो इंस्पिरेशन है वो इंस्पिरेशन जस्ट इमीडिएट एनवायरनमेंट से है उनकी, जो कुछ भी उन्होंने देखा है या जो उनकी माओं ने जो देखा है और उनसे जो उन्होंने सीखा है, वही चीज़ें जो है वो लोग दीवारों पे बनाते हुए आए हैं। तो उनको जिनावर मारना भी वो कहते हैं, क्योंकि उसमें वो जानवर मारते हैं। जो घरों के अंदर के जो पेंटिंग्स हैं वो अलग तरीके की होती हैं, वो रिलीफ वर्क होता है। तो जिस तरह से आप लोग, कच्छ का काम बहुत पॉपुलर है, बट उतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट काम इस इलाके में भी होता रहा है हमेशा। घर के बाहर जो है गेरू और खड़ी के मांडने होंगे, और घर के अंदर जो होंगे हमेशा वो रिलीफ के अंदर होंगे। उसके अंदर कई तरह शीशे, चूड़ियों के टुकड़े, फ्रेम्स लगाए जाएंगे, ग्लासेस लगाए जाएंगे, बहुत तरह की चीज़ें लगा के उसको सजाते हैं। तो वो ग्यार का मांडना कहते हैं। ग्यार मीन्स मिट्टी, ग्यार मीन्स मिट्टी, तो मिट्टी का मांडना, तो उससे वो लोग फॉर्म्स बनाते हैं। लेकिन फॉर्म्स जो है वो सेम होते हैं, चाहे वो गेरू और केड़ी वाले मांडने हो या मिट्टी वाले मांडने हो, फॉर्म्स ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर उनके होते हैं। और आज के दौर में जिस तरह से लोग उसको रिकग्नाइज करने लगे हैं इस आर्ट को, वो मीना पेंटिंग्स की तरह करने लगे हैं। तो मेरा यही कहना था जी, अलग अलग इनकी परिभाषा का मतलब कि किस तरह से बाहर का समाज उनको आइडेंटिफाई करता है, किस तरह समाज अपने आप में उसको आइडेंटिफाई करता है एक ही आर्ट फॉर्म। तो जो एरिया है वो ये एरिया है, आप देख रहे हैं इसके अंदर। ये राजस्थान का जो ईस्टर्न बेल्ट है, जहाँ बेसिकली सवाई माधोपुर और टॉप डिस्ट्रिक्ट में दिल्ली, उसको सांस्कृतिक दृष्टि से हम लोग नागरचाल का इलाका कहते हैं, जो कुछ उसका हिस्सा सवाई माधोपुर में है, कुछ हिस्सा उसका टॉप डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, वो एरिया है। लेकिन उसके अलावा पास में करौली है, दौसा है, कोटा, बूंदी, ये सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं। 7-8 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं जहाँ पर इस तरह के काम हमको देखने को मिलते हैं। लेकिन अगर हम सेंटर देखें इसका, तो सेंटर रणथंभौर सेंचुरी है। यहाँ पर आपको दिख रहा होगा सवाई माधोपुर, तो सवाई माधोपुर जो रणथंभौर सेंचुरी है उसके पास में, उससे अगर 100 किलोमीटर्स का रेडियस अगर हम खींचे, वो एमपी के अंदर भी एंटर करेगा। एमपी में श्योपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट पास में पड़ता है, तो एमपी के डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी और राजस्थान के डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के अंदर भी कम से कम 7 से 8 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के अंदर ये वाले जो काम है वो देखने को मिलता है। क्योंकि जो सेंचुरी रणथंभौर से शुरू होती है वो ठेठ कोटा में दरा सेंचुरी तक आ जाती है, कनेक्टिंग पार्ट है। और फिर वो बूंदी से निकलती है, कोटा आती है, और फिर नीचे रावतभाटा होते हुए वो एमपी के अंदर एंटर हो जाती है। तो पूरा बहुत लंबा बेल्ट है वाइल्ड लाइफ का। और तो उसके आसपास जितने भी गांव हैं वहाँ पर इस तरह की पेंटिंग जो है हमेशा देखने को मिलती है। मीनाओं के अलावा दूसरी कम्युनिटीज़ भी इन पेंटिंग्स को बनाती हैं, जो भी इन गाँव में रहती हैं। तो ये रणथंभौर वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी है, और उसी के आसपास का इलाका है जिस इलाके की बात मैं आपसे कर रहा हूँ, जिस इलाके की चित्र मैं आपको यहाँ पर बताने जा रहा हूँ। ये एक संगम है नदी का, जहाँ चंबल और बनास दोनों मिलती है। ये एरिया भी यहीं पर पड़ता है, और ये रणथंभौर वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी के बिल्कुल पीछे की तरफ, सामने एमपी है, उस तरफ राजस्थान है। जहाँ से फोटो लिया गया है वो राजस्थान है, और सामने जो नदी पार जो जमीन दिख रही है वो मध्य प्रदेश है। और बनाने वाली जो है वो ये महिलाएं हैं। तो उनका मैं आपको एक गीत सुनाना चाहूँगा। उसके वजह ये है कि ये जो महिलाएं हैं, मैं उनको हमेशा ये कहता हूँ कि खुश रहने वाली महिलाएं हैं, दे आर हैप्पी वुमेन। अदरवाइज संभव नहीं है इस तरीके की संस्कृति का जिंदा रहना। ये कुछ नहीं, एक शादी का गीत है, जब वो सामने दूसरे समधी आए हैं उनको चढ़ाने के लिए जो है आपस में जुगलबंदी करके गीत गाते हैं। तो आर्टिस्ट हैं, दे आर द हैप्पी वुमेन, जैसे मैं उनको रिकग्नाइज करता हूँ, क्योंकि घर के वो सारे काम करती हैं। वो खेत के काम करती हैं, वो पानी लाने का काम करती हैं, वो चूल्हे का काम करती हैं, खाना बनाती हैं, वो अपना बड़ीता यानी कि अपने चूल्हे जलाने के लिए जो भी है वो जलाने के लिए फ्यूल लेकर आती हैं। सिलाई करना भी वो जानती हैं, और घरों को पुताई करना भी जानती है, और घरों को मारना भी जानती है। तो इतने सारे टैलेंट जो है इन महिलाओं में है, और ये सारे टैलेंट, ऐसा नहीं कि कोई किसी एक चीज़ में ही एक्सपर्ट होता है, दूसरा काम नहीं कर पाता। लेकिन ये जो महिलाएं जो चित्रकार हैं, वो ये भी हमें माना जाता है कि उसको हम लखन कहते हैं अपनी लोकल भाषा में, लखन यानी जिसके अंदर लक्षण होना। तो उसमें अगर अच्छे मारने के लक्षण होंगे तो उसके अच्छे खाने के भी लक्षण होंगे, और उसके बच्चों में भी अच्छे संस्कार होंगे, ऐसा जनरली उस इलाके में माना जाता है। तो जो काम है वो आप देख सकते हो कि कितना हाथ में कितना एक्सीलेंस, यानी कि कितना हाथ में उनके हुनर होगा कि वो ये महिला एक सीढ़ी के ऊपर खड़ी है और एक हाथ में कलर है लेफ्ट हैंड पे, राइट हैंड से वो अपने आप को बैलेंस करके और एक ऊपर चिड़िया का चित्र बना रही है। दिवाली का समय ऐसा होता है जब जनरली ये मांडने बनाए जाते हैं, क्योंकि दिवाली से पहले घर को साफ सुथरा करके बारिश के बाद जो है घर को ठीक किया जाता है। बारिश से सारे कच्चे घर जो हैं वो टूट जाते हैं, कई सारे घर तो ऐसा भी होता है कि बह भी जाते हैं, ज़्यादा बाढ़ आती है और खुद जाती है दीवारें, तो उनको लीप पोत के रिपेयर करके। तो महिलाओं की जो स्थिति है वाकई में उन दिनों पूरा एक महीना बहुत कठिन स्थिति होती है होने को, लेकिन आप देखेंगे कि उनके काम के अंदर आपको वो खुशी झलकती है, जो उनके काम जब हम देखते हैं तो पता लगता है। तो ये जो काम है दे आर एस्थेटिकल चॉइस रेदर देन रिचुअलिस्टिक कंपल्सन, बिकॉज बहुत सारी आदिवासी कलाएं हैं जिनको हम देखते हैं कि वो उनके रिचुअल्स का पार्ट है, वो उनके धर्म का हिस्सा है, इसलिए उनको बनाना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। यहाँ पर ऐसा कोई कंपल्शन नहीं है। जैसे कि गुजरात में जहाँ मैं वर्तमान में आदिवासी अकेडमी जो छोटा उदयपुर में है जहाँ मैं काम करता हूँ, वहाँ पिठोरा बनाया जाता है वहाँ के राठवा आदिवासियों द्वारा। पिठोरा जो है उनकी संस्कृति का एक नेसेसरी हिस्सा है, यानी कि जब भी घर में कोई भी विधि विधान से पूजा होगी, कोई मनोकामना पूरी हो जाने पर जब पिठोरा बनाया जाएगा तो वो एक रिचुअल जैसे कंपल्शन, अगर आपने बोला है कि मैं पिठोरा बनवाऊंगा मेरे घर में तो बनवाना ही होगा। यहाँ पर ऐसी कोई कंपल्शन नहीं है, अगर आप घर को नहीं पोतोगे, नहीं रिपेयर करोगे, नहीं मानना मानोगे तो कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी ये उनकी एस्थेटिक चॉइस है, मतलब उनको करना ही करना है। तो उनकी जो लिविंग स्पेसेस हैं वो सिर्फ लिविंग स्पेसेस नहीं है, दे आर मोर लाइक हॉस्पिटेबल स्पेसेस। यहाँ जब देखेंगे जब ये घर लिप उठ जाते हैं दिवाली से पहले और उसके बाद ये मांडना बनाने की जो है शुरू होती है, वो घर की बाहर की मेन दीवार, ये चांदा जो मेन वॉल है जिसको हम चांदा कहते हैं, और इससे पता लग जाता है कि घर कैसा होगा। ऐसी कहावतें हैं कि घर का जो चांदा है वही बता देगा कि घर कैसा है, मतलब घर में किस तरह के संस्कार बच्चों में होंगे, किस तरह का परिवार जो है वो होगा। ये सामने वाली जो दीवार है, ये सिर्फ यही दीवार जो है ये सब कुछ घर का पूरा भेद बता देती है, ऐसा माना जाता है। ये देख सकते हैं कि घर का एक एक कोना हर एक जगह, मतलब कोई जगह नहीं छोड़ते हैं। जब ये दिवाली के दिन का फोटो मानिए आप, दिवाली से एक दिन पहले का एक दिन बाद का, जब सारी दीवारें अंदर तक का घर का हिस्सा भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो पूरा पूरा चित्रित, कोई कोना नहीं छोड़ते जिसमें चित्र ना मंडे हो, चाहे वो पेड़ के आसपास हो, चाहे वो दीवारों पे हो, चाहे घर के अंदर हो, बाहर हो, कोनों में हो, दरवाजे के, चाहे वो जानवरों को बांधने की जगह हो, चाहे वो देवताओं के स्थान हो, कुछ भी स्थान हो, सबके ऊपर चित्र बन जाते हैं दिवाली आते हैं। ये घर की साइड की दीवार है, वो आप जो देख रहे थे सामने की दीवार है, ये साइड की दीवार है, और जहाँ इवन जहाँ पानी रखते हैं वो भी जगह जो है उस पर भी मांडने इस तरह से मंडे होते हैं। और जो फॉर्म्स हैं वो अपने हिसाब से शेप लेते हैं, फॉर्म्स इंडिपेंडेंट हैं, क्योंकि वो जिस तरह की शेप उनको मिलती है, जिस तरह का आर्किटेक्चर उनको मिलता है, उसके अलॉन्ग जो है उनमें इतना लचीलापन है फॉर्म्स के अंदर कि वो फॉर्म्स को कैसे भी घुमाया जा सकता है। फॉर्म्स का कोई स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन नहीं है कि वो फॉर्म इस तरीके से बनेगा। जैसे हम अगर पिठोरा पेंटिंग में देखेंगे वहाँ फॉर्म्स का स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन है, वहाँ 7 घोड़े बनेंगे पिठोरा के तो 7 घोड़े ही बनेंगे, और अगर उसमें कुछ एक पर्टिकुलर जगह पर्टिकुलर चीज बननी है तो वही बनेगी। वो फॉर्म है वो स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्म है, वो बदल नहीं सकता, क्योंकि उसकी जो मान्यता है, जो वहाँ का भोपा जो प्रीस्ट है या वहाँ का बड़वा है वो उसको मान्यता देता है। यहाँ पर ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, यहाँ पर वो किसी भी फॉर्म को किसी भी जगह, किसी भी साइज में, किसी भी शेप में, किसी तरह से उसको मोड़ सकते हैं, वो किसी भी तरीके से बना सकते हैं। जैसे ये दीवार, ये सीढ़ियाँ हैं, 2 मंजिला घर है ये, तो ऊपर जाने के लिए सीढ़ियाँ बनाई है, तो उसके आसपास भी इस तरह से उसको मारने से सजा दिया गया। ये घर का अंदर का हिस्सा है जहाँ पर उन्होंने मिट्टी से ही मंदिर भी बनाया है ऊपर, और नीचे जो है वो फिर उन्होंने खड़ी गेरू के मांडने भी उन्होंने नीचे बनाए हैं। इसमें आप जो फॉर्म देख रहे हैं वो पिकॉक है, बैल है, क्योंकि बैल उनकी जिंदगी का एक अहम हिस्सा है खेती में काम में आने के लिए। बाकी दूसरे चूहे हैं इसके अंदर, कुछ बिल्लियाँ हैं, तो कुछ मछलियाँ हैं, चिड़ियाँ हैं छोटी छोटी जो खेतों में घूमती हैं। और ये मानना देखिए ऐसा लगता है, मतलब क्योंकि सब लक्ष्मी को पूजते हैं दिवाली पे, तो ऐसा लगता है कि वो यही एक तरीका है उनका लक्ष्मी को वेलकम करने का। यानी कि अगर इसका आप एरियल व्यू ऊपर से देखेंगे तो आपको ऐसा लगेगा जैसे नीचे ज़मीन पे या तो किसी चीज़ की बारिश हुई है, तो नीचे जो है उसकी वाइट स्पॉट्स आपको पूरी ज़मीन पे दिख रहे हैं। और इसमें ज़्यादातर आप देखेंगे इसमें जो निशान है वो पगलियों के निशान है, वो पगले हैं, गाय के खुर हैं। जो आपको डी शेप जो दिख रहा है, 2 रिवर्स और सीधा जो डी का शेप दिख रहा है, वो बेसिकली गाय के पगले हैं। और जो अनाज भरते हैं, अनाज की कोठी जो हर घर में होती है, उसके ऊपर भी इस तरह से मांडते हैं। और ये मिट्टी के मांडने हैं, जो मैं कह रहा था शुरू में, गार के मांडने जिसको कहा गया, वो बहुत इंट्रिकेट काम होता है और वो काम एक बार होने के बाद में 25-30 साल तक उसका कुछ बिगड़ता नहीं है। यहाँ पर आप डिटेल देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर उसमें अभी ऊपर खड़ी की पुताई नहीं की गई है, तो उसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें जड़ी गई हैं उसके अंदर। उसमें शीशे लगाए गए हैं, उसके अंदर सितारे लगाए गए हैं, और उसमें बीच में ताक बनाई गई है जहाँ पर वो अपना कीमती सामान या फिर अपने देवी देवताओं को वहाँ पर रखते हैं। और ऊपर जो है इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़, दवाई गोली या कुछ और चीज़ें, कीमती चीज़ें रखने के लिए ऊपर भी एक ताक बनाई हुई है। तो ये एक छोटा सा, हर एक जो घर होता है मीणाओं का, उसमें एक हिस्सा होता है जो बेसिकली जो बाहर से टूरिस्ट मेहमान जो आते हैं उनको अलग से बाहर बिठाने के लिए एक अलग से, उसको हम नौड़िया कहते हैं, तो नौड़िया होता है। तो मैं आपको ये एक छोटा सा वीडियो इसमें आप देखेंगे, नौड़िया के अंदर जो मिट्टी के मांडने हैं वो कितनी खूबसूरती के साथ बने हुए हैं, और सारे जो विषय हैं वो भी बहुत कंटेम्प्रेरी है, क्योंकि इसके अंदर कुछ बस बनी हुई है, कुछ उसके अंदर हेडपम्प बना हुआ है, कोई इसके अंदर ऊँट गाड़ी बनी हुई है। और जो इवन उनका भूसा रखने की जगह है, जहाँ वो जानवरों के लिए भूसा रखते हैं, वो जगह भी पूरी तरह से सुसज्जित रहती है। ये जगह है जहाँ वो लोग बर्तनों को राख से, हमारे यहाँ तो खैर पानी से साफ करते हैं, लेकिन जहाँ पानी की व्यवस्था नहीं है और पहले के लोग तो इतना पानी खर्च करते भी नहीं थे, तो राख से, सिर्फ जो चूल्हे की राख है उससे बर्तनों को साफ कर लेते थे। तो वो जगह जहाँ बर्तन रखते हैं, और जो एक छोटा सा उसको कऊ कहते हैं, वहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि वहाँ पर वो राख और राख से बर्तन साफ करने की जगह वहाँ पर भी मांडने हैं। इसी तरीके से पेड़ों के आसपास भी चबूतरे होते हैं, उनके ऊपर भी वो लोग इन चित्रों को मांडते हैं। इवन किसी का अगर ऊँट है तो ऊँट के ऊपर भी उन्होंने जो हेयर डाई है उससे भी उन्होंने वही सेम फॉर्म्स को बनाया हुआ है। और इवन भी जो टैटू है जो हाथ में गोदने हैं, वो भी वही वाले जो फॉर्म्स दीवारों पे होते हैं, वही फॉर्म्स उनके हाथों पे भी देखने को मिल सकते हैं। ऐसे ही उनकी जो ओढ़नियाँ हैं, उन ओढ़नियों के अंदर भी, चाहे वो एप्लिक लग करके हो, चाहे वो सितारे लगा के हो, चाहे वो किस तरह से एम्ब्रॉयडरी करके हो, वही सेम फॉर्म जो है वो उनका उसके ऊपर भी वो दिखता है। तो एक बहुत बड़े आर्ट क्रिटिक हैं यूके के, जॉन बर्जर, उन्होंने जब इन चित्रों को देखा, उन्होंने कहा कि दीज आर द वॉल्स ऑफ वेलकम। मतलब ये वो दीवारें हैं जो आपको इनवाइट करती हैं, जो आपको स्वागत करती है घर में आने के लिए। ये वैसी दीवारें नहीं है जैसे जेलों की दीवारें होती हैं, या ऐसी दीवारें होती हैं घरों के बाहर की, बाहर के लोग अंदर ना घुस सकें, लेकिन ऐसी दीवारें हैं जो आपको देखते से ही आपको वेलकम करती है कि आप घर के अंदर जाके भी देखें कि अंदर क्या खजाना है। तो ये दीवारें आप भी देख सकते हैं उसी तरीके से। मतलब ये एक तरीके से ओपन आर्ट गैलरीज हैं। पूरा गांव जो है पूरे मांडों से इस तरह से सुसज्जित दिवाली के समय रहता है। इनको नर्चिंग वॉल्स भी कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि जब जो चित्र होते हैं उसमें जुवेनाइल भी है, अडल्ट भी हैं, माएँ भी हैं, बच्चे भी हैं उसके अंदर बनाए हुए, तो वो फॉर्म जो हैं वो बराबर उनके साथ में बनाए जाते हैं। मेमोरी इमेजिनेशन की बात इसलिए आती है कि हो सकता है इस महिला ने जिसने चित्र शेर का बनाया है, उसने कभी शेर वाकई में अपनी लाइफ में ना देखा हो, क्योंकि इसकी उम्र रही होगी मुश्किल से 17-18 साल जिस महिला ने चित्र बनाया है। और शायद वो, क्योंकि अब तो टाइगर जो है सब रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट के अंदर है और उसमें के लिए बहुत भारी टिकट देना पड़ता है अंदर जाने के लिए, उसने ना देखा हो, लेकिन उसने ये फॉर्म को जो सीखा अपनी माँ से सीखा है। तो फॉर्म्स जो है किस तरीके से ट्रेवल कर रहे हैं थ्रू मेमोरीज ओनली, थ्रू मेमोरी इमेजिनेशन। उसके चित्र जैसे यहाँ वहाँ कभी कोई साधु महात्मा कभी हाथी पे निकले होंगे, ये तो एरिया वो नहीं है जहाँ हाथी उनको उपभोग दे रही है। एंसेस्टर डेटीज, उनके पितृ हैं, उनके पूर्वज हैं, उनको भी वो बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन वो बहुत लिमिटेड, बहुत कम उसमें देखने को मिलता है। बच्चों को जब मौका मिलता है तो वो भी एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हैं घर के पिछवाड़े में जाके, घर के पीछे की दीवार पे, सामने की दीवार पे तो वो नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन चोरी छिपे खड़ी लेके। तो यहाँ पर किसी ने एक मांडा है जानवर जिसका कोई पहचान नहीं है, उसको हाबू लिखा है। हाबू यानी कि डरावना, मतलब कोई घोस्टली क्रिएचर, माया डराती है कि बच्चे सो जा नहीं तो हाबू आ जाएगा। तो उसने जो इमेजिनेशन में सोचा होगा कि हाबू कैसा हो सकता है, वो हाबू बनाया है। वो बच्चा कहीं पढ़ा लिखा होगा, कम से कम 3री 4th क्लास, तो उसने उसके ऊपर हाबू भी लिखा है। यहाँ इस बच्चे ने अपना सेल्फ पोर्ट्रेट भी बनाया है। तो ये घर के पीछे की दीवार है, सामने की दीवार नहीं है। तो उसको जब मौका मिला तो रंग लाके इसने बना के और अपना नाम सुरज्ञान मीणा यहाँ पर लिखने की उसने कोशिश की। ऐसे यहाँ सर्कस का चित्र है, तो लोग वहाँ के लोगों ने जो कभी सर्कस देखने जाते होंगे और वहाँ पर वो देखते हैं कि कैसे एक आदमी 2 शेरों को संभाल रहा है और कैसे उनके साथ खेल रहा है, तो वो चित्र भी है। ऐसी एक्सरे इमेजेस भी हैं जो हम भीमबेटका के उनके जो शिला चित्रों में जो देखते हैं, प्रीहिस्टोरिक रॉक पेंटिंग्स में देखते हैं, उन्हीं का परसेप्शन इनके मांडू में भी दिखता है कि अंदर क्या होगा बॉडी के अंदर। जैसे यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हो डियर्स का है, तो प्रेग्नेंट डियर कोई होगी उसके अंदर, तो उसका चित्र वहाँ पर है। तो इसी तरीके से नीचे मोर है, तो मोर के पेट में बच्चे हैं, चूजे हैं, इस तरह की इमेजेस। हाथी है तो हाथी के पेट में बच्चा है, वो इमेजिनेशन। चिड़िया है तो चिड़िया क्या खाती है, तो वो दाने उसके अंदर पेट के अंदर उन्होंने बनाए हैं। इसी तरीके से मल्टी डायमेंशनलिटी है इनके अंदर चित्रों के अंदर, जिसमें फ्रंट पोस्चर भी दिखाई देता है और साइड पोस्चर भी दिखाई देता है। जैसा कभी पिकासो के चित्र आप देखेंगे तो उनमें इस तरह के चित्र देखने को हमें मिलते हैं। इसमें 3 डायमेंशन से ज़्यादा 4th डायमेंशन का भी इस्तेमाल किया गया है। तो इसमें फ्रंट का भी पोस्चर है, साइड का भी पोस्चर है। इसमें भी साइड का पोस्चर भी है, फ्रंट का पोस्चर भी। कंटेम्प्रेरी सब्जेक्ट्स भी उन्होंने खूब बनाते हैं, जैसे पहले भी आपने देखे थे, यहाँ भी आप देखेंगे। रेलगाड़ी अगर कभी आई तो उन्होंने रेलगाड़ी को बनाना शुरू किया। और अब जब मोबाइल फ़ोन आ गया है तो यहाँ पर मोबाइल फ़ोन भी है, और बच्चे पढ़ने लिखने लग गए हैं तो उन्होंने अपना नाम भी लिखा, उन्होंने अपनी डेट भी लिखी है। दिवाली है तो फटाका भी बनाया है। तो इस तरह के कंटेम्प्रेरी सब्जेक्ट भी वो लोग करने लगे। मटीरियल जो है वो बेसिकली अर्थली मटीरियल है जो उनके सराउंडिंग से मिलता है। आप सब जानते हैं कि जो ईंटें होती है, सन ड्राइड ईंटें होती हैं, तालाब की पे जाके वो लोग बना लेते हैं गर्मियों के दिनों में। और उसमें अलग अलग तरह रंग की मिट्टियाँ हैं, पीली मिट्टी है, लाल गेरू है, सफ़ेद खड़ी है, एक येलो वाइट जो है वो पांडु है, सफ़ेद, और फिर काली मिट्टी है। तो ये सब चीज़ें जो हैं उनके परिवेश में आसपास मिल जाती हैं। बस कभी खड़ी के लिए जनरली बंजारे कालबेलिए जो हैं खड़ी और गेरू गाड़ी में या गधों के ऊपर लेकर आते हैं, गाँव में बेचते हैं अनाज के बदले, वो उनको लेने की जरूरत पड़ती है। अदरवाइज 3 तरह के रंगों की मिट्टियाँ जो है जनरली गाँव की सराउंडिंग में उनको मिल जाती है। ब्रश जो है वो घास उगती है, पन्नी, पूंछा, जिसको भी पूंछा भी कहते हैं, उस घास से ब्रश बना लेते हैं। और बारीक वाले ब्रश जो है जनरली वो खजूर की डंडी से बनाते हैं, उसको पत्थर से कूट लेते हैं, और कूटने से उसमें आगे ब्रसेल्स निकल जाते हैं। तो उससे वो लोग काला रंग, वो लोग बेसिकली जो लकड़ी जलाते हैं चूल्हे में, उसके चारकोल से काला रंग बना लेते हैं। गेरू, वो लोग गेरू खड़ी जो है बंजारे कालपीली ले आके देते हैं। तो इस तरह से बारिश के बाद में अगर इस समय हम जाएं गांव के अंदर, तो इस तरह की रिपेयरिंग होते हुए हम देख सकते हैं कि दीवारें जनरली खुद जाती हैं। तो पहले उनको लीपना होता है, और लीपने के बाद उनके ऊपर चित्र बनाते हैं। तो आप देखिए ये जो लेडी है कितने एक्सीलेंस के साथ में, क्या कॉन्फिडेंस है उसको अपनी ड्राइंग के ऊपर, वो एक छोटे से वीडियो में आपको देखने को मिलेगा। तो होता तो जनरली है कि इस तरह से आउटलाइन नहीं बनाते, लेआउट नहीं बनाते खड़ी से। तो महिलाएं जनरली सीधे ब्रश से सीधे चित्र बनाती है। लेकिन वहाँ जो केस था वो ये केस था इस जगह की, जो महिला इस घर की थी उसका हाथ इतना अच्छा नहीं था मांडने पे। तो उसने अपनी पड़ोस की महिलाओं को रिक्वेस्ट की कि तू आगे सिर्फ रंगीटे खींच जा, रंगीटे यानी कि उसकी सिर्फ आउटलाइन बना जा, रंग बाद में मैं भर दूंगी। तो ये जो लेडी है प्रेग्नेंट है, उसको इतनी क्षमता नहीं थी कि वो पूरा मांडना बना सके, इसलिए उसने सिर्फ आउटलाइन बना के वो चली गई। यहाँ पर देखें महिला सीधा डायरेक्ट जो है वो अपने ब्रश से सीधा पेंटिंग बना रही है, उसको कोई आउटलाइन वाइटलाइन बनाने की उसको कोई जरूरत नहीं है। ऐसे ही बहुत बड़े बड़े मांडने हैं जो उसके लिए कोई आउटलाइन बनाने की जरूरत नहीं होती, और वो लोग बस वहाँ पर आप देख रहे थे वो लोग ब्रश से बना रहे थे, यहाँ सिर्फ उंगली से बना रहे हैं। यहाँ कोई किसी प्रकार का टूल नहीं है। जो उंगली का जो टिप है, वो टिप जो है वो काम आता है मांडने बनाने में। क्योंकि हाथ में वो लोग कपड़ा जो रंग में डूबा हुआ कपड़ा है उसको रखते हैं, अंगूठे से उसको दबाते हैं, तो जैसे जैसे रंग निचड़ता जाता है वो उंगली की पोर से नीचे उतरता है जमीन के ऊपर, और वो उससे वो लोग उंगली को घुमा घुमा के उसको वो शेप देते जाते हैं। तो यहाँ पर भी उसी तरीके से उसकी सिमेट्री, उसमें पूरा परफेक्शन होता है, उसके लिए उन्होंने कोई सर्कल पहले से बनाया नहीं, कोई मेजरमेंट ली नहीं, बस इस तरीके से बीच से शुरू करते हैं, उसको धीरे धीरे बढ़ाते जाते हैं और वो पूरा हो जाता है। मैंने ये भी देखा है, क्योंकि मेरा काम थोड़ा भाषाओं के साथ रहा है, जैसे हम राजस्थान में एक कहावत है 12 कोस बोली पलटे 10 कोस पे पानी, तो उसी तरीके से ये जो मांडने हैं ये भी क्षेत्रवार जो है, इनमें भी बहुत सारी स्टाइल्स हमको देखने को मिलती है। तो मैंने इनको क्षेत्रवार, मतलब मैं आपको 7-8 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स की बात कर रहा था, लेकिन हम माइक्रोस्कोपिक लेवल पे देखें, कल्चरल लेवल पे देखें, तो वो अलग अलग छोटे छोटे माइक्रो कल्चरल जोन्स के अंदर बटे हुए होते हैं, और उन जोन्स के अंदर वहीं की स्पेसिफिक जो उनकी स्टाइल है, जो मांडने की स्टाइल है, वो अलग अलग बदलती जाती है। इसी तरीके से साल दर साल भी चित्र बदलते हैं, क्योंकि हर साल वो लोग बनाते हैं, जो भी पिछले साल बनाया होता है वो बारिश के अंदर सब कुछ धुल जाता है, और दिवाली आने से पहले वापस उनको बनाना होता है, या बीच में त्योहार आते हैं, कोई और शादी ब्याह आते हैं, तब भी वो लोग मांडने बनाते हैं। दीवार के मांडने जनरली सिर्फ दिवाली के समय ही वो लोग बनाते हैं, लेकिन जमीन वाले मांडने साल में 2-5 बार बनते हैं, और अलग अलग समय पे, अलग अलग सीजन्स पे अलग अलग तरीके की जमीन के मांडने बनते हैं। तो यहाँ देखेंगे इसकी सामने वाली जो दीवार है, जो मेन दीवार जिसको हम चांदा में आपको कह रहा था, तो एक ही घर है, और उस घर की जो चित्र है वो हर साल बदलते गए हैं। जैसे ये 2002 का चित्र है, ये 2003 का है, इसमें चित्र कुछ और है, तो ये 2004 का है, वो वापस का चित्र बदल गया, 2006 का है, ये 2008 का है, फिर इसमें फॉर्म्स बदल गए, कुछ और सब्जेक्ट आ गया, 2012 का है। इस तरीके से जो है हर साल जो है वो लोग कुछ नया करने की सोचते हैं, कुछ नया बनाने की सोचते हैं, सेम चीज रिपीट नहीं होती है। ये कलेक्टिव कल्चर है विद इंडिविजुअल डिस्टिंक्शन, क्योंकि जो भी इस प्रकार की कलाएं हैं वो समाज की कलाएं हैं, वो किसी एक व्यक्ति विशेष की नहीं होती। इसलिए फोक आर्ट, ट्राइबल आर्ट्स बेसिकली वो कलेक्टिव आर्ट्स हैं, वो कभी भी किसी, लेकिन फिर भी उनके अंदर व्यक्ति विशेष की उसमें पहचान जरूर से होती है। सीखना जनरली बड़ों से छोटे लोग सीखते हैं, बेटियां माओं से सीखती हैं, या भाभीियों से ननदें सीखती हैं, इस तरह से भी होता है। लेकिन आप सबकी देखेंगे, सबकी जो अपनी अपनी जो लाइन है, वो सबकी अपनी लाइन जो है, अपना जो ट्रीटमेंट है मानने का, वो अलग अलग है। इसी तरीके से फॉर्म्स एंड लाइन्स एंड सिग्नेचर आइडेंटिटीज, तो जो मैं आपको कह रहा था कि है तो कलेक्टिव हेरिटेज ये, बट विद इन कलेक्टिव हेरिटेज देयर इज अ डिस्टिंक्शन, एंड डिस्टिंक्शन इज बिकॉज ऑफ द लाइन ट्रीटमेंट और द स्टाइल दैट दे यूज। तो यहाँ पर देखेंगे कि सब्जेक्ट एक ही है पिकॉक, लेकिन पिकॉक को कितने सैकड़ों तरीके से उन्होंने बनाए हैं, या उस लाइन को किस तरीके से अलग अलग तरीके से उस लाइन का इस्तेमाल किया। यहाँ पर देखेंगे जैसे हिरन ही बनाया तो उसकी इनर फीलिंग लाइन से की है, लेकिन यहाँ पर अगर बैल बनाया तो उसकी इनर फीलिंग फ्लैट करके फिर बाद में उसके अंदर से उन्होंने कुरेदा है। फिर ये पिकॉक्स हैं, तो पिकॉक्स को आप देखेंगे हर महिला का अपना एक पिकॉक है, मतलब हर महिला को आप पहचान सकते हैं उसकी दीवार की पिकॉक को देखकर कि अच्छा ये मोड़ी तो इस महिला की होगी। ये अलग अलग पिकॉक्स हैं, जो कि 10-15 फीट तक बड़ी भी हो सकती है, तो बहुत छोटी भी हो सकती है। और बहुत प्राइड है महिलाओं को, जब आप जाएंगे गांव में तो आप पूछेंगे कि सबसे बढ़िया मांडना कौन मांडती है, तो वो कहेगी कि सबसे बढ़िया मैं ही मांडती हूँ। चाहे आप 100 महिलाओं से गांव में जाके पूछेंगे कि कौन अच्छा मांडता है, 100 की 100 महिलाएं यही कहेंगे कि मैं मांडती हूँ। जब से शिक्षा का प्रसार हुआ, शिक्षा आई गाँव के अंदर, तो आप देख सकते हो कि इस लड़की ने चित्र मांड के लिखा है यह मोरनी काली बनाई, यानी कि ये पिकॉक जो है ये मैंने बनाया है। तो दे हैव दिस प्राइड। थैंक यू। सॉरी, मुझे बहुत जल्दबाजी में इसको ख़त्म करना पड़ा, क्योंकि मुझे लगा था कि 3:30 बजे शुरू होगा और समय पे ख़त्म हो जाएगा, और मेरी ट्रेन है 5 बजे, इसलिए लाइक साहब से थोड़ी माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कि बहुत जल्दबाजी में मुझे ये प्रेजेंटेशन करने को। थैंक यू।
बहुत अच्छी इंफॉर्मेशन दी है।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
आपने बहुत ही अच्छी इंफॉर्मेशन दी है, और ये बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे, क्योंकि मैं राजस्थान का होने के बावजूद भी इन सारी चीज़ों से अनभिज्ञ था। हाँ, मैंने वारली और पिथौरा और ये बाकी सारी चीज़ें ज़रूर देखी है, क्योंकि जब मैं वैजुन कल्चर सेंटर में काम करता था तो मेरा फील्ड जो है गोवा, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात हुआ करता था, वहाँ घूमा करता था। लेकिन इस एरिया में बहुत कम जाना हुआ, इसलिए ये सारी चीज़ें नहीं देख पाया। मुझे लगता है कि इससे बढ़िया इन्फॉर्मेशन कहीं नहीं हो सकती है। और अगर आप किसी के सवाल हैं तो पूछ सकते हैं, या आपको कुछ और आगे कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी है मदन जी, प्लीज़।
बस मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता था कि ये ऐसे आर्ट फॉर्म, जैसे आपने कहा आपने नहीं देखा, उसकी तो वजह ये थी कि इस तरफ बहुत ज़्यादा काम नहीं हुआ। बहुत शुरुआती दौर में ज्योति भट्ट ने 70s के दशक में एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया था, राघव कनेरिया ने कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया था, उसके बाद कोई खास काम हुआ नहीं। उसके बाद जब मैंने काम करना शुरू हुआ तो वो समय ऐसा था कि मैं देख रहा था गाँव के अंदर कच्चे घर गिरते जा रहे हैं, पक्के घर बनते जा रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगा कि इसके ऊपर काम करने की बहुत ज़रूरत है, और यही वजह थी कि मैंने विषय भी अपना PhD का यही चुना, क्योंकि मैं मेरे घर में ही सबसे पहले मैंने मिट्टी का घर टूटते हुए देखा था। जब मेरे फादर, उनकी जॉब रेलवेज में लगी थी, और तो उन्होंने सबसे पहला जो काम किया वो यही कि पुराना घर गिरा के उन्होंने पक्का घर बनवाना शुरू किया था। और गाँव के अंदर सबका स्टेटस होता है पक्का घर। अभी शादियाँ नहीं होती अगर कच्चे घर किसी के हो गाँव के अंदर, तो उस घर में कोई लड़की नहीं देता है, क्योंकि इन कामों को बनाने में बहुत मेहनत लगती है। मतलब मैंने देखा हाथ में खून निकलने लग जाता है दिवाली आते आते जो महिलाएं, क्योंकि आपको लगातार रगड़ते रहना है, आपको उंगली से मारते तो बिल्कुल खून निकलता है मतलब हाथों के अंदर से। तो इस वजह से आज के समय में जो मैंने काम देखा था 2000 से शुरू किया था, 1999 से, और मैंने पिछले साल तक भी ये काम देखे हैं। अब मुश्किल से 5% काम बचे हैं। उसकी वजह डेवलपमेंट है, नो डाउट, ये तो है ही। लेकिन जो एक इन्फिनिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स जो बन रहा है, मतलब जिस तरह की हम सभ्य जीवन जीने के चक्कर में जो ग्रामीण जीवन को हम छोड़ते जा रहे हैं, उस वजह से बहुत सारी ऐसी कलाएं हैं जो विलुप्त होती जा रही हैं। तो ये सब मैंने देखा 2 दशक के अंदर, मेरी आंखों के सामने देखा मैंने ये सब होता। बस इतना ही मैं कहना चाहता था। अगर इनको हम किस तरीके से बचा सकें, और बचा क्या सकें, बचा मुझे लगता है हमको रिकग्नाइज करें। मैंने ये वाले काम कभी वैजुन कल्चर सेंटर के शिल्पग्राम में नहीं देखे, मैंने इनको PRTI में भी नहीं देखे, और कहीं भी नहीं देखे मैंने। मतलब क्यों नहीं हुए पता नहीं। मानव संग्रहालय भोपाल में भी नहीं है ये वाले काम। अगर कुछ हैं तो फोटोग्राफ्स है ज्योति भाई के, जो उन्होंने कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स वहाँ पर दिए हैं। कोई नहीं, बट उसका उद्देश्य ये नहीं है कि सिर्फ उसको कमर्शलाइज किया जाए या उसको कैनवस पे लेकर आया जाए हर एक आर्ट फॉर्म को। वो उसका कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं होता, उससे कोई आर्ट बचती नहीं है। अगर हम सोचें तो कागज पे या कैनवस पे उतार लें, उससे आर्ट बचती हुई, तो समाज ये जो बचा सकता है। मुझे नहीं लगता भारी चीज़ें जो हैं कभी इस प्रकार की आर्ट्स को बचा सकती हैं। लेकिन हाँ, म्यूजियम्स को रिकॉग्नाइज करना चाहिए, वो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट म्यूजियम्स की जिम्मेदारी है।
नहीं, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा। शिल्पग्राम में बाकी लोगों के काम है, वारली वहाँ पर है, वहाँ सहरिया है, वहाँ भी लोगों की पेंटिंग्स है। वहाँ जैसलमेर की जो है वो रामा हट में जो आर्ट वर्क आपने दिखाया वो है, या कच्छ का बनीज हट में वो सारी चीज़ें अवेलेबल हैं। लेकिन मीना कम्युनिटी की कोई हट वहाँ पर नहीं होने की वजह से शायद ये वॉल पेंटिंग या वहाँ अवेलेबल नहीं है। और क्योंकि वह शायद या तो लिमिटेशंस रही होगी उस वक्त में। हालांकि मैंने इनिशियली ज्वाइन कर लिया था वैजुन कल्चर सेंटर, और जब शिल्पग्राम बन रहा था उस वक्त मैं वहाँ था। इवन ज़मीन अलॉटमेंट के टाइम ही मैं वहाँ था, तो मेरे आंखों के सामने बना है। लेकिन हाँ, ज़रूर हाँ, कुछ वजह रही जिसकी वजह से ये सारी चीज़ें नहीं हो पाई। लेकिन ये जो जानकारी आपने दी है ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी है, क्योंकि आप सही कह रहे हैं कि अब जो है हम अपना स्टैंडर्ड बताने के चक्कर में इन कच्चे घरों को मिटाते जा रहे हैं और पक्के बनाते चले जा रहे हैं। तो ये सारी समस्याएं तो आ ही रही है, और इसी वजह से शायद ये सारी पेंटिंग जो है अब वॉल पे नहीं बन के पेपर पे या कैनवास पे बनने लगे। चाहे वो पिथोरा हो, चाहे वारली हो, चाहे बनी मधुबनी हो। बहुत सारी ऐसी पेंटिंग्स हैं जो गाँव में होती थी या ट्राइब्स करते थे, वो अब वॉल पे नहीं होकर के पेपर पे और कैनवास पे आने लगी। अब म्यूजियम में ज़रूर अवेलेबल है, आपने सही कहा, लेकिन वाकई भोपाल में भी नहीं है। मैं गया था ट्राइबल म्यूजियम भोपाल में, और हमारे यहाँ भी नहीं है। तो हम ज़रूर कोशिश करेंगे। हाँ, आप अगर कुछ हो सके, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि अगर इस तरह की कुछ चीज़ें अवेलेबल होती है तो हम भारतीय लोक कला मंडल में ज़रूर लगाने की कोशिश करेंगे, तो हमें ज़रूर भेजिएगा। बाजे जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं प्लीज़? अजय शंकर पांडे जी।
हाँ हाँ, प्रणाम सर।
प्रणाम सर।
मदाव सर का बहुत ही अच्छा ये पेंटिंग्स पर रहा
जी,
और निश्चित रूप से ये ग्रामीण अंचल में लगभग हर क्षेत्रों में ये चीजें हैं। कहीं ज्यादा कहीं कम,
जी
लेकिन यही है कि उतना ध्यान इन पर नहीं दिया गया।
जी
इसलिए जैसा आप कह रहे थे कि बहुत सारी जगहों पर इनके रिकॉर्ड्स नहीं है,
जी
और लेकिन ये मैंने एक प्रकार से कहना चाहिए कि अद्भुत प्रेजेंटेशन रहा,
जी
बहुत ही सुंदर, और इसके लिए हम हार्दिक आभार सर का व्यक्त करते हैं, आपका भी, और आपका इस क्षेत्र से इसी तरह स्नेह सदैव बना रहे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद अजय जी। आप किसी के कोई सवाल है नहीं तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा मदन जी से कि प्लीज़ आपके पास मीणा कम्युनिटी के अलावा और भी किसी कम्युनिटी की इस तरीके की पेंटिंग्स हो तो हम फोक पेंटिंग्स पे एक सेक्शन ही बनाना चाहेंगे भारतीय लोक कला मंडल में, तो हमारी मदद कीजिएगा प्लीज़। कोई सवाल
सर।
अगर है तो प्लीज़।
रावत जी लाइन पे हैं। रावत जी, यदुवीर सिंह जी रावत,
जी
डॉक्टर रावत साहब शायद अभी दिख तो रहा है उनका वो, लेकिन लगता है नहीं वो, या सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं। यदुवीर सिंह रावत जी, आप एक्चुअली डायरेक्टर रहे म्यूजियम के गुजरात के, तो मैं चाहता था कि उनका भी कुछ व्यूज यहाँ पे शेयर करें। रावत जी शायद वो सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं तो जी, अब शायद प्रश्न का वो तो नहीं है। मीना साहब, सर हुसैन
जी
साहब,
सर।
हाँ, तो आपको कुछ कहना है हुसैन साहब?
सर मैं बस अब आपका धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहूँगा कि आपने अवसर प्रदान किया इतनी अच्छी जानकारी प्राप्त करने के लिए, आपका और आपके कॉलेज का, और आपने जो ये एक अथक प्रयास कर रहे हैं, इतनी लंबी वेबिनार आप कर रहे हैं, सुबह से शाम तक ये वेबिनार चलते हैं, ये बहुत ही मुश्किल काम है क्योंकि और सबको जोड़े रखना खास करके इंटरनेट के ज़माने में, और ये इंटरनेट जो है बड़ा मुश्किल से मिलता है, नेटवर्क बड़ी मुश्किल से मिलता है। जैसे उदयपुर में अभी ज़बरदस्त बारिश हो रही है, मैं आप जुड़ने से पहले 3 बार कोशिश करता रहा, लाइट चली जाती थी, नेटवर्क चला जाता था, तो सारी प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी। उसके बाद भी आप इतना प्रयास कर रहे हैं, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। और खासकर मीणा साहब का तो आभार प्रकट करूंगा कि
बहुत
मुझे
बढ़िया
वाकई
बात किया मीना।
राजस्थान का होने के बाद भी मुझे इन सारी चीज़ों का ज्ञान नहीं था। हाँ, ये ज़रूर था कि मैं जब जयपुर में रहा करता था तो मेरी मदर जो है, हमारे यहाँ शबरात पर इस तरीके काम होते थे, तो वो पेंटिंग्स नहीं बनाती थी, लेकिन आप सही कह रहे हैं कि वो जो चूना या कलई जो होती थी उससे काम होते थे और हाथ कट जाया करते थे। उससे जब वो शबरात पर वो सारे काम होते थे तो हाथ कट जाया करते थे। और हम लोग अपने पड़ोसियों के यहाँ दीपावली पर जब वो सफाई होती थी तो जाकर के वहाँ कलई किया करते थे। आजकल डिस्टेम्पर का ज़माना है, लेकिन उस वक्त तो कलई होती थी, चूना जिसको बोलते हैं, पानी में गला करके काम होता था, तो बड़ा मुश्किल होता था। अगर पैर गरम गरम में पैर लग जाए या हाथ लग जाए तो जल जाते थे आदमी, बहुत बुरी तरह से बर्न होता था। वो बर्न भी मैंने देखा है, लोगों को जलते हुए देखा है, तो वाकई बहुत मुश्किल काम है और ये अभी भी बरकरार है। ये मतलब बड़ी बात है और आपने खासकर इसको डॉक्यूमेंट किया है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है 5% बचा है तो आने वाले 5 सालों में 5% भी शायद ही रहे, तो इसको डॉक्यूमेंट आपने कर रखा है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। आप बधाई के पात्र हैं और साथ ही बधाई के पात्र हैं स्कंद मिश्रा साहब कि आप इस तरह की वेबिनार आयोजित करें। धन्यवाद।
मदन मीना,
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
डॉक्टर मदन मीना साहब ने बहुत ही अच्छा यहाँ पे जानकारी दी। एक्चुअली सर, मैं भी यहाँ पर, मेरा जो गांव है वो ट्राइबल बेल्ट में ही है, और वो चीजें हमको याद आ गई बचपन में ज्यादातर। अब तो वहाँ पे भी पक्के घर बन गए हैं, गवर्नमेंट से भी हम मदद मिल रही है घर बनने का, तो पक्के घर ही उनके बनते हैं। लेकिन हमको भी अपने बचपन की याद आ गई कि जब हम जाते थे और वहाँ ट्राइबल बेल्ट में, और इवन ये सब हमारे घरों में भी होता था, ट्राइबल तो करते ही थे, और साथ में जो सामान्य वर्ग के जो घर बने होते थे वो भी, जो कच्चे घर होते थे उन पर खासकर दीपावली के टाइम पर ये सब होता था। और लेकिन इसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इस एरिया में भी बहुत कम हुआ है। हालांकि हमारा जो एरिया है ये काफी कुछ ट्राइबल बेल्ट के अंतर्गत ही है। ये हमारे यहाँ सीधी और शहडोल का बेल्ट जो है मध्य प्रदेश में, वो ट्राइबल बेल्ट ही माना जाता है। तो जब हम लोग खासकर शहडोल जिले में जाते थे तो इस तरह की माने हमको दिखते, लेकिन वहाँ पर तो बहुत बढ़िया जो मीना साहब ने दिखाया कि पूरे गांव में, और इवन जहाँ मतलब ठीक है घर के सामने तो ठीक है यहाँ पे होता था, लेकिन वहाँ पे हर जहाँ पानी रखा है, जहाँ पर बर्तन साफ कर रहे हैं, जहाँ भूसा रखे हुए हैं, हर जगह उनने कितना बढ़िया सजाया है। तो ये केवल सजावट नहीं, उनके साफ सफाई का भी दिखता है कि जब उसको सजाते हैं तो वहाँ पर एक जो साफ सफाई का भी प्रावधान था वो भी है निश्चित रूप से। और ये सब कला हैं। अभी तक हम सोचते थे क्योंकि हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत से ऑफिसर मीना लोग यहाँ राजस्थान से या गुजरात साइड के भी हो सकता है हों, तो वो आते थे बड़े ऑफिसर बन के। तो हमें लगे कि ये लोग तो काफ़ी डेवलप लोग हैं, लेकिन मीना साहब ने बताया कि इस तरह की से डेवलप होने के बाद भी जो है वो कम्युनिटी में इस तरह से आर्ट भरा पड़ा है और उसका उनको उसको पूरा आपने डॉक्यूमेंट किया है। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई के पात्र हैं। और निश्चित रूप से ये हमारे वेबिनार में अभी विगत करीब 1.5-2 साल से हम वेबिनार की श्रृंखला चला रहे हैं। ये एक अद्भुत यूनिक पेपर था। इस तरह का पेपर अभी हमारे टॉक नहीं हो पाई थी। और अभी पिछले इसी टॉक में जो है जब फर्स्ट डे संडे को एक टॉक फॉरेन लेडी ने दिया था, देवोराय ने, और उनने जो है उस समय के पुराने जो एंशियंट टाइम का जो है गुप्ता पीरियड का और राजस्थान का भी मेडिकल एरिया पर दिया था। और वो अलग चीज थी और ये आपने एक यूनिक चीज दी है निश्चित रूप से। और मैं बधाई एक बार पुनः धन्यवाद देता हूँ आदरणीय हुसैन साहब को, आदरणीय मीना जी को, कि उन्होंने हमारे इस वेबिनार में समय दिया और एक यूनिक चीज का यहाँ पर हमारे ऑडियंस को बताई। धन्यवाद सर। धन्यवाद अल्केश जी।
धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू मीना सर।
अल्केश जी, ये
थैंक यू
इस वेबिनार में सर काफी लोग जो जुड़े और नए लोग जुड़े, उसमें जवेरी जी का ये अमेरिका में है वर्तमान में, अपने इंडिया के ही हैं, लेकिन इनका बड़ा इंटरेस्ट रहता था। तो इनने जो है ये पिछले 2-3 वेबिनार से हमारे हमसे जुड़े और इनने लगातार हमको मार्गदर्शन दिया, क्योंकि हम ज़्यादातर काम जो है वो रात को किया करते हैं और अमेरिका में उस समय दिन रहता है। तो हम और ये जो है बात करते रहते हैं। उनका मार्गदर्शन और लगभग 15 रिसोर्स पर्सन इनने हमको उपलब्ध कराए, खासकर जो यंगस्टर हैं। इस बार यंगस्टर भी हमारे उसमें काफ़ी जुड़े, खासकर ये जो एंशियंट हिस्ट्री और कल्चर आर्कियोलॉजी जैसे सब्जेक्ट में उसको जोड़ा, यंगस्टर लोगों को अल्केश जी ने जोड़ा है, उनको भी हम धन्यवाद देते हैं। ये भट्टाचार्य जी हैं, उनको भी हम धन्यवाद देते हैं। और एक बार कल फिर अपन वही 10:30 बजे का समय है। हालांकि हाँ सर, एक बताना चाहूँगा कि सत्य प्रकाश जी सर आज अवेलेबल नहीं हो पाए। अभी उनका टॉक था, वो शायद रिमोट एरिया में है कहीं, तो नेट का नहीं मिल पा रहा है, उनसे बात नहीं हो पा रही है। शायद कल यदि मिलते हैं तो हम कल 10 बजे से उनकी टॉक कराएंगे। सत्य प्रकाश मेहरा साहब, डॉक्टर सत्य प्रकाश मेहरा।
धन्यवाद सर।
धन्यवाद। मीना साहब की ट्रेन भी है, कहीं जाना है।
यस थैंक यू।
ठीक, धन्यवाद।
हाँ,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
और बहुत बढ़िया रहा। अब आपका भी जो व्याख्यान है वो कब की डेट है सर उसमें, हुसैन साहब
जी?
आपकी डेट कब है उसमें प्रोग्राम में?
नहीं, मेरी शायद अब व्याख्यान नहीं है मेरा, मुझे एग्जैक्टली मैंने देखा भी नहीं है।
नहीं सर, है व्याख्यान है आपका।
अच्छा, मैंने देखा नहीं है। मैं ओके मैं देख लेता हूँ। जी 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 जी।
देखिए मैं बताता हूँ,
मैंने देखा नहीं है।
शायद 4 को है सर।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा।
हाँ 4 को।
टेकिंग मी टू उदयपुर।
ठीक है, मैं देख लेता हूँ।
हाँ सर, 2:10 से 3 बजे तक संडे को है, 4 तारीख को। ये आपका फोक थिएटर विथ सोशल रेफरेंस टू गवारी। सर क्या है?
गवरी।
हाँ गौरी।
जी 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 जी। ठीक है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। अच्छा वो आपने बता दिया, नहीं तो मुझे याद ही नहीं, मैंने देखा ही नहीं था। अच्छा, थैंक यू वेरी मच। ओके,
हमने शेयर किया है आपके व्हाट्सएप में, शेयर है प्रोग्राम लिस्ट पूरी सर।
हाँ, वो मैं दरअसल मैंने अपना नाम यहीं देखा तो मैं आगे बढ़ा ही नहीं लिस्ट में।
वो शेयर पर्सन का तो अलग है ही और टॉक का अलग है।
अच्छा अच्छा
लगभग सबको या तो चेयर बनाया है या को चेयर बनाया है।
जी जी
और
जी
लगभग जितने भी टॉकर्स हैं जिनने मना कर दिया है या कहीं
हाँ।
वो इंगेज है, उनकी
जी
बात अलग है, बाकी हमने सभी को जोड़ा है सर।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा
हाँ
चलिए ठीक है, धन्यवाद। तो फिर मिलते हैं 4 तारीख को।
जी
जी
थैंक यू लाइक सर।
ओके, धन्यवाद सर अल्केश जी, धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद इंद्रजीत जी, धन्यवाद।
Sir, thank you. Thank you.
वेलकम सर।
डॉक्टर वीएन झा साहब, अच्छा शायद, ओके सर, थैंक यू।